I'll give everybody a moment to get in because we don't want to schedule this and be efficient. We are live.
Tight.
Oh, I'm glad actually we're going to World Eaters first when we start this because I convinced Luca of something yesterday, but I want to have the conversation again with you.
Okay.
But I think you might know exactly what it's all about. Who's after World Eaters? It's going to be Ultramarines, right?
Smurfs, yeah.
I freaking love them.
Maybe you can convince me.
Yeah? Oh, I think I can.
I mean, it's probably not going to be a hard sell, but yeah. I just think they're kind of boring.
Okay, so this is recording, so I have to be careful. I never really liked them at all, but Stormbolter sent me his Ultramarines. I'm like, okay, I gotta play them. Well, actually, I lost a bet and I had to play them. But then, and I don't want him to hear me say this, but kind of dig them now. I really like what they do.
What was the bet? You got an army.
Hello, everybody. We're about to get started on the continuation of yesterday's Horus Heresy 2.0 Legion tier list. Just so it's fresh in our mind, Frenchie, I want to go over the current state of our tier list.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So in S tier, we have obviously the Yellow Douches, the Dark Angels, Death Guard, and we bumped Emperor Shilin up in there. A tier, we have Night Lords. And this is in order: Night Lords, Iron Warriors, and Iron Hands. And then we have three more sitting up there that we haven't got to yet. It's Alpha Legion, Salamanders, and Ultramarines. Though I feel like there's going to be a lot of contention about Salamanders, but I guess we'll get to that. B tier, sitting at the very, very top of B tier, I got the White Scars in there. Like, we ended up putting them up there. We have Blood Angels behind them, and then the Space Wolves, and then what we haven't got to in B tier is Thousand Sons, Raven Guard, Sons of Horus, and Word Bearers. And then sitting in C tier solidly is the World Eaters. Todd, we are starting on World Eaters today. We left off at the Iron Hands. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
So, also, for everybody watching, everything, the full stream is uploaded on the channel, obviously, but if you go to the other channel, the Voice of the Mountain channel, link in the description of this video, I think it's in this video as well, I chopped everything up so you can go just the sections you want to go to. All right.
Did we finish Iron Hands?
Yeah, we finished Iron Hands.
Okay.
We, I think they were sitting in B tier? Either way, they're in A tier right now. We ended up the discussion with who's better, Iron Hands or Iron Warriors. They're very similar. One's more defensive, one's more offensive, and offensive one.
That's right.
Yeah. That's why I'm like my main thing is I'm not going to do Iron Hands, even though I really kind of want to, but they're too close to my main army. So
yeah, give me another year and I'll start them.
Yeah, fair enough. We'll all do them all eventually.
True.
All right, let's get to this. World Eaters, the one everybody agrees in C tier. Also, one of them one legion that I see the most often. I think one of the more popular legions.
Yeah.
They get +1 attack when they charge. I think that is all I can. Well, there's another big contentious thing I remember, but I have no idea what their advanced reaction does.
Let me see. When enemy unit declares shooting.
Feel no pain.
They get feel no pain, and then I think they do something else too.
Wait a second, is it a worse?
No, they get feel no pain, and then they charge.
Oh, and then they charge. Okay. Yeah. So anytime you get a charge on your opponent's turn, amazing.
Huge.
So huge. I would say good reward or advanced reaction.
Yeah, and I mean for what they do, +1 attack, it's pretty solid. More attacks can't hurt.
Okay. Rites of War. Before we even look at them, or do you remember playing against any of these Rites of War?
Yeah.
What sticks out in your mind about them?
So Berserker Assault was just kill everything, and Crimson Path, to the best of my knowledge, was stacking Feel No Pains on Feel No Pains.
Okay. Doesn't seem terrible. So a little bit more survivable. Now, okay, before we put them at C tier. Damn, I had COVID 2 months ago and still got the cough. Otherwise, I put one. we put them in C tier. Like, nobody disagrees they're the bottom C tier. Now, to be fair, they are Marines, and they can still play like everybody else. They can play pure shooting. They don't have to use their Legion rules. You just, you're not getting any kind of bonuses. So right. I just find it's the single-mindedness of most World Eater lists that I see is the main problem. It's like, you can't just run a bunch of changers up the field and hope for the best. It's just not going to work. So you have to work. You can do well with World Eaters, but you got to work harder.
Yeah, and it's a weird mentality because like they don't have any minuses to shooting,
right?
But there's so many Word Bearer players that are just like, no, I refuse.
Yeah, no, like, exactly.
But why?
And to be absolutely 100% fair, I actually kind of respect that, sticking with their lore, whatever. But they weren't given the buffs elsewhere to make up for it.
I mean, they can do Predators as fast attack, which is a small buff.
Sure.
But you also really have to dig Predators.
I guess what I was really saying is I feel like... Well, okay, so Angron's... Okay, we take it two different ways, but I feel like their special units are incredibly lacking. Unless you do some things, but... we got to talk about the Ravening Madman rule before we talk about the rest of their stuff, because I think this is like one of their main... The drawback that pulls them too far back. No, is it Ravening Madman, or is it not that?
Yeah, the one where it turns them all into Red Butchers.
Animal, we're making a room. -1 to wound them.
Right.
Oh, treats them as weapon skill 3. The weapon skill chart is so different from first edition and is so impactful, like in a positive way. And they're like, nah, you guys, skill doesn't matter over here. Just hit us better. And for -1 strength.
I mean, that's definitely good.
It is, but it does not affect instant death, which is weird. It should.
Yeah, because does the Crimson Paladin shield?
That's a good question. I actually don't know if it does. So Crimson Paladin have an item that does a similar thing.
Right.
But I assumed it did affect their instant death threshold. That would just be assuming. So where is this?
Because I know the Iron Hands does, but I don't know if the Crimson Paladin shield does.
So is it on the Paladin specifically? Yeah, no, reduce the results of wound rolls, so it won't affect the strength. So wound rolls.
Okay.
It doesn't reduce the strength of the attack?
Because it's the wound roll, not to wound.
Which is better. This wound roll is better than reducing the strength.
Absolutely.
So yeah, the Crimson Paladin one is a superior all around. Okay, so Ravening Madman rules. Okay, just to go in order, does anything you want to talk about their equipment or anything? Like, I just don't care about their equipment at all.
One thing I do want to point out is I can't stand the way that Berserker Assault is written. Because the first 2 bullet points, if you were to just say World Eaters have Fleet 2, it would have done both of those. So I don't understand why they had to write it all out.
Yeah, so they have a special rule for +2 to move, or +2 to move. No. Oh yeah, when running. Yeah, they just wrote out the fleet rules in 2 bullet points. You're right.
Yeah.
Not a terrible rite of war. The Angron.
Well, before we get into that, we got to talk about the one weapon that almost saves the entire Legion.
The Phalanx Blade?
Phalanx Blade.
Strength +1, AP 5, rending 4 up, and a specialist weapon. How expensive are they?
Cheap. They're
for 15 points. That's not cheap. That's Thunderhammer points.
That's fair, but it's rending 4. Sorry about your Castellax.
It's Thunderhammer points. No, it's AP2 all the time. A Thunderhammer with so basically. Okay, I'm gonna argue against it. For the same points, I got less strength. Sure. Rending instead of AP2.
Sure.
No Brutal 2.
Sure.
They're both specialist weapon. And I'm losing strength. I'm losing half of my wound rolls. I'm losing strength, half my wound rolls, and Brutal 2 to gain swing on initiative. Swing on initiative is nice.
4 at 4.
But Like what do you call the cadre squads, the Rampagers, whatever?
Yeah,
They can't take thunder hammers, so like
that's true.
it's a good. It's not a terrible weapon. It just
Yeah.
I look at a 15 point cost, a 15 point. Whoa, sorry, chat. I just realized that my chat lagged, and now you're all here. How's it going, everybody? If I missed anything, still wait for Todd. Somebody deal with the mods that are being dicks. Uh,
So
Yeah.
top 15 points on top of any chainsword. So as long as they have a chainsword and you didn't pay for it. But the thing I like about this is you can give it to every sergeant, which makes every sergeant so much better.
and I would. Johnny Payne, what up, brother? I would. It's a solid weapon that's, in my opinion, extremely overcosted.
I mean, overcosted, probably. I would love it for 10. 15's a little salty.
I think it's a 5 point weapon.
But I think
I'll give you 10. I'll give you 10.
I want to say the Rampagers get it at a discount.
Oh wait, hold on. Who said that? You brought up a good point that I sometimes forget about this weapon. Who said it? Drank later. Because it's rending.
Yeah,
A rune wool of 4+ will still wound a general. A dreadnought.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you not? Were you thinking breaching?
No. So that mindset of rending will it'll automatically wound on a dreadnought or whatever. Like, I'm still not going to go into melee with a dreadnought with this squad.
Oh, sure.
But yes, it does. Like, if you have to chip off that last wound, and you're willing to sacrifice 3-4 your Marines. Yeah, it has that value for sure. Because not breaching, you still have to make the wound roll. Rending, you don't. That's a good use for, but it's not enough. It's still 15 points for me.
Now, with that being said, Rampagers get 2 for free.
Yes, but I mean, can they all take it?
Yep. Whole squad. If you
So
want
expensive monetarily, unless you want to 3D print your flax blades.
Yeah, you would have to, because I think the kit only comes with 3 in a 10-man or something like that.
So okay, so I'm not gonna judge the rules on like the difficulty of creating this squad, but yeah, okay. So Rampagers with 2 of them will have 3 tags base, 4 on the charge, 5 on the charge because they're world leaders. That's a terrifyingly good melee squad. That'll actually most likely do work to even a Leviathan.
Yeah,
it's not a bad squad. This is a bad argument, but not many people have them. It's an expensive squad to create.
yeah. I mean, I'm not going to put them on Terminators and stuff, but like power armor stuff and Rampagers, sure.
Like, they're going to be strength 6 on the charge. Oh, they're all chosen warriors. Yeah, it's a good squad. I like this squad. You know, I was going to criticize them being like, I never spent on the table, but yeah. Take jump packs. Okay, Rampagers are where it's at.
Yep.
Red Butchers are terrible.
They are so bad, and I want them to not be bad.
So, I think you and I agree, but I'll ask you. Other than some very unique situations, the power axe is the worst weapon in the game, right?
Other than some unique, yeah. There's no benefit to taking a power axe when, for like 5 points more, you can take a thunder hammer or a power fist or something that's just better.
Yeah, power axe. I don't like how power fists sit in this edition. Now there are some use to them, for sure. But we can talk about that some more time. But so I think the Red Butchers are significantly better if you swap them out for Lightning Claws. It's a harder conversion. I think Lightning Claw Red Butchers are not bad, but you're hitting them on 3s. Whatever. You know what? Like, they have to hatred. Lightning Claws, fearless built in. Like, I kind of dig that squad, but I don't want more. Like, I'm not gonna spam that squad. I'll have maybe 1 squad of them.
And I know they have Raving Madman, but I do love the fact that they're weapon skill 5, so they're at least hitting.
They're hitting most things back on 3s or 4s.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the downside to the Red Butchers. Now, the Angron discussion, I actually don't know where you sit on this one. So,
I've never read them.
Okay. Interesting. So I'll get your first take on them. So, solid stats for Primarch. Weapon skill 8.
That's pretty standard.
He's got 2 of armor, finally. Stormbolt, how's it going, brother?
He's only in
2 of 4 up.
Okay.
Murder Strike 3 up on his weapons. The Armor Brain Shred. Makes them all strength 7 for him. He hands out a 6 up Feel No Pain and Adamantium Will with his Sire of the World Leaders.
Let's not forget Hatred Everything, Rampage 2, and Furious Assault 2.
Yeah, like solid stats. Now, oh, and also he can challenge as many models as he wants. Like, if
Right.
for
I remember
example, if he's fighting Lionel Johnson and 10 Inner Circle Knights, he can issue 11 challenges. Put one attack in each knight because they're all characters and kill them all. Like that's such a like it's he gets around some of the other janky units. He's so good in that regard. Now the butcher nail things in chat. I want you guys to weigh in on this one too. Oh yeah, and 3 reactions to the opponent's move phase. I forgot about that. That's actually a good one. I really like that.
Yeah.
So he has the butcher nails. No, sorry, that's sorry. Ravening Madman.
No, he's
What's
not
the
a mad.
thing?
Are you talking about him gaining attacks?
No. It's this challenge. A second. When he's with the red butchers, it says when attacking this squad, you count the majority weapon skill as 3.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen a lot of people play that when Angron is in as many challenges, you're hitting him on 3s because he's with the red butchers. I thoroughly believe that's not rules as written or intended. So what's your take on that? So you have to read the rules for Ravening Madmen, and then you have to read the rules for challenges in the core rulebook.
But he's not a ravening madman.
Well, Ravening Madman says you treat the majority weapon skill as 3.
Oh, so you mean like if he's in a squad of red butchers?
Oh, additionally, any to hit rolls in the assault phase that target a unit that includes Angron. That's what. No, it's not Ravening Madman. Sorry, it's not that one. It's the last line of the red the butcher's nails. Additionally, any to hit rolls made in the assault phase targeting a unit that includes Angron always count the majority weapon skill of the target unit as 3, regardless of the actual weapon skill of the model. Now, so so when Angron's on a challenge, people are hitting him on 3s. But if you read challenges, it says you don't use majority weapon skill, you use the weapon skill of the model. So I think rules as written, even with that printed there in Honor Butcher's Nails, you fight Angron at weapon skill 8 in a challenge. Would you disagree?
I would think he's 8. His squad is 3.
Now, so the argument is when Angron's in a challenge, you're attacking the unit Angron, which he includes, so it counts as majority weapon skill 3. So it's not that his squad's 3. Like I can understand how people are saying you have to hit him on as if he's weapon skill 3, but the way the rule is written for in a challenge is the savior.
Sure, but that's the thing. I think if that was rules as intended, he would just have Ravening Man.
So James McAvoy, weapon skill 8, non-challenge majority, challenge weapon skill 8, non-challenge, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with James.
Okay, because I had World Eater people come into mini wargaming and be like, "No, you have to hit him on 3s." I'm like, "Dude, I'm like, look at this." Like, they're like, "No, I don't like it, but it's 3s." I'm like, I'm here to help you out here. I'm pretty sure it's not even a gimme. I think rules as written, it's clear you in a challenge he fights a weapon skill 8. So yeah. that does offset one of the major things that I think was in people's minds while putting World Eaters on C tier way back when. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm going to point out again for those of you who are just new to this stream and didn't watch yesterday's 3.5 hour stream. The gap is like this wide, not this wide. C tier is still very, very playable. We have Imperial Fist at S tier, number 1 in the game. A skilled World Eaters player is still going to beat a unskilled Imperial Fist player 9 times out of 10.
Truth. Yep.
Yeah. But somebody's got to sit at the bottom. And right now it's World Eaters.
I would love to watch Angron hit a Leviathan Dreadnought at strength 9 with Armor Bane. And just watch that Dreadnought disappear.
Oh, he's one of the Primarchs where I'm not overly afraid to put him in on a Dreadnought.
Yeah.
Because a Murder Strike 3+.
Murder Strike 3 and Shred if it wasn't a Dreadnought.
So yeah. with a solid Primarch, one really solid combat unit. Why do we keep them at C tier? Is it just they're not mobile enough to like? So the Triarch of Horus Heresy Edition, maybe it's 4 things actually. melee shooting mobility. They have melee. They can shoot, but people tend not to do it. Would they just be? They wouldn't just be straight up better by adding some guns for sure.
Yeah, even if you just ran 2 squads of predators.
Would part of the reason World Eaters sit at C tier is that they lean so heavily into close combat? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. But also, playing to the theme of your army is something that I think most Heresy players would expect your opponent to do. I mean, it's also cool to play like an army of like a 2,000 point, 2,500 point unit of army of World Eaters that are still old. What were the old name? Hounds? Warhounds?
Warhounds. Yeah.
Like they're fresh off the Warhounds. They're still like they're Terran born, like using all the tactics. Yeah, you can do that lore. Like that's cool too. It's just that we all get so easily pigeonholed into the theme of an army quite easily. In fact. So yeah,
So here,
C tier.
I would say C tier, B tier if you are running Angron or Karn, because Karn is fantastic. Karn was number 4 on our first captain list.
So I'll give you. I like Angron. I don't think he bumps you up a tier, because like he's on the better. If we were to rank the Primarchs, and we'll get to that one day, I bet you he's in the top half, but. Just top half, I don't think bumps you up a tier. What's the case for Karn bumping him up a tier?
Oh, Karn is so solid. So first off, he has one of the highest weapon skills out of first set.
Yep, weapon skill 7.
He's precision strike on a 4 and rampage 3. So if he's with a squad that's taken some shots, which he's most likely going to be, he's going to get more attacks than pretty much anyone else he's in base with. But no enemy may declare a charge reaction against units containing Karn the Bloody.
That's good. That's really good.
Yep. And then his weapon is also Rending 4+, Murder Strike 6, Shred. And then if you
see him as he's a good fighty character that can turn off Overwatch or hold the line.
Or hold the line, which is huge considering your Warlord trait, or not your Warlord trait, your Legion of Astartes trait that can be turned off with hold the line.
Let me argue against it for a sec.
Sure.
I know where Karn is. I'm gonna throw away a block unit onto them. Like that squad is never gonna make a meaningful charge. Like that squad's never gonna get near my Plasma Flamer squad that I can't Overwatch to death.
Sure, but also, it's going to have a hard time finding a squad that's not just going to get mulched up in a turn or two with him and a good bodyguard squad.
I know what I would love. No, that doesn't work.
And another thing, too, if you're not in love with the cutter, his axe, you can pay 35 points and take one of Angron's.
Right. I know. That's actually kind of cool. But then he becomes a 210 point character, which is, again, that used to be low. That's on the upper end now.
Yeah, but to give him an AP2 Murder Strike 3-up weapon?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Sorry about your Terminators.
Yeah, he's a solid character.
Yeah. I think, because, like
he is the badass that stood up to Angron as well on the ship, so.
He also was run over by a Land Raider and or Spartan.
Wasn't it a Rhino?
It was something.
Yeah, didn't Sevatar impale him on a Rhino or pull him off the Rhino? I remember the story, but it was so long ago. Yeah,
I'm not sure. I'm sure Chat knows though.
And then this Marine single-handedly dismembered an entire legion. I mean, it was his own.
Details.
Yeah, one of the cool characters in the game for sure. Yeah, and C tier. We can't move him. Who is next?
So what, are we leaving them at C?
I can't. You want to go back and justify bumping them up?
I mean, with Karn or with Angron, maybe a B, like a low B. But yeah, without them, they're definitely a C.
Yeah, I can't. I think with that criteria, you can find one reason to bump everybody up. I can bump everybody. I can put Iron Warriors in S tier with a certain combo. I can put I think there's a combo that can upplay every legion quite a bit.
All right. So I have one note, and then we can move on. I
Yeah,
promise.
absolutely.
I will agree that they should be B if you find me a World Eater player who actually runs shooting. Then they would be a
I
B army.
can't. You know what? Oh my God, I concede to you on that one.
Yeah.
They can play at B tier if you would stop putting claws on your Leviathans and put a couple storm cannons instead.
Get over that mental block. Take the Predators. Maybe some transports. You'll have a great time still. And you'll be way more effective.
And just to remind tactical squads, just to remind everybody, C tier does not mean unplayable. Just means you just have the advantage. Well, I guess you're not making use of the advantage of the other legions.
Yeah. If they were D tier, I would say they're unplayable, but they're definitely still
Nothing in this game is D tier except for most of the the Soul Exilia book.
We're gonna have to do that someday, and it's gonna make me sad.
Okay. Yeah, I know we will actually. It'll just be we'll have to use a lot of refreshments for that one.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Let's do the Ultramarines. So you know nothing about these blue boys.
I've fought against them.
Okay.
My buddy just recently started them, but yeah, I mean it's still a slightly small list, so I haven't gotten to see all the tricks. All I know is full Mentaurus are illegal.
So we have these sitting at A tier.
Okay.
I think I will easily convince you that they're gonna belong in the very top of A tier. There's gonna be a little bit of an argument for putting them in the bottom of S tier. I don't think I would push them that far. Only because like certain S tier things are just But I mean, like, okay. Everything that pushed Emperor's Children from A tier to S tier, they have equivalent arguments, but Emperor's Children was melee focused stuff, and then the Ultramarines are gonna be shooting focused stuff. Which I still think they can play both aspects and the movement part as well. Okay, so their Legion rules are whenever a Ultramarine shoots at a target, every other Ultramarine within 6 gets +1 to hit that target.
Great. Cosmic
Yeah. So I mean, that's your heavy weapon. It's all your weapons, right? So I use rhinos to drop guys off, and you go stand by Devastator squads, fire a bolt gun first, bunch of things. Allows you to play more, and you combine things together, and just I think it's a really good Legion trait. I want to compare it directly to the Iron Warrior one, and I love these Iron Warriors. I like this one more because +1 strength for most of my all my units targeting certain targets is good. +1 to hit for all my weapons just for firing one mediocre thing first is better.
So I'm seeing a small disadvantage with the fact that you need to find something to shoot that mediocre shot.
Absolutely. But I've yet to have a problem with, but I'm not going to deny that you're absolutely right. When I first read this, I was on your page, whatever. But in practice playing it, I'm basically just ballistic skill 5 on everything. In actual experience.
And if I have to take a Rhino to make my 3 heavy weapons team BS5, okay.
Right. But so another thing too is it's just Contemptors, right? A double carries Contemptor, cures Contemptor, whatever you want to call it, a Leviathan with storm cannons. It fires first already on 2s.
Fair.
And then everything around them. There are enough things that can boost it without trying that hard. Now, I got to spend a few more seconds in the shooting phase thinking I'm going to fire this first and then this, but I actually think that adds to the game. And it's very Ultramarines for me. So, solid Legion rule. It's not for everybody. I love it. It's my playstyle for sure. Their Rite of War is it's kind of nanners.
You keep calling them Rite of Wars, by the way.
Oh, sorry. Advanced Reaction. You're right. Advanced Reaction. So it's a return fire, except one other unit on the table can also return fire.
That's kind of mean.
So your last cannon squad can always return fire. The fact is, the Ultimate Army I use is Stormbolters, and I'm this close to painting a last cannon squad for because it doesn't have one. That last cannon squad is already too good in the game, right? We're always playing chicken with the reactions with last cannon squads, and don't shoot at X, I don't want to return fire. Now you always have this threat of, I'm going to fire out this Rhino with a couple bolt guns on the side, I can glance at. Nope. That last cast walk can end me. It's an amazing advanced reaction. Is it the best one in the game? I think the best ones are charging on your opponent's turn.
Yeah,
But I think this is probably the best shooting one in the game. I'm open to other arguments, but I love their first two things.
But yeah, you're totally right. You know, someone takes a Sikaran that's picking on tacticals or whatever. You can be like, cool, las cannons, get it. You know. So yeah, I can definitely see the plus in that. And yeah, any reaction that causes part of your opponent's turn to shut down.
Yep.
That's the winner.
This is a psychological and dominating reaction. So the rights of war, I do remember reading them a couple times, and like,
you mean right of war?
Right of war? Is there only one?
They only have one.
Okay, that's why I probably don't remember it. What does this do again?
I don't think it's very good from what I've been told.
I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. I think. Go ahead.
I think it's the orders. Like this turn, we do this for shooting. We do this for moving.
Sure.
But okay, that just seems overcomplicated for not a great benefit. I could be wrong, but
they have a power axe as AP2, not +1 strength. That's at initiative, so it's a good power axe. So a piece of equipment. They have the Mantle of Ultramarine, but only Legion Praetor can take it. 25-point upgrade. It gives them a 2-up armor save and battle hardened 1. So like I'm thinking about a cataphract. Oh, I think someone will blind. And can't be affected by blind. But like I'm thinking about a cataphractic character sitting in that last cannon squad, who is now battle hardened 1 with 4 wounds, tanking any kind of big firepower that can come at them.
Going back to the Lizantine Axe, does it still have the if it hits on a 6, it auto wounds?
Nope.
Okay. That made me almost start Ultramarines in first edition.
It's a good weapon.
Yeah. Because AP2 at initiative is great, but yeah. Okay.
So yeah, a really cool upgrade for a Praetor. The contentious Angron pattern boarding shield. It's a boarding shield that people argue give you a +1 attack. I would say it does not, because it's still a boarding shield.
I would love to hear that argument.
Well, because nowhere in the rules for it on their Agrium pattern boarding shield does it say you can't gain +1 attack. But under boarding shields it says you can't gain +1 attack. This is an Agrium pattern boarding shields, and rules as written they're actually correct. Because Terminator armor, you go through like this pattern Terminator armor. This one has a 4-bin wall. This one has a 5-bin wall. It tells you what the rules are. This one tells you can't run. This one doesn't tell you can't run. Well, because it makes you heavy, but. Yeah, I think rules as written, it gives you +1 attack. I will never play it that way. I don't think that's the intent. But the FAQ came out and didn't fix it, so maybe it is.
Okay.
But these aren't things I'm going to argue for, like what tier they belong in. The first two things I'm here for. Now, a Primarch that I think is one of the best, one of the absolute best.
Hit me with it.
He's not going to... He's not, at first glance, a dueling Primarch. He's not going to do well against other Primarchs. Spoons! He used to have, in prolonged challenges, +1 weapon skill every turn.
Right. I remember
or +1 to hit or something like that. Now he's just in a challenge after the first. I think it's after the first round. Yeah, in the second round challenge, he rerolls 1s to hit, so that's significantly worse. He's only weapon skill 7, and he's got baseline stats. He's 6 across the board, right? Adamantium Will 3-up. A really cool ability called a Preternatural Strategy, which I think is his thing. For Sire of the Ultramarines, +1 leadership for Ultramarines on the battlefield.
+1 leadership? Yeah,
they don't require line of sight, so it's not terrible. And then, so I'm not a huge fan of it, but... And then what's really, really good is before the battle, he picks a phase to give an additional reaction. So he's adaptable. So if you're playing World Eaters, I don't want an additional shooting phase reaction. I probably want an additional movement phase reaction or assault phase reaction, and I can pick that based on what you're playing.
Yeah, but when you pick it in the beginning of the game, you're stuck with it, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
His best roll I'll get to in a second. 2-up, 4-up, and the first failed the vulnerable save each turn or each phase. You can reroll. Yeah, not bad. He's got a decent gun. I don't care. 2 weapons: the Gladius Incandor, +1 strength, so strength 7, AP2, shred, murder strike, 5 up, mastercrafted specialist weapon, and he also has the Hand of Dominion, strength 1, strength 10, AP1, unwieldy, brutal 2, mastercrafted specialist weapon. So strength 10, brutal 2. I've had him win against most Primarchs he's fought against, actually, only because of brutal. But that's not why he's my favorite. The preternatural strategy special rule is he gets to pick a special rule at the start of his turn. Fleet 2, counterattack 1, furious charge 1, or stubborn, and it applies to the entire army on the table. And then next turn he picks a different one. The only rule is you can't pick the same one twice in a row. I think it's fantastic. Picking Fleet 2 at the right moment. I've had him leave squads. He has his own built-in +1 to move because he's like weapons or movement 8. Like just beelines it away, and like it was a time when he's left the squad, made a long bomb charge because Fleet 2 movement and the charge, I mean, a long bomb charge into 10 Gal Warback, strength 10, AP1 brutal 2, tore right through them all. He kills elites. He does okay against Primarchs. He buffs his army like the best force multiplier, arguably. But stubborn is when they're going to do like the turn that if you went first. So if you went second, I'm going to take stubborn. If my opponent goes first, doesn't do a whole lot. I go second. I choose stubborn. My opponent does his big attack turn 2. My army's stubborn. And well, if not all terminators, I don't care anyway, but stuff like that. And then choosing fleet or counterattack or furious charge before you go in.
Yeah, and stubborn with +1 leadership is definitely nothing to scoff at.
Yeah. I love this Primarch.
Yeah, I like his versatility.
So the in Victorious Suzerains, I can't say the damn name.
Suzerain?
Yeah, whatever. Axe Boys. Weapon skill 5, 2 wounds, 2 of armor. They have the Ligantine Axe and the Angron pattern boarding shield. It's a solid squad for 175 points, so not cheap. It's a good squad.
They're beef.
They're a fantastic melee squad. Praetorian Breachers, I don't even know what they do. Hammer of Wrath 1? Heavy line? There's weapon skill 5 Breachers with 2 wounds.
With power swords.
Okay. Power swords. Oh, they're cheap.
Yeah, that's their thing.
Wow, weapon skill 5. Spoons! I bestow on you 7.5 minutes of my time. Enjoy. Thank you, Spoons. So, 135 points for 5. 2 wounds. Power sword. Boarding shield. Hammer of Wrath. They're heavy. That fleet will help. Yeah, I like this. I like this squad. Everything about them on their special squads are melee. Their special rules are shooting. I think they're very adaptable to playstyles. I think they have the heavy-hitting Suzerain, the Invictara squad, a fantastic Primarch that can do many things, and then massive buffs in the shooting phase. When I needed a little extra bit of speed, fleet. Massive buffs in shooting. Like, I think Ultramarines are stronger than my Iron Warriors. If I take the exact same Iron Warrior list, like copy and pasted Iron Warriors to Ultramarines. Now, granted, if my opponent is bringing nothing but Dreadnoughts, the Iron Warriors are going to do significantly better. If anything else, the Ultramarines do the exact same playstyle, a little bit better, because it's buffing all their weapons instead of just against certain targets. Perturabo, I think, is a fantastic Primarch with Brutal too. Gilliman, you're not going to avoid him. If he wants to get to combat, he gets to combat. I find that it's been easier to get him to combat than anything else I've ever played. Just getting that fleet when I need it. I think they're very similar in playstyles, except Ultramarines are more adaptable and they have actual combat units. Like almost S tier. Almost S tier.
So what I'll say in the comparison of the two is they're
hit me.
They're very like exactly what their Legion's supposed to be.
Yeah, I love that.
The Iron Warriors do everything that the Ultramarines do, but at a higher strength. But the Ultramarines do everything that they do, but more precise and more
so
adaptive.
I need to tackle what you just said about the higher strength thing. So what you did say is kind of accurate, but there's caveats. Against certain targets and most weapons, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. But if the Iron Warriors had a scissoring unit,
yes,
I think they would be the creme de la creme, no matter the adaptability of the Ultramarine.
So I feel like I'm talking down Iron Warriors all the time. I feel like people overhype them. I really do. So Iron Warriors are really, really, really good at putting down Leviathans and Contemptors. Like, way better than anybody else. And when the game is dominated by those, I think that's all that's in people's minds. It's like, yeah, I lost my Contemptor again because Iron Warriors. Vehicles don't matter because nobody's bringing them. We're only talking about Iron Warriors putting down Contemptors and Leviathans. And the only, in my opinion, the only way that sticks in people's head is they're so dominating as it is. And like, oh, you're not used to, like, when I play against a Leviathan, there's two things I do. I look at my army and I go, I'm playing Iron Warriors, I'm probably going to kill it, no problem. Or I'm not playing Iron Warriors, I'm just going to ignore it.
Sure.
I do believe it's that impactful. Like, Last Cannon is winning them on 3s. Melty Melt is winning them on 3s. Last Cannon's winning on 2s, actually. It is actually a big deal. It buffs the math quite a bit. But let's be clear here. Iron Warriors, the only thing they do is get +1 strength when attacking Dreadnoughts. That's it.
And vehicles.
But vehicles are on the table.
In your meta.
Oh, are you seeing vehicles on the table?
Yes. We see
nice.
a lot of vehicles.
Okay, I'm happy about that. I really like that. I'm happy that's the case.
Yeah,
so Iron Warriors, if you're seeing vehicles on the table, yes, they're even better because they break vehicles really fast. Vehicles, in my opinion, are in a very bad spot. So yes, if you are bringing vehicles, they're already in a rough spot, and Iron Warriors makes it feel bad. So yes, you are definitely right about that. If people are bringing vehicles, Iron Warriors do very well against them. Too well. Yeah. You like your Kratos, but Iron Warriors, everybody kills Kratos so fast.
Kratos are cool.
I love the way they look so much.
They look so good. I think they're a decent bang for the buck. But they just get so expensive so quick. But yeah, in certain hands, they're really gross. Imperial Fist being able to make that entire platform Ballista Skill 5 makes me sick.
Well, technically still good Ultramarines.
Yeah, but you got to do a trick.
No, you don't.
To do, which I'm okay with.
So here's the thing. Let me argue against this. I'm gonna argue down Imperial Fist on this one. All I have to fire a tactical squad or a Rhino or something to make my Kratos plus skill 5. You have to restrict. Imperial Fists have to restrict what weapons are on it. Boom. I can put all Last Cannons and Meltas on mine, make them hit on 2s.
Fair. All right, that's fair.
So what's your thoughts on Ultramarines? Where do you want to put them? Like, we have them in A.
I would say high A.
High A. S. So all we have in A right now is the Irons.
Yep.
And Night Lords.
Twins.
I would put Ultramarines above all of them. There's the argument that Night Lords might be better only because I'm not that. So a skilled player, are they gonna do better with Ultramarines or Night Lords? Probably Night Lords, but I'm not positive on that. You know better than me.
So I'm gonna say top of everybody, but definitely could be tied with Night Lords.
Interesting.
Because I'm just thinking of, and I'm a little biased because my Night Lords are the ones that hunted the Ultramarines. But I'm a little biased because Ultramarines have all these great shooting things, but that doesn't matter for the first 3 rounds if they were fighting against Night Lords.
Yep. Well, I mean, let's be fair. Everybody's going to have to buy... in competitive play, which this game is not, everybody has to have a cognitive signum nearby.
Sure.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. The chances of that, or manipulating the army for the chance that you're going to play Night Lords at an event.
No, here's the problem. This is a whole separate discussion, but cognitive signums are broken. Because it doesn't matter if Night Lords are there. You should spam them all the time. Because the model holding it can tell you to get, I'm not going to shoot, you're going to get +1 ballistic skill. It gives you night vision, which means you can't shroud. Night vision, It needs to get fixed. Night vision should not ignore shrouding.
Yeah, that one's a little weird. As a Night Lords player, I can't endorse that, but
Look at
yeah.
everybody can get night vision out the wazoo.
But yeah, I would say tied for Night Lords,
So,
but definitely the Irons.
Duncan's going to raise a good point. So, did your list always assume that you're playing with Primarchs? I would say no. And when I factor these things in, I think we're always going to be tainted by Primarchs, but I would say no. I think Ultramarines are still very good. So that's actually a good point, though. I think Ultramarines are still very good. So without the Primarchs, Frenchie, do Ultramarines still sit tied with Night Lords? Where do you think?
So, all right, so let's look at Ultramarines special units, right? So they've got a troop that's all AP3, and then they've got
With
Scissorine, who essentially can take on Terminators because they're AP2. They have an invuln. They're 2 wounds. They're even in Artificer armor, to the best of my knowledge.
Yep.
So those are definitely good. The 2 for Night Lords are the Raptors, which the Raptors, it's hard for anything to survive a Raptor hit, that I've learned.
Sure.
If they're right. And then the Terror Assault's just good at shooting. But I think if we were just comparing the units, I'd have to give it to Ultramarines.
I actually agree. I think Ultramarines, I think of like all things equal, Ultramarines, I think Imperial Fists are better. But I think a skilled player will do better with Ultramarines than with Imperial Fists.
Right.
But that's a whole separate discussion. So I'm going to put them at the very top of A tier.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Right. Yep.
We did it. We did the Blue Boys. The Death
now
Guard.
the one that I think's in an S tier.
So this is the one where I don't know if everybody knows how good they are, but maybe they do.
I think a lot of people read over them.
Yeah.
And don't realize how good they are until they play them.
Death Guard are like they're so good. I'm not gonna do it. Like, I'm gonna make my own Death Guard army because it's everything I want. Like, oh god.
The fact that Death Guard can outshoot an Iron Warriors player now, is a little woof.
This is the shootiest of shooty legions if they want to be. Months ago, Luke and I did like a 3,000 point game of Death Guard versus Iron Warriors, and the rule was no special units, no Primarchs, just like generic Marines type things, and then your Legion rules, and it was the exact same army fighting each other.
Yeah, for sure.
But like his was just better in minor ways.
But his got to move.
He's got to move.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we got here for Legion of Astartes Death Guard?
Yep.
So as long as you don't have the cavalry or artillery subtype, you ignore modifiers or restrictions when moving during the move phase.
Yep.
As long as Maul does not run. Blah blah blah.
And they can't turn on
right,
jetpack.
and they ignore the restrictions from pinning.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Essentially, nothing will stop them from moving ever, and they will never count as moving.
So when you pin them, they can keep moving. They just fire snap firing for a turn.
Woo.
Yeah. But they keep moving.
Yep. It's so good because let's dive into that for a little bit. So now you have heavy weapons teams are obviously the first to go to. They can walk and fire.
Well, we haven't got to that part yet. So the next line is you can move and count stationary all the time. Carry on.
So yeah, heavy weapons immediately are the go-to. But now you also have tacticals who can always Fury the Legion because they don't count as moving.
You think that was intended?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you read how they fight, they're just a nonstop wall of walking forward. Can I hold the line with a unit that is fearless because of the morale roll?
Yes. You automatically pass the check. You automatically pass it.
But yeah, I think this ability just triggers so many things in the army that you don't even think about until you actually play it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly accurate, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They just the nonstop come at you.
Yeah.
So their advanced reaction, I called it the right thing.
Yep.
It's a shooting phase reaction. They gain a fort, feel no pain. and automatically pass the morale or printing checks. They have to take that turn or that phase.
Mm-hmm.
And then once the shooting attack has been entirely resolved, that you may make a move of up to 7 inches. Wow!
The fact that it's all 3 of those is so good. Yeah.
Okay. Like, so I think the best reactions are the charging your opponent's turn, but anything with a move is strong. This gives you defensibility. Save you from morale and pinning. Like the pinning was the big one. Not really for them, I guess. And the 7-inch move. I'm not saying that's broken, but that's one of my favorites now.
Yeah, but that's the thing. So this is a reaction that your opponent has it, and you're going to remember the first part. You're going to remember, okay, they get the feel no pain bubble. But then the movement 7 in any direction is going to make you regret your decision to shoot them. Because if you fired at like one of their billions of squads that has flamers, and you just allowed them to get 7 inches closer, you done messed up, kid.
We don't have to go any farther. We're just without reading any more in Death Guard, you can go make lists. I'm like, oh, I can see how to use S tier.
For sure.
Like on the table on that side of the room, I have a squad of 10 multi-meltas for Death Guard. What else? I have 30 heavy support marines over there for Death Guard. Volkite 1, multi-melta 1. I can't remember what the third one is. Because like there's some moving rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Like it's just ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
A reaction that's gonna okay, they've encircled my multi-melta squad. They're gonna start putting them down. Okay, the first squad shoots. All right, they have a 4 feel no pain, and now they're at a line sight over there.
Yep.
Don't worry. Next turn, I can walk back out of line sight and shoot you because I'm a Death Guard.
Yep. Or, oh man, I didn't have enough movement to get close enough. Let's hope I get shot at.
It's turn 5. I'm gonna lose that objective. Oh, he shot at me. It's my objective.
Yeah. And we haven't even gotten to the Rite of Wars
Right.
or the units, but those are both so solid in this army too that it's a no-brainer.
Right. All right, hit me up with the Rite of Wars. Anything worth talking about?
Yeah. So the Reaping, number 1, vets are troop choices, and vets are fantastic.
Yeah.
Heavy weapons are troop choices that are non-compulsory.
You can literally have 7 heavy support squads if you want to.
Yeah. Yeah.
It'd be expensive.
And then on top of that, you can give rad grenades to any sergeant.
Yeah.
Do you know how devastating rad grenades are when a tactical charges a tactical?
Yes. Right. Like that is huge.
Yeah. Oh, but in return, you can't run.
Okay.
Which run anyway.
Sure. If I'm constantly grinding at U7, I almost never want to run anyway, just stay within like the terrifying theme.
Yeah. So that one's good if you want to be really offensive. Now, let's say you wanted to be really defensive, right?
Mm.
So the Creeping Death, you automatically pass all dangerous terrain tests because if you don't know, in this edition, dangerous terrain tests got so much more lethal.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Because you don't get a save. It's just you roll a 1, gone.
Yeah.
So they automatically pass that. Huge. They get 6 up shrouded when in their deployment zone.
Cool.
And their deployment zone counts as difficult and dangerous. So if it's a mission where you have to get there, like Shatter Strike, that sucks.
Yeah.
And then any jungle woods, ruins, or craters, they're going to turn into dangerous terrain as well. So they're just going to kill you while you're walking across the field. And then on top of that, Grave Wardens can be troops. Like
solid Rites of War. Solid.
So
happy to play either one of those. Though
Absolutely.
I did play against Creeping Death once when I was playing Eschaton Imperative.
Mm-hmm.
So he ended up buffs to my army.
So. Sure. Okay.
But that's
a very small.
Yeah. We got a bunch of flamer type weapons for equipment. They're all the pistol flamer, combi flamer. So they're strength 3 to 6, but they're all fleshbane with gets hot,
which is
huge.
Exactly what they do. Yep. But they're also free.
So I'm torn on the flamer type weapons in this game because I really want to love them, and we'll get into more detail on this when we get to salamanders. It's just that they are good, but the withdrawal reaction really neuters them.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
But either way, Fleshbane templates.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't care whether it gets hot because armor saves, right?
Yeah. So toxin bombs are one. I'm glad they changed what they were in the before this book was released because they were too powerful. But this is interesting because on a so whenever they get charged, you roll a d6 for each model in that charge, and on a 1, they just take a wound with no armor save, no cover, and no damage mitigation allowed. So against smaller stuff like power armor, it's a couple extra kills.
Yeah.
Protect. So.
Well, yeah.
And then you have the power scythe, which now is free if you can take a power weapon instead of a power fist, which is a huge upgrade, and is still going to be one of my favorite Legion specific weapons because now you have a regular Marine is strength 6 at AP 3 with Reaping Blow and Rending 6.
So Reaping Blow is if you played the game, if you played the rules correctly in first edition, Reaping Blow was useless, but nobody knew how to do it anyway, so it didn't matter. You already know, right? Yeah, it helps a little bit with this one because when you charge, you can make contact with more than one model.
Mm-hmm.
But whenever this unit, a unit with power size gets charged, your opponent should know, and I think it's good sportsmanship to tell them just base one model at a time to mitigate that Reaping Blow.
Right, or challenge me.
Or challenge,
because
yeah. But plus 2 strength AP3 with rending, I like this weapon.
For free.
Why not? Why not? We love these guys.
Love it. The Pale King himself.
Yeah, I hate this guy. I hate him because I love him. He's a good Primarch.
Yeah, so stat wise, he's weapon skill 7, which is a running trend. But he's strength, toughness, and wound 7.
Yes.
Because it's almost like it's his number. Hilariously, he's only 6 attacks. I feel like he could have been 7 and it wouldn't have been that big of a deal.
But I think they're like mostly 6. I think they're like all 6.
Yeah, they are.
He's as bulky as Fulgrim. I want to point that out.
Yeah. He's also one of the few Primarchs that has It Will Not Die 4 instead of 5 or 6. Yeah, I think they're all 5, right? Yeah.
Correct.
But he also has Fear 2 as opposed to regular Primarchs that only Fear 1.
Awesome.
Which is great. Adamantite Will is always good. Psychers. There's now more Psychers than there was in first edition, so he'll get more use out of that.
Sure.
But his Sire ability is great. I mean, ignores all penalties of leadership caused by fear or cell shock. And when they're in combat, they suffer no leadership loss to casualties.
Yeah,
that's huge. It's essentially stubborn.
Yeah, we haven't got to the best parts of him yet.
Yeah. So yeah, that's solid. He's a 2-up, 4-up, which you can never complain about.
But he's only a 2-up, 4-up.
Only a 2-up, 4-up, sure.
No rerolls, no 3-ups. He's the worst save characteristic of a Primarch.
Not really.
Yeah, that's as bad as it gets.
Oh, that's as bad as it gets, yeah.
Yeah.
But he's also toughness 7, is where most of them are 6.
True.
So
6, 7 doesn't matter. Power Fist wound him on 3s.
That's true. Yeah. Let's see. I don't remember Shadow of the Reaper.
That's the teleporting thing, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, he redeploys, and so in the shooting phase, instead of shooting, he redeploys.
Yeah, up to 10 inches. So cool. Yep.
He gets assassination type charges. That's so good.
Yeah.
But I mean, he does have 7 Phospec bombs that he can't throw instead of that.
Okay.
And then like under the Reaping, like the Death Guard want Phosphecs everywhere. They ignore it. They walk right through it like it's not there.
Right.
Yeah. No, Mortarion. When we get to ranking the Primarchs, he's going to be in the top half.
Yeah, and he's going to be in the top half because of the next one. Preternatural Resistance. Poison, Rending, Fleshbane only affect him on a 6.
Johnson can't fight this Primarch.
Yeah.
The lion cannot fight him.
Yeah. Because he only wounds him on a 6. Because his only weapon is flashbang.
Only weapon he's ever going to take.
Yeah, exactly. That's fair.
The wolfplate's terrible.
That's amazing. And then silence, his scythe, is one of my favorite weapons in the game because of its rules. So he's going to swing it at strength 8. So now we're double toughing Marines at AP2 with instant death. So he's double toughing anyway.
Why not?
Sunder and reaping blow 2.
Yeah.
So it's so good.
Yeah.
And hilariously, I love the lantern, even though shooting for Primarchs is silly and dumb. But he has a shot that'll double tough a Terminator, which just makes me laugh.
Okay, so solid Primarch for defensive and offensive abilities for sure, but the Shadow of the Reaper just pushes him over the line.
Absolutely.
That's the ability we're going to talk about when we start talking about where these Primarchs rank up.
Yeah.
It's a redeploy 10 inches.
Yeah, it's 10 inches. Yep.
So you move. You basically have a 17-inch move that can teleport or fly through things, and go do what you got to deal with. You can't bring his bodyguard, but he shouldn't be able to.
Well, but that's the thing. So he can't bring his bodyguard. Okay. He has Reaping Blow 2. Doesn't necessarily want them there. He wants to be surrounded.
Yeah.
The only thing you could do to make him better is if he had a rampage.
If he had hit and run, this would be my favorite Primarch.
Sure. Absolutely.
Because he would like that's the old Korak style of fighting back in the first edition.
Yep. Hit, smash, dip out. Yep.
Where do you sit in the Death Shroud?
Death Shroud. You mean like the Terminators?
Yeah.
So initially, here's my initial thoughts with them. They're 70 points apiece, which is salty.
They're so
until
expensive.
you realize that they're 3 wounds apiece, which is like
They're toughness 3 wounds apiece.
So you take a Praetor outside of Terminator armor, he's leading your army with the same stats. He's got.
I don't want a squad of Praetors that are going to get shot to death by last cannons, and missile launchers are a liability. They're so expensive.
Do you know how cool these models are?
I agree. That's actually the hardest part.
Yes. But they're also they also require strength 10 to be double toughed, which is also huge. And they're stubborn.
Oh, the battle hardened one. Okay, that helps a little bit.
And chosen warriors.
So last cannons are going to dump them. Chosen warriors is nice. I just think they're too expensive to be. I'd rather spend those points on more multi-multis. That's my thing. Like they're just too expensive to be viable. I think. 70 points a model.
In an army that has 2 types of Terminators, I definitely think they're the lesser.
Yeah, exactly.
But so cool. And when they do get to shine, they're really aggressive.
Wait, Battle Hardened 1 just reduces the strength of the weapon, right?
No, it requires 1 more strength to double tough. So they need strength.
How it's written?
What's that?
Is that how it's written?
I think so. Please hold.
Yeah, race you. I thought strength 9 could still double tap them, but I'm happy to be wrong here.
Why would it be in this book? Why would it be?
It's in the Space Marine book. My favorite part of Horus Heresy 2nd edition is the time you spend figuring out which book you need to look at things up in.
Yeah, it's the worst. Bless the person who came up with the Omni Codex. Okay, Battle Hardened. For
Not in this
purposes
book.
of, it's in the core book.
I was just in the...
Well, for the purposes of whether or not attacks of a strength twice the target's toughness value inflict. Yeah, so for strengths for the purposes of whether or not in a strength. This is so horribly written. Jesus Christ. Strength twice the toughness value inflicts instant death. The toughness is...
What page?
Jesus Christ. 233. Yeah, the model's toughness is increased by 1. So it's not -1 strength. It treats it as toughness 5 for being double top.
Okay, so last cans can't instantly kill them.
Correct.
So not a lot of things will, but
Right.
70 points a model.
Sure.
You're looking. I think you are looking at that as points per wound or whatever. I'm looking at it as points per attack. It's just 3 attacks.
It is.
Yeah.
But what are you paying for a regular Terminator? 45 points?
No. For with a Thunderhammer, maybe.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think they're a little expensive, but if I was going to pay 70 points for a 3 wound model, I love the fact that it has battle harder.
To track again, so Capon asked Steve, what are your thoughts on Terminators that don't have AP2? I think Lightning Claw Terminators are some of the best Terminator options you can take, other than Thunderhammers, obviously. Lightning Claws, I think, are bananas amazing. That being said, I have 2 squads of Dark Angels Terminators right here, with 2 power mauls per squad. I think they have significant value.
Now, just to piggyback on that comment, this is not a squad that I would send to kill someone else's Terminators.
No.
Because the reaping is not that, or the rending is not that reliable.
This is not a squad. This squad is, I don't know. This is not a squad that I would ever spend points on other than narratively.
That's fair.
I think the models are like they're some of them best in the entire line. These and the the Phoenix Terminators.
Yeah. Aesthetic wise, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get to the big, amazing Terminators.
Grave Wardens.
So just to looking at points, their stats are literally just the regular, but it's only 25 more points than a Cataphracti squad.
Yep. So a little slightly more expensive, but what are you getting?
You get a Power Fist for free instead of a power weapon. And you get a grenade launcher and the cloud projector, as well as Shrouded 6-up.
Yep.
And Stubborn.
And Fire and Protocol, too. For both weapons.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So, I mean, equipment's pretty much the same. They can take the Fleshbane Flamer, but meh. The grenade launcher is great. So they can all shoot 2 strength 6 shots, which is solid.
18 inch range, but still solid.
Right. Still solid. Or they can do Assault 4, Poison 3, ignores cover shot.
I think that shot is actually mathematically better in most situations.
Absolutely. 100%.
No, I think almost in every situation.
Yeah, I can't think of a time that I would ever shoot the 6 unless it was a vehicle.
Yeah.
And then you have the Death Cloud, which the Death Cloud should come with a star near it, a caveat, because this looks okay until you remember that Cataphracti can now Overwatch.
Yeah.
And then now that's super good. So if you are dumb enough to charge me, it's Poison 3.
This squad really pales the other one. Like it's such a good squad.
It does. Yep. And every time they're charged, you're disordered automatically.
Why is that? Oh, because
Solid in death.
Yeah. So just a good squad. Just they're not unique, right? You can have more than one of them. Like why take regular Terminators when you can take these? Unless you want Lightning Claw Terminators.
Now, if you enjoy this squad already, which it sounds like you do, let me amp it up a little more.
Yeah, do it.
Let's say you take their boss on the field. Now all of this Poison 3 becomes Poison 2.
Yeah.
And now it's a whole different game. Because
start doing the math on these things and
Yeah. And if we take a brief moment to take a step back, if you take Creeping Death, these are non-compulsory troops.
So Death Guard really like to put the mauls you want to use in the slots you want to use them.
Yep.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
the
it's
only
right.
way
That's right. It is rerollable 2+ poison too.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
how you? I every time somebody's like, "Oh, yeah, and it's rerollable," I'm like, "You rolled 1/1. I forgot. And you get to reroll it every time. I forget it every time. I'm like,
Yeah, let me
yes,
get that real
only
quick.
27 wounds.
Yeah. So I do want to touch on Typhus a little bit because he was actually our
Well, no. We're playing Horus Heresy. We're talking Horus Heresy.
Typhon.
Yeah,
My
I don't
bad.
want you talking 40k right now. We'll do that in other videos.
So
But this is about Horus Heresy.
as a guy who loves Typhon, I'm so sorry.
Those of you who
but-
don't know, this is the guy that basically changed his name to Typhus.
Yeah. So he actually made our number 5 on our list of top 5 first captains.
Okay.
So
Really?
some sneaky stuff that he does. So do you want to go through it and then I'll walk you through it, or how
Yeah.
do you want to go through them?
How do you want to handle it? You tell me.
All right, we'll just go through them.
Yeah. If he's one of the top 5 captains, let's talk about him.
Yeah. So basic stats, he's got Praetor stats. Love it.
Yep.
No downsides there. He is stubborn, and he has the same Shrouded in Death. So if he isn't with Grave Wardens, you're now
Just as
disorderly protecting a squad. Fire Protocol 2, Shrouded 6+, which is also great because does Shrouded confer? I think Shrouded confers, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. So just a nice little added, hoopla. His Warlord trait is he increases all poison by 1, which is great.
On the
And
table,
reroll
right? Not the. It's all poison on the table, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Oh no, within 6 of Typhon. Never mind.
Within 6, yeah.
Okay.
And he gives you a movement reaction. We love him for that. But then his blade is an AP2 scythe. Still has Reaping Blow. Still +2 strength, but now it's Fleshbane.
Yep.
Because Overkill is
Why not?
the moneymaker. He has Death Cloud, which does not say that it's already affected by his own rule. So this is also poison 2+. He's got Shrouded in Death, and then he's a Psyker. So, granted, he can only do the Psyker part when Mortarion isn't on the table, I believe, still.
Mortarion's not allowed to know.
Yeah. But this gives him +1 weapon skill and D3 attacks in the assault phase.
Weapon skill 7, D3 more attacks.
Yeah. And then the actual ability itself, the actual weapon part of it is not bad, but it's not the focus. I don't think it's the bread and the butter. So here's why he became a 5 for us, right? So let's say he casts the spell, which he doesn't have any minuses to do it. He's not doing it on like weapon or leadership 7 or anything like that, which is great. So on the charge, he's potentially 8 attacks. Okay.
Yep.
His weapon is strength 6, and he has rad grenades. So now he's 8 attacks of double toughing at AP2 at initiative. And if he's in base contact with somebody, he's 9 attack. Or with two models,
he's going to neuter any kind of dreadnought he fights as well, even with the squad.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
for
he's
sure.
really defensive. So you have to use the spell to make him super gross, but he's still not bad.
Whatever, yeah.
If you
So
use the spell.
I can definitely see him in top 5. You put him as number 5. Who was number 4? I know what numbers 1, 2, and 3 are.
Number 4 is Karn.
Oh, yeah. That makes
Because
sense.
of so many AP2 hits. Yeah.
I'm going to assume. Let me hit the order.
Okay.
Sigismund, Sevatar, Corswain.
Close. Sigismund, Corswain, because he has a 3-up invuln, and then Sevatar.
Okay, I'm okay with that. I was trying to be generous. Yeah, all right. Sevatar's not better.
I want Sevatar to be number 2, but it's really
Okay.
hard to beat up a 3-up invuln.
More
when
importantly,
the Primarchs don't even have that.
More importantly, real quick, we're not gonna spend a lot of time on this. We'll spend 5 seconds. Like that's on the table, but like in the lore, it's Corswain, Sevatar, Sigismund. I mean,
Sevatar.
Corswain impaled the Primarch.
So,
Has Sevatar ever impaled a Primarch?
has Corsebane ever popped the head of a navigator for abusing a girl?
So, a navigator, just kind of a
Doesn't matter.
nerdy dude. Like Matthew could be a navigator, but
Okay.
a Primarch.
All right. But if we're going to look at the whole picture, we need to look at who's doing what on a daily order. So Corswain is talking to a bunch of knights who respect him.
Right.
And Sevatar
But
has to
on
talk
a
to bunch of
daily,
criminals.
course, when you go and see this sword, I put it through a Primarch.
You know he's telling
Have any of you ever seen Primarch blood?
So, all right. I'll give you evenly matched.
Well. We had some hate speech. I have to really quickly moderate that.
Yep. Who's this? Oh, good call. I didn't even get a chance to read it and I love it.
He said
That's
something
all
negative about my boy Corswain.
We just delete that around here.
We're not putting up with that. Remen.
You know that's called censorship, right?
Yeah, I censor any hate speech towards Corswain. Anything else I'm okay with.
All right, so I don't really think we need to talk about it anymore.
Todd.
But Death Guarders definitely.
I'm putting the moderator in timeout.
Bye, Todd.
All right, sure. We're gonna focus. Okay, so Death Guard. S tier.
S tier.
You can't even argue out of that. Like they're so good. Now
So good.
what's the order of these guys? In S tier we have the Fists, the Dangels, Death Guard, and Emperor's Children. Where do they belong?
Okay, so they're definitely better than the Emperor's Children because they
Yeah.
don't have it inside.
Yeah.
I personally think they're above Dangles.
I didn't want you to say that. I thought if you said it, I'd believe you. I think you might be right, but I don't want you to be right.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, there's no downside other than one unit being slightly too expensive.
Yeah.
But the rest of the rules makes up for it. Like the advanced reaction for the Death Guard is leaps and bounds above what it is for Dark Angels.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
So,
now you have to put your biases aside.
sure.
They're not better than Imperial Fists.
I don't think so.
I know.
I want them to be.
I know.
But the Imperial Fists do too many things too well to ever get dethroned.
So I do want to point out, even though for Luca at Mini Wargaming, his main is like his Space Wolves, but he plays Death Guard more than anything else. In S tier, for Mini Wargaming purposes, we have Imperial Fist Josh, Death Guard Luca, and Dark Angel Steve. Go figure.
Say it one more time.
So in S tier, first, second, and third most powerful legions in the game are the mains of Josh, Luca, and myself.
Surprise, surprise. Bunch of power gamers.
Yeah.
Go to a narrative event, you heathens.
Okay, well,
I would give you more crap about that if I knew that you guys didn't actually love all of those legions, but
I know.
you guys love those legions.
I know.
So, okay, so so next is
The Suns.
my beloved sons.
Just in case, because he didn't reply or even like insult me at all, I want Riemann Cyrodiil to know I'm just messing around with you. Bro, you're good? I'm just joking around. All right, Thousand Suns. Recapping them, we have them in B tier.
Okay.
I can't see my phone right now. Okay, I don't even know. So my next legion is the White Scars.
Yeah.
But I mentally went back and forth a lot whether it was White Scars or Thousand Suns. I finally landed on White Scars because I've seen Thousand Suns numerous times come in. White Scars just don't come in ever. So that's why. That being said, I don't remember. Oh, good going, Cyril. I don't remember any of the Thousand Sun rules at all. Nothing sticks in my head. Nothing is memorable about them. They're very. I'm not saying they're bad. I just don't remember. I read them in great detail and made a bunch of lists. I don't remember any of it, other than Pyromancy. But that's not a Thousand Suns issue. But
yeah. Well, they're my primary legion, so I'll gladly walk you through them.
Hit me.
And you can share in my pain,
Yeah.
unfortunately. I will sum these up because all of the Thousand Sons Legion of Astartes stuff is pretty horribly written. It's very confusing and it argues with each other depending on the page. So essentially, if you are infantry or cavalry, you get a cult arcana, which essentially means you get a special ability depending on what cult you are, kind of like your hex.
I kind of remember them being not that interesting, but carry on.
Right. Some of them are great. Some of them are okay. But the big downside is you need to do a psychic test to turn it on. And you can fail and you can take perils of the war just trying to turn it on.
Yeah.
I think we'll get into them, but I think that's the biggest thing that needs to change.
But
don't think I should have to pop my own head.
Does the Legion not have an innate what's the defensive for it? Adamantium will?
No.
Okay.
No, Magnus gives it to us, but
okay.
So it's cool. I like the fact that you can still pick the cults. You can, change the flavor a lot, all of that. Hate the fact that you can kill models just to turn it on. No one else has to do that in the game. So I don't really think it's fair that we have to. The advanced reaction is kind of cool, but it's not as good as it sounds on paper.
Yeah, I agree. I remember this now.
Yeah, so if you shoot at me, I get a 3-up invuln if I pass a psychic test. If I fail, I still get a 5-up, and you and I both suffer perils of the war. But, meh. The things that I really care about already have an invuln. So,
yeah,
it's good for, saving a tactical squad or a tank.
Well, what it does do, I see this as a reaction for Dreadnought who can't shroud. Or evade, sorry.
Sure. Yeah.
But right. It's a forgettable advanced reaction.
Yeah. So I'll just quickly run through the 5 different cults that you can pick as part of the cult arcana. So Raptora is the one that everyone was taking last time. So it changed. If you end your movement within 12 inches of a model, you can take a psychic test to increase your invuln by 1 to a max of 4. Making Tartaros good, but not against shooting. Really only against
Tartaros are already good.
Yeah. Pyre is the unit gets Hammer of Wrath 2 that has the fire subtype word. It's cool. But it's not worth a chance of me losing 3 Assault Marines to
this is your Legion special rule, essentially. I mean, it's not, but essentially. Not wow me.
Pavoni is probably the most used one. So it gives you +3 movement only in the movement phase, and you ignore difficult terrain. If this was +3 movement period and it gave us the +1 to charge,
right,
this would be so much better.
Yeah, I agree to that.
Cordovet is interesting. So Cordovet is essentially your first hit is always a precision shot.
I really like that on Dreadnoughts and the Last Cannons.
Absolutely, and it's great. Is it worth potentially sacrificing 3 models in the unit just to do it? No. Athenaean is probably
disagree.
the one.
Hold on, I have to push. No, I have to disagree with you on that one. That one is. I will. Taking out your apothecaries, your tech marines, your special characters. There's so many characters do a lot. That is absolutely worth losing. I will kill automatically D3 models a turn without the save to put my first hit on that whatever.
Okay,
absolutely would. I would. That one I think is actually not given enough respect. That one I think is arguably too good.
Yeah, and I will agree with you that one is my personal favorite because of the shenanigans you can pull. But so Athenaean's an interesting one. Essentially, anytime the unit were to cause someone to make a pinning test, you can cause them to be -1 leadership when making that pinning test. So if they had rotor cannons or they took telepathy, something like that, that's where that shines. But
I need to address some smush in the comments real quick. I would gladly kill 3 plebs to kill that Praetor. Absolutely all day long. And yeah, it's okay to last scan swap, but like this one shines on dreadnoughts. Like dreadnought's already an amazing thing, but this really makes a dreadnought damn good.
Dreadnoughts can't take this rule, by the way.
Corvidae? Yes, they can.
No, only the named one.
No, the not the named one, the Psyker one.
Yeah, the Siren.
Yeah,
Sure.
that one. Yeah.
We'll get into him. But
Okay.
yes, you can do it with him.
Hit my mic.
So Rights of War are interesting. So Guard of the Crimson King kind of took a slight turn. But it's very cool. I still dig it. I think very Thousand Suns.
Yeah.
So essentially pick 6 units, they now get deep strike, and when they deep strike, they gain fear 1. Which is great considering everyone's gonna make a
that is now we can't just gloss over this. There is a similar there's a Rite of War that does something like this for the Imperial Fists that we say this is one of the things that push them to S tier. We can't just gloss over that. They may not have the same squads the Imperial Fist can make use of, but there are command squads, there are veteran squads. This is one of those Rights of War that can be oppressively overpowered. Not all the time, but I mean, if done well and you don't roll a 1 for your disorder thing, it can end the game on turn 2.
Yeah, and especially considering now they could jump down, they could pin you at -1 leadership, and then they could charge you.
Yeah.
Makes these very good.
Yeah.
And then the other one has the potential to be good, but it focuses around the psychic robots. But unfortunately, the psychic robots aren't that great, and we'll get into.
They're actually quite terrible.
Yeah. But just to mention it, you can take them as troops. You just have to take a minimum squad of 2. You can cast through them. So you can cast a spell as them being the caster if they're within 12 inches. But they also gain line, which is kind of cool, when they're within 6 inches of another psyker.
Okay, not terrible. I just find that, I guess maybe to be fair, comparing them to a Contemptor is where the big problem is. They're not that much cheaper than a Contemptor for, like, they're so frail in comparison.
Right. And then on top of that, the downside that I don't like is you also have to take Tech Marine and a Praevian. So there's a pretty big tax just to take this.
Tabe, life's not fair. Another War Games.
All right. Ready to move on to weapons?
Yeah. Aspect shells seem to have got neutered.
So aspect shells, they're exactly like they used to be.
They had reduced range as well before?
Yeah, reduced
range.
range.
They did, okay.
But shred. And a whole whopping 1 point to upgrade a bolter. So there's been a lot of conversation about the Aether Fire plasma. I personally think it's hot dog water.
Why?
Because you give up breaching 4 for rending 6. And the only thing that you get is you go from strength 6 or up to potentially strength 8. Achaean Force means you take a psychic test. If you pass, you get +2 strength.
Yeah, but you don't like that?
Would you rather take this or would you rather take a plasma gun? I would rather have a 50-50 chance of doing an AP2 wound than a 1 in 6.
Well, so the way I would look at it is like this is I'm actually annoyed that I'm going to make this argument. No, I'm genuinely annoyed. This is how I keep thinking about things, but it is kind of how the game kind of sits.
Right.
The plasma guns still need a 6. A 5, 2, and a dreadnought, Leviathan in particular, whereas this will wound it on a 4. And then a 6 will ignore the what's that?
They're breaching 4.
Yeah, but breaching you have to still make your wound roll.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're slightly less good at killing Marines, but a lot better at killing dreadnoughts. Still not going to kill the dreadnought, and better against vehicles. Can you mask the Aetherfire pistols? Can you put like 2 pistols on a squad like the Angel's Tears or anything like that?
No.
Because if you get a whole squad of double pistols or these Aetherfire ones, like I take them all day long.
But like a regular plasma gun squad, you take them from being anti-infantry to light tank.
Yeah.
And that's
Well, any
I've
tank
got
really. Any tank really.
Now, one hilarious thing that I'll point out, which shouldn't matter if you're going to Horus Heresy events, because you're a traitor, so you're most likely going to only be fighting loyalists. But in the off chance that you ever fight a corrupted army or a word bearer,
Right.
there's one thing that Aetherfire has, and that's it also has the force keyword, which means it's instant death to corrupted models.
That's cool.
It's funny.
Yeah, so Teapot brought up the straight 7 versus toughness 7 contemptors. Yeah, so I think contemptors die to everything. So contemptors aren't an issue. Like, they'll die. They're efficient, they'll die. It's Leviathans are either you have the ability to put them down or you just ignore them for the entire game. So I do my math on guns against Leviathans.
Okay, so to continue with what you were saying with Leviathans, a plasma gun on a 5-up is giving a Leviathan a 5-up save, right?
No. Oh, yes.
Yeah. So one of these, it does wounded on a 4, but they get a 2-up save unless I roll a 6.
Yeah, so you're gonna get a third more wounds, but on top of that, a third more become 2-up saves instead of 5-up. Yeah.
There's just really no scenario that I can see the Aetherfire ever being better than a plasma.
Well, I think the damning the worst part about it is, which we've seen a lot in this, is it's the reduced range.
The range is the same.
No, a plasma pistol will be 12, 24, 36.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, these are all down by 6 inches. Well, 2 for the pistol, but
2 for the pistol, but yeah.
Yeah, okay, you're right. You're right. Running 6 isn't enough.
So the force weapons I dig, because originally we were given regular force weapons and that wasn't good. But this is Aether Force, which is +2 strength with a leadership test.
Wait a second.
Now,
I just want to. Sorry, I lost focus. I just did real quick math in my head. Against the Terminator squad, this gun's better. Not that it's a case for it. So they're gonna have a 4-up invuln against 6 to wound, a 2-up armor save against the rest, but it'll double them out. Whereas plasma guns, you can have to do 2 wounds per. That's not an argument. I was just doing quick math. That's not an argument for this gun, but it has that use. But anyways, I wouldn't bring the squad to hunt cataphractic Terminators.
Right, because the only time you're going to get to use that double tough rule is if you roll a 6 or they roll a 1, and that's not worth it to me.
Oh, that's 33. No, well, that's not nothing. Terminators die. Bolt guns turn on Terminators. Bolt guns turn on Terminators. This is like bolt guns, only it'll double them out.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, the best way to kill Terminators is with a bolt gun, not a last cannon, in my opinion. So.
But you can lose 3 guys making it strength 8. That's a good point, Pat.
So actually, you can't.
You can't? Okay.
So Aetherfire doesn't allow you to blow up your own head. That's the one beauty of it. If it were that, 100% agree. But yeah, you don't have to take a perils test when you fail Aether Force.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
But Tyrion, what were you saying?
So Achaean Force weapons is a Force Axe, a Force Sword, and a Force Maul that essentially, with a quick psychic test, you can make +2 strength.
I like these.
So they're cool.
What's the best one?
The one I use the most is the Axe.
I think it's the Maul.
So just looking at this, I would agree. The Maul is the best one because now your strength 8 at AP3. Don't get me wrong. Love it.
Yeah.
I'll make my case for the Axe later, and I know you're going to hate it, but we'll get into that when we get to a unit. But these are really weird because A, they're free, and B, you can't give it to your Praetor. You can't give it to any independent character. For some reason, they added that little caveat.
Why?
Don't know. A model with the independent character rule may not select this option.
Why?
So there's like 2 or 3 things that just don't make sense with if you go rules by written with the Thousand Sons. This is one. Another is the minor arcana that we talked about, the Legion Warlord trait. If you kill my sergeant, I can't do that anymore.
Yeah, but I mean, Yeah, snipers are a big thing, but they're usually better things to target. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Right, but let's say I lose a challenge. Okay, that squad can no longer use my Legion Astartes.
Well, any chance that they're all like chosen warrior on your like? Nah, you're right. I don't know. You're right. No, I got nothing. I can argue that one.
Yeah. All right. So let's get into Big Red.
Wow, is he expensive?
He is. He's the most expensive outside of Ascended Horus.
Yeah.
His stats are good. They're just what everybody else's is. He has Deep Strike built in. He has Adamantite Will 3, Shrouded 5.
Nice.
Love all of it. Now, his Sire ability suits 1,000 Suns so well. Number one, it gives every 1,000 Suns Adamantite Will 6 up. Huge. Also, anytime you do perils, it's not a D3, it's just 1 wound.
Awesome.
That's great.
Awesome.
For an army that blows its own head up all the time. It's great. We're going to skip Arch Sorcerer for now. I'll come back to it.
Fair.
Eye of the Crimson King. Whenever he's using a psychic spell, all models are within range or within line of sight. Huge.
Yep.
His armor is...
hold on. If the psychic powers were better.
If the psychic powers were better. Sure. Exactly. Or if they had like a devastating thing that you would have hid in cover for.
Yeah.
So he's got a 2-up, 4-up, and anytime he gets hit with a destroyer weapon, you reduce the amount of wounds by 1. Steve, do you know how many destroyer weapons are in the game anymore?
There are a bunch in the book that is terrible.
There you go. And is it readily available anymore?
No, there's so many restrictions that no, it's just no, not a thing. Effectively out of the game, I think, actually.
I would completely agree. So it's cool that it's still there because that was kind of his thing, was that he could fight Titans and stuff and not get blown to bits.
Sure.
But so his weapon is Strength 6, AP 1, Force, and 2-handed.
Force is good.
So Force is good. So now he's Strength 12, AP 1 at initiative.
He wounds almost every other Primarch on a 2.
Yep.
But everybody wounds almost every other Primarch on a 2.
Exactly. Primarchs are great at killing other Primarchs. And then his gun is just hilarious because it can go up to Strength 6.
No, he doesn't have a gun.
Flag rate.
He doesn't have a gun.
He does.
No, he doesn't have a gun.
What do you mean?
Have you read all his rules? He doesn't have a gun. He can't do psychic thingies and fire his gun.
Oh well, yeah. He's never going to shoot this gun.
He doesn't have a gun.
You're not wrong. All right. So
meanwhile, Dorn's armor. That's right.
What?
Just Dorn's armor can't win him on better than 4.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter that I'm twice your toughness. Force.
Force. So Arch Sorcerer is real dumb.
Finger guns.
So he has all of the core psychic disciplines.
Cool.
Which is cool. When he's making a shooting attack or attacking during an assault, he can choose any of the psychic weapons from any discipline, no matter which spell he cast from that turn.
Yep.
Now, before continuing on, there's nothing that says you can't do that with someone who has more than 2 schools of magic already. So Ahriman can do that.
Yeah.
Because Ahriman has 2 schools. He can switch. So there's nothing saying that he can't, so this ability is null and void. And then to continue, he can take any one of the minor arcanas, the Legion Astartes things, and he can use them for free.
Yep.
Now, with that being said, there's only like 2 that are actually worthwhile for him, giving him +3 movement and Court of A.
Yeah.
So, bye, Todd. So I personally think Arch Sorcerer just needs to be completely rewritten. I think the easy fix would be that when casting spells, he is firing protocol like 2 or 3.
Yeah, I can see this is another one of the legions, especially him, is where it's like, oh, I see other iterations of rules here that are like being refined or whatever. Like, oh, this didn't get deleted. This is still here. It's from a different thing. Yeah, I can see it.
Exactly. Yep.
But I mean,
So
can he not effectively permanently pin something
yeah.
with like telepathic hallucinations? You got a squad on an objective scoring points, but they're in line of sight, but they're within 36. It's just like I'll do that. Thingy, another pinned. Now they're not scoring. You don't want to charge my squad with your terrifying squad. Well, unless you're immune to pinning, I'm just going to pin you on Overwatch instead. Like, he's got use, but not a lot of good use.
But he's got a use that I can do with any other psyker.
Yeah, but he does it better, right? Doesn't he?
He doesn't do anything better than another psyker.
Wait, seriously?
Seriously. Other than the line of sight thing, he doesn't have any benefits to casting spells. He just knows all of them.
Oh.
Yep.
Wait a minute.
That's why it's so disappointing.
But he's 520 points.
He is 520 points. And Aramin will walk circles around him every day of the week.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to...
So one thing that I forgot earlier, that if you're not familiar with Thousand Suns, and the reason why I don't put a lot of stock in taking psychers, or him being a psyker, is because for 15 points, I think it is, I can make any independent character a psyker.
Yeah, so but with pyromancy, I want everybody a psyker.
That's fine. Bring 4 or 3 HQs and give them all pyromancy. You can do it. 15 points apiece. So let's get into my beautiful babies that are not nearly as good.
Yeah, they're expensive.
So Sekhmet are 50 points more than their exact clone in a regular Legion army, but they're weapon skill 5. And they're +1 leadership, I think.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm not supposed to detract from what we're talking about, but Tabe, you can't be serious. Like, we're talking about Thousand Suns right now, and we'll place them in a second, but Salamanders and Raven Guard, they're both fantastic legions. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
When we get to them, or if you're not going to be able to say the whole time, type out why, and things I'll address when we get to them.
Yeah. We'll deal with you later.
Yeah, we'll deal with you in a minute, Tabe. Yeah, Sekhmet. Very expensive Terminators. Go.
They're stubborn. That's cool. But the thing that sucks is they're 50 points more than regular Terminators for weapon skill and stubborn. But if you want them to be psychers, which is what everyone knows them for,
yeah,
you have to spend another 25 points.
Yeah. Which, like, forget that you are going to do it. It's Heresy. We play the theme. It's 300 points. It's a 300 point squad.
And also, it irked a lot of people when they said that you could no longer bring Tartaros Sekhmet.
Right, I can see that.
Because a lot of people bought the 40k kits.
I still would.
Thankfully, if you use the PDF, they're in the PDF.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would still use those as Tartaros.
Yeah.
Looking for the fight with the sellers. Tabe, I'm gonna walk circles around you on this one. I played both those legions plenty. Like, they're yeah. Carry on.
All right, so here's the creme de la creme and my Power Axe conversation.
Yeah.
So I'm not a big fan of giving stuff Biomancy because of how abused it was last edition.
Yeah.
But give these guys Biomancy, okay?
Yeah.
Without a casting roll, they're now Strength 5.
Yep.
The Power Axe, Strength 6. A Chi and Force, Strength 8. So now they're double toughing Marines for free with a Psychic spell.
But they're not getting any bonus attacks. So what you just said, you made a combo that they can't get a bonus attack with because they're Terminators.
Yep.
So you could just buy a Power Fist.
Yeah, but that's 10 points more, and you don't get a bonus anyway.
Saved a few points. You're saving a few points by spending a few points.
How are you spending points?
They're more expensive than a Terminator squad.
Oh, sure. Yes.
You gotta make them a sucker.
Now, So let me ask you this: if we're looking at it purely that way, right?
Yep.
Would you spend 25 points for weapon skill 5, stubborn, and a chance to be toughness 5?
Yep. 1000%. Yeah, you win the argument on that one alone. Absolutely.
So yeah, when it comes down
there's
to
one thing you missed. One thing you missed.
Okay.
If you can choose to make it a 10-man squad.
Yeah.
With weapon skill 5. With weapon skill 5, which is probably not a lot of Terminator squads can do that.
Right.
You risk perils, but the perils not that big a deal because the wards invulnerable saves help on perils. If you bring your very expensive Primarch, it's just 1 wound, and you're not going to roll 3 every time. I don't think perils is that bad. Because perils is just a wound too, right?
Yeah, so where perils really sucks is like when your tactical takes perils and they lose a third of their squad. That's where that sucks. But on Terminators, I'm okay with it. Yeah. It happens.
Yeah. Same, I agree. I think it's it's a negative. It's a cool one. You get a lot of potential buffs. Only perils want the toughness. And I would probably go for the tough. Here's the thing. Even if you peril and you roll 3 in the D3, and let's say 2 of them go through and you lose a Terminator, I bet you that toughness 5 saved you more than that 1 body you lost.
Hands down. And I'll make that exchange every day.
Yeah, same. As an Iron Warrior player, I'm happy to kill Jimmy over here for Bobby and me to survive.
Yeah. Now, another thing to look at it, too, is if you're just looking at them as weapon skill 5 Terminators, you can still give them Thunderhammers and all the stuff. They can't take a pair of Lightning Claws, but then you add your spells on top of it.
Yeah.
So, they can be Strength 9 Thunderhammers if you wanted to get into it.
I think Thunderhammers are nice. It's expensive, but Lightning Claws, I think Lightning Claws is where it's at for the squad, not Power Axes. Other than you're not going to double them out. I know, maybe you're right. Maybe it is axes. Dang.
Yeah. Because the axe is free, and you can't take a pair, and Lightning Claws are really great in pairs.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So
I hate that it doesn't say on your opponent's turn, but maybe you can do it on your opponent's turn.
What's that?
Maybe I'm missing part of it. I hate that it doesn't say on your opponent's turn, but maybe I expect too much. What do you mean by that, Fat? Because when this squad gets charged, when they Overwatch, they cast +1 toughness.
Yeah, you just have to do it instead of you have to forego your Overwatch shooting to have it on your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
Which is a little weird, and some people hate it, but
you know what? I'm at the point where I'm like, at first I was like, it's kind of dumb and weird, but now I was like, okay, I see what's happening here. It all makes sense. Right. If you take out your mindset of the first edition, it makes complete sense, and I'm down for it. Mm-hmm. I still like Sekhmet. They're not a thing that's going to bump them up a tier.
Yeah.
But they're fluffy.
They're not the 2-up, 3-ups that they were last edition, which is what people are bent out of shape for.
The Osiren is one of the things that keeps... The Osiren alone, in my opinion, keeps these guys from dropping a tier. The Osiren is so good.
Okay. All right, so tell me what you love about the Osiren.
I'm going to put a Labs Cannon. It can fight, because it's a Dreadnought. Yep. It may not be the best possible Dreadnought, but what it is going to have a Labs Cannon. The stream cut, I'm still here.
Yeah, you're still here.
Okay. See. We're the Labs Cannon with Corv? Corvidae. Where I'm going to snipe out important characters. That's, I think, clutch.
Okay.
Nuncio Voxes, Vexillas, Augury Scanners, Sergeants, Praetors, Apothecaries, Tech Marines, other Psychers, everything that your opponent is relying on to do their thing, unless you're Death Guard or Imperial Fist, you gotta start picking up their tools. I think that is, that's an amazing ability. Arguably too good. You disagree?
What if I told you could do that twice?
What do you mean?
A turn. Or 2 different variants, I should say. So if you take the last cannon, you can obviously do what you were talking about with Corvidae.
Yep.
You have to spend, I think it's 15 points to give him the ability to have Corvidae, but whatever.
Yep.
But if you do decide to make him super expensive and make him a Psyker, he can also take Divinity.
One second. I have to get to a super chat because we can't do this channel without these guys. Steve, thank you for supporting for 16 months of Rock John Gideon. Here's a big compliment to you and your boys. I enjoyed more time. Hope you'll continue with it soon. WAP rules and anything were fun. Keep it up. Yeah, I just finished not rebasing, basing Luca's Undead Mordheim Warband. I'm bringing it in this week, and the Lizardmen are now completely done and based with more models added. I'll be playing them. No stream this Thursday. We're doing it on Wednesday, I said instead, but Wednesday we're streaming. So thank you, Gideon. Appreciate you, brother. Carry on. What were you saying? There's 2 ways of doing this.
Yeah, and thanks to that, I'm also starting Skaven to bring up next time I come up, which I've already got all the models for.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Don't use that emoji, damn it. I'm gonna remove that emoji. I hate it so much. I'm Steve.
So the thing is like you can do the divinity shot, which is a pretty great spell.
Divinity shot?
Yeah, so the divinity magic spell is a strength 6 AP2 sniper guided fire shot.
But it's not gonna double tap something out. What lore is it?
It's not gonna double tap, no. It's divinity.
Oh, divinity.
Yeah. But it is definitely nice if you wanted to give him a weapon and not do the Cordobe thing.
Yeah, but don't you have to spend 50 points instead of 15 to do this?
You do. It's not very good on him, in my opinion. I personally like taking Divinity on my Praetor for 2 reasons. So my Praetor can snipe out somebody who will put him in a challenge, which will stop him from killing stuff in a squad.
Yep, for sure.
And then the second thing is, and this is one that took me a minute to pick up on, he can also give, so like let's say he's with Sekhmet, right? He also gives Sekhmet 5-up precision strike. So now I get to say where all the power axe hits are going.
Sure.
So it's a nice little combo. It's been working a lot for me.
But I mean, we're talking about the Osiren, right?
Yeah, but back to the Osiren.
Yeah. Like, why is that last cannon sniper combo not, like, arguably too good?
It is good. It's just any Dreadnought can do that, and you're paying 40 points just to be able to do the sniping out part.
Why 40?
Because he's 25 points more than a regular Dreadnought who can do that, and then you have to pay 15 points to give him the Minor Arcana. And he has to successfully turn it on.
Yeah, but I mean, he's going to come with Adamantium Will and a better melee. Well, a different melee weapon. This one can get to Strength 11, which is good for doubling out Toughness 5 things, or really putting hurt on vehicles. I'll trade one Brutal for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Same.
And I love to be fair, I'll even back for a second. I'll pay 40 points just to put the last cannon. Like I've had entire turns of my opponent finagling their movement to keep their characters out of line safe from my Dreadnoughts. I'm like, good, do that. No, I really like the sniping thing. I really like the sniping thing.
Yeah, and I agree. It's a great way to build them. It's a great way to use them. The only reason I guess I have a gripe with this unit, because my Siren is made with a plasma cannon. And I love the current plasma cannon, but you can only take the Achaean plasma cannon.
Which is Strength 6, right?
Yeah.
And Rending.
Rending 6, yeah.
I still think White Scars are bottom S. I agree, buddy. But we'll take some time and we'll prove it. Okay, well, you have anything to say about the Castle Axe?
No.
Okay.
Super cool in mentality. They're Rending 5, they're always AP3, they can go to Strength 8. That's cool. But it doesn't matter when you're Weapon Skill 3 and you have 2 attacks.
Do you like the Canary? No, sorry. The Kenetai?
Yeah, the Kentai. Yes. But they also have one of the big Thousand Sun downsides that you don't realize either. But we'll get into that. So this is a whole squad. So you figure they're about 30 points a model that all have 2 power swords that can go to Strength 6. So that's okay.
It's okay.
They're all chosen warrior. But that's their big thing, right? So if that was their only thing, they'd just be okay. I'd probably never take them.
They don't feel like they
But
fit in with the rest of the Legion and what anything else does.
sure, but keep in mind we can now deep strike and assault.
Okay,
So
yeah, there's that rite of war.
Yep. But in first edition, they didn't fit at all. So now they have one psychic spell. They can't take a minor arcana, but the psychic spell gives them +1 movement, +1 weapon skill, and +1 attack. So now you have movement 8, so +1 to charge, weapon skill 6, so they're hitting other elite units on 3s, and they're on the charge. They're 5 attacks apiece.
Yep. I just don't know if they're gonna fit into the theory of the playstyle of the Thousand Sons. But I agree, like they're not terrible, but their Legion rules don't really benefit them. They don't plug a hole in the way I want to play Thousand Sons. Now keep in mind, every Legion can play every type of style.
Right. Yep. Now, so they do have 2 big downsides. 3 total. They have no way of getting an invuln. I would love if this unit could take like a combat shield or something at least. But the other thing is, for them to be good, they need to cast a spell. And then the third thing is the way the Mind Song of the Blades is worded is if you were to put a character that you want to put with them, like a chaplain, to make them, reroll failed to hits or something like that, they can't cast their buff spell.
Interesting.
Yeah, if anyone joins them, they don't have the Mind Song of the Blades rule. They can't do it.
Because I saw the fact that it's a 10-man squad. It could be a 10-man squad that does have chosen warrior built in. If your Primarch was more of a melee powerhouse, like I'd want him with him. We can never be challenged out. But like Magnus isn't a powerhouse. Like yeah. If you ignore their psychic abilities and put this squad into most other legions, they'd probably use the squad.
Yeah.
Sure. I just don't know how to I don't know how to work with Thousand Sons.
Yeah.
Like I'll put Rabbo in the squad. I'll put Johnson in the squad.
Now, if you didn't know, you can make a melee beast Thousand Son Praetor.
Sure.
If you didn't know that already.
Yeah. But like, if we were to do a rank all the like Praetors can become the best fighters, Thousand Sons can make one not named in the top 5.
Yeah, because he can be a beast.
Yeah.
But so yeah, they're a solid meh for me.
Yeah. I agree.
So Armin, I'll just touch on him real quick. He didn't make the top 5. But he has some cool things that are nifty, to say the least. Regular Praetor stats, except for he's only weapon skill 5. He has Adamantite Will 3 up, and he's relentless, but that everybody's relentless now. But he allows you to redeploy 3 units before the game starts. And they can even be pulled from reserves or into reserves. So
this is where I disagree with you on the top 5 thing. I get the top 5. We talk about the top 5 best named captains or whatever. And those are like melee powerhouses. But to be fair, I think Isaac Armon has the most impact on the table over every other named character in the game. Maybe Marduk. But Isaac, like in gameplay, is definitely one of the best. One of the best.
Yes. Yeah. And if we were to do separate charts for like who's going to kill everybody in melee and who is going to benefit their army.
Yes, exactly.
He's definitely top 5 in the ladder. Because the second part of his is amazing. So he gets an additional reaction once per phase per turn, as long as he doesn't do it multiple times. So that means turn 1, I need an extra movement. I'm going to do it. Turn 2, I need an extra charge or an extra overwatch. I'm going to do it. And your opponent never knows when you're going to do it because you don't have to declare it, which is just huge. So I love that. Also, he's strength 10, AP 2 at initiative 6.
With force.
Well,
force was getting them there.
Yeah.
But yeah, like he insta kills initiative 5 with reach. Sorry, reach.
Yep. And then he's got Divinity, which we already talked about, and Thaumaturgy.
Yep.
Thaumaturgy's meh. Allows you to heal some stuff. Does give him an AP3 flamer, which is hilarious. But yeah,
Adamantium
I really
Warrior.
think it.
Yeah, no, I think he's 185 points. He's on the upper end, but not on the high end of all the expensive guys. I like him. Like he's a fantastic character.
As an Armin fan through and through, I love the way he plays.
The true problem.
Yep.
We have Ben Kingsley next.
Ben Kingsley, yep. Which hilariously they left out that artwork.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of Amon.
Yeah, I don't see it.
I don't think he fits the way you're going to play Thousand Suns.
Yeah, and he's 185 points. He's not cheap.
Yeah, you need to like build an army around Amon, and I don't like that. I like building an army and then complementing it with a named character.
Yeah,
that's my thoughts.
Yeah, I have nothing here to talk about with Amon. That's it. That's Thousand Suns. So, in chat, weigh in. We had these guys sitting at B tier. I don't think we've said anything that can talk them up to A tier.
Nope.
I don't think we've said anything that can bump them down to C tier.
Agreed.
So, that being said, in B tier, we have, 7 of them, but only 3 of them have thus been ranked. So we have White Scars at the top, Blood Angels, then Space Wolves. I think that they are below White Scars and Blood Angels, and I don't know where they sit in comparison to Space Wolves. So my thoughts are they before or after Space Wolves? Where does your gut say? Are they better than White Scars, Blood Angels? Where do you want to put them?
So I would definitely say they are below Blood Angels and below White Scars.
Definitely.
Just because, just look at the Legion of Stardust trade, and they're already better. But as a diehard Thousand Sun player for the better part of 15 years, they're always going to be better than Space Wolves, and you'll never change my mind.
Okay, so you're biased now. So you're now out of the conversation. However, I do agree with you. So here's my argument for putting them. Wait, I'll just do it live. For putting them here, right above Space Wolves.
Okay.
Space Wolf players, and I'm not faulting them for this, tend to be very one mindset of run forward and charge. They're doing like the big routing pack of wolves, right? No kidding. But they can shoot and do all the things that Marines can do. And Thousand Suns tend to go a lot of psycho heavy, but they do shoot and they do melee. The staying within their fluff, they tend to sit, I think, a little bit more. What's the word I'm looking for? Doing more things. What's the word I'm looking for?
More adaptable?
Not more adaptable, but like not more pigeonholed into just doing their one thing.
Oh, yeah. They're more diverse.
They're more diverse. Thank you. They're more diverse. Yeah. So that's why I would put them above Space Wolves. Can anybody talk that out? I agree, Frenchie. Good enough. What else are C? I mean, what else? World Leaders are C. Yeah, they're the only one that we think belongs in C tier. Can you ever put Wolves for the Thousand Suns? So you gotta get your biases out of this. Do White Scars, Blood Angels, and Thousand Suns next to each other? They were all buddy legions. Nobody likes Space All right, I think that's where we're at.
He's not wrong though. Those 3 created the Psyker program, so yeah.
Okay, well, next will end up being Sons of Horus. Yeah. So before we do that, I need to take a quick 30-second break.
Ooh, I'll join you.
Beautiful, race you.
Miles away. Okay.
That's because I see everything dark, Magpie. Oh, you just get back?
Yep. So I'm just going to do this. I did have something about you being exhausting, but I do actually enjoy doing this. So.
I know I'm exhausting. I don't even care. I know who I am.
I was trying to think of like a good joke, but I had nothing, and I was just like, meh.
I'm surprised World Leaders RC Ravagers are just broken good. They're good. They're not broken good. No, like, so C tier does not mean unplayable or bad. C tier just means, so every army starts in C tier. Every army, it's C, it's average. Every army starts there. And then we talk about what they do, and they go up or down. Nobody's going down from C. They can only go up.
C is still passing.
C is a very, a skilled C tier player can outplay an unskilled S tier player. Absolutely.
Yep. Yeah. Totally agree.
Okay. So let me get thousands. Sons of Horus, Thousand Sons.
Horus. Yep.
All right, Sons of Horus.
You can go through this one.
Yeah. So okay, I want to see where we put them first. Let's pull up this tier list real quick. We put them in B tier. So right here, they're going to sit right there for now. And we're going to see where on this line they're going to end up. We'll see if we talk them down or talk them up. We definitely won't talk them down. I can see an argument for talking them up, but I'm not positive.
Yeah. Same.
They seem to be the run-of-the-mill, like the average, not the average, like they just want to do everything, and they can. But they have a little bit of a perk in a phase that I personally get nervous about. So that to me, it's already better. So I'll explain that. Their Legion trait is Merciless Fighters. So in the assault phase, the first round of combat, basically, weapons are -1 strength against them. Now, that's a defensive thing, and this game is more about offense, but I get nervous in close combat. I don't get killed in close combat. I like it because I don't want to be in close combat. Auxilia near playable. Auxilia is an F tier. They don't even belong in the D tier. So yeah, the -1 weapon strength, whatever, first round of combat. And then like they have Hammer Wrath things for vehicles, but I don't care because I haven't seen anybody ram yet.
Oh, it is only the first round of combat.
Yeah, it would be this would be A tier, I think, if it was all the time.
Yeah, that's fair.
But that's not a good enough argument, in my opinion. Their advanced reaction is a return fire, except they shoot first.
And +1 BS.
True, yeah, +1 BS and shoot first. So yeah. So we have melee defensive stuff. We have shooting defensive stuff that does damage. So far everything's defensive. They can be loyalists and traitors and all that kind of stuff. The Black Reaving Rite of War is... You got something to say?
Yeah, real quick before we go past that. I love the fact that they put the Luna Wolves in here.
I know.
I still want to go to an event and see a gray and black Luna Wolves army.
Cullen was working on that before he went off and became, a real adult and stopped playing with toys for a living.
Dumb.
I know. Yeah, Steve doesn't like close combat because his opponent's allowed to kill and interact with his models. It's true.
He's not wrong.
So the Black Reaving Rite of War made Reavers troop choices. Fat member for 17 months, a pig sporter. I love you for 17 months, dude. Dang, I should have waited for the next Legion. No, well.
Well, who's your Legion?
Where's this taking? So Sons of Horus will gain Rage 2 when they charge. Not bad.
If they're already engaged with a unit.
Oh yeah, sorry. There's friends already fighting them. They get angry as they charge in to support their friends. Reavers be taking as troops, and then Justarin get Deep Strike. Fantastic.
But the Rage 2 can get so gross because, like, let's say that second squad is Cataphracti Terminators with Lightning Claws.
Yeah.
Now you have 7 attacks apiece. Dear God, that's dead.
Absolutely.
Whatever it is, it's dead.
Absolutely. No, I think it's not a bad Rite of War at all. Like, it's nice when you can immediately see like the strengths of one.
Absolutely.
The Corsair Power Axe is it's effectively a power sword that trades rending 6 for breaching 5, and then becomes specialist. So on a Terminator, I don't care anyway. Well, a specialist, and I think it's better. I think breaching 5 is better than running 6 most of the time.
Do you want to talk about Long March?
You
Or do
can.
you think it's worth keeping? Well, you talked about Black Reaving.
Yeah, absolutely. If it's worth talking about it, by all means, to talk about it.
So I mean, I'm just glancing over it. So it's +1 move in the movement phase. That's definitely nothing to scoff at. Tartaros and Justerans become non-compulsory troops, and regular Terminators become troops. Oh, have outflank. Okay, that's okay. But no, Black Reaving's better. We can move on.
I don't have to bring Reavers. I can just bring I can play the Black Reaving and basically play a regular army, just regular whatever, and just give my Justaran Deep Strike. Like,
that's fair.
If you just take that, let alone the help my friends with Rage 2, I think it's pretty awesome.
Let's talk about the lifter in the armory.
What's that?
Let's talk about the heavy lifter in their armory, the Bane Strike.
It's not as good as you think because it's limited who can take it. So you get the Bane Strike Bolter, which is strength 5 at breaching 6+, or the Bane Strike Combi Bolter, which just Darren have, which is rapid fire, 18-inch range, strength 5, breaching 6+, twin linked, obviously, right? It's strength 5 bolt guns with breaching 6 up. Like, that's gonna get work done. And the problems I've had with it is every time I've had a squad with the weapon, I think veterans can take it too. Maybe not.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, veterans can take them. So every time I've had the weapon, so I would take him on veteran for sure for 2 points a model, but I've had my Justaran choose not to shoot because I didn't want to fail my charge.
Mm-hmm. So
that's the only thing. But it's not. I'm not going to judge the weapon negatively for it. It's a good weapon.
I like this on vets and
independent characters and veterans can buy it for 2 points and Justaran come with it.
And Seekers.
And Seekers
can get it. Yeah, but
Seekers have good ammo as it is.
Yeah.
The Dark Emissary, I don't even remember what it does. I don't care.
It doesn't do anything amazing.
I think it's a Vexilla, right? Or a Banner Boy?
It's a Banner Boy, but the cool thing is it's meant like it's built. It's in there for fluff reasons. It's meant to be as an allied detachment in somebody else's army that brought a couple Sons of Horus.
Yeah, cool thing narratively, whatever.
Yeah.
All right, we got 2 kinds of Horus eyes. Horses? Horseye? Horsies. Two kinds of Horsies.
Yep.
We have a 600.1 and a 1,000.1. 600.1 is just a good old Horus. He's got weapon skill 8, and then 777, initiative 6 attacks. His Sire ability, +1 leadership and stubborn. You don't have to. Whoa.
That's such a good Sire ability.
Wait, all infantry units, the same army. So if you have world leaders, Emperor's Children, they all get +1 leadership and stubborn.
Yep.
So he is the supreme commander.
Or crappy Solar Ox.
I don't think, because he has Trader. Can you take Trader on Solar Ox?
Yeah.
Even if you could, you're not making them better.
Yeah. They just got a leadership 10 and stubborn.
Stop trying to find Solar Ox useful.
It's not helping.
Once per battle, the start of a turn, blah, 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 blah. Once per game, he can increase the reaction allotment by 1 for every phase for one turn.
Huge.
Horus can never be hit by melee attack and better than a 4+. He's already weapon skill 8. So it's not likely to happen anyway.
But if we ever see a 9.
Yeah, true. He's a 2-up, 3-up. His mace is strength 10, AP 2, mastercrafted, brutal 2, sunder and unwieldy. Solid.
Super solid.
His talon is strength 7, AP 2, shred with deflagrate.
Yep.
And then it's got a 24-inch range, strength 5, AP 3, assault 3, twin linked bolt gun on it. So
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'd say he's 600 points. Like, he's good. It's 600 points.
Sure, but he's such a good bang for the buck when you look at other Praetors because he's so effective. But he has two things that I really love about his weapons. Number one, I love the fact that they got rid of the where he reduces strength and toughness if you get hit by the claw. That was just a pain in the butt to keep track of. But another thing, and this is more so a future-proofing thing, but I think it could be cool. I love the fact that just like Ferrus Manus, his weapon has its own strength. It's not user plus this strength.
Right.
So if someone were to reduce his strength to 6, it doesn't reduce the strength of his hits. And I think that'll be cool if they did ever go down that route.
I mean, with 7 attacks, 8 on the charge on the Lightning Claw, with the flag rate, he's gonna tear like entire squads down. Sure. You don't have to worry about being stubborn or fearless when fighting Horus. He's gonna tear right through you. Yeah. Otherwise, his strength 10 brutal 2 is gonna tear down Terminators and Primarchs like nothing.
Yep.
So he's a good fighter. Surprise, surprise. He's Horus.
I'm a little sad that it's unwieldy, but
yeah, unwieldy, whatever. Like he's toughness 7 with 3 up invuln, like and 7 wounds, right? Like he's gonna swing.
I would love if this wasn't unwieldy and it just swung at initiative 2. Just saying.
That would be broken. He's one of the Primarchs that has a reasonable chance to kill another Primarch in one swing.
You're not wrong.
Like, he's one of the few that can do it reasonably.
Yeah.
If he did it, and then, like, at least the other Primarch had a chance to do some damage to him first.
Mm-hmm.
Or at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a powerhouse. Or you can pay 400 points more and gain, like, basically plus $1 all your stats, all your important stats, and a bunch of other, like, the rules that... It's a page. It is 1, 2, 3, 4... It's 6 paragraphs, technically 8 paragraphs on this page of his rules about being ascended. He's 1,000 points. It's a very narrative thing. If you play 1,000-point character on the battlefield in your average, 2,000 point, 3,000 point game, either you're gonna ignore him or he's like, it's just, I don't know. It's just, I'm not gonna judge the army. I'm not gonna judge the standing on the Sons of Horus by Horus Ascended. That's all I gotta say. So that's this fair. Is no Horus Ascended is not a factor in this conversation.
Yeah. So as someone who runs events, narrative events, I love the fact that they took the time to write this up, even if we never see it. I think this is so cool. If we ever get to the point where the Emperor is an actual model with actual rules, we can actually do it.
Well, you're going to see that. And 2, I mean, we've already seen Horus Ascended the model. So within a year or 2, one of your events are going to start seats on the table. Somebody's going to do it, guaranteed. So you're going to have to know all about this soon.
I'm into it. And that's the thing. Like, you still have to abide by the Primarch rule of 1,000 points, which I'm having trouble remembering off the top of my head. So it's not until we get into like a mega battle that we're even going to see this.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I want him to be right there killing Titans and stuff. If
I had an opponent who only had like a 2,500 point army and 1,000 points was Horus Ascended, I'm not going to refuse to play. I'm happy to play that game.
Sure.
Whatever. That's what this game is.
But yeah.
The dumb Primarch's bodyguard rule. Yeah, I don't know why that was implemented, Cap Bond, and I have already decided that I don't care. Like, that rule doesn't apply when I play this game.
Yeah, I'm very much here for the rule of cool.
Yeah, exactly.
If it's cool, bring it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. If I was playing, I'll play a 2,000 point army with Horus Ascended. I don't care. It's a cool, fun thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just Darren Terminators. We have elite Terminators that can go up, like weapon skill 5 Terminators that can go up to 10 models. 50 points a model afterwards. Cool. Furious Charge 1, Stubborn and Chosen Warriors. This is probably I wouldn't say the best, but probably one of the best Primarch bodyguards in the game. Because you get 10 models of Chosen Warrior. It'll allow Horus to never get pinned down by a challenge. He's always tearing through squads because of these Just Darren Terminators. Furious Charge, Chosen Warrior, Stubborn. Who cares about Stubborn? All Terminators are effectively stubborn. Well, no, I guess...
Stubborn is
Fear gets around inexorable, but stubborn,
That's
not
it.
stubborn.
Yeah.
3 attacks base.
And Ballista skill 5.
But skill 5 on their Bane Strike Bolters.
Yeah.
It's a solid squad. Like, I will play an army of just these and have a good time doing it too.
Yeah, for the 50-point difference between Cataphracti and these, which is how I'm always going to look at Terminators.
Yep.
I'll take this all day.
All day.
Alone.
Free lightning claw.
Yeah. Also, we'll always love the fact, so they can actually go to 12, hilariously. I love the fact that they can take a multi-melta.
Yeah. I had the
that's-
same problem where I never fired it because it was a big squad I wanted to charge in. But can't they like multi-meltas at a higher rate? Oh, it's 1 per 5. Okay. Yeah, you can have a free lightning. You can exchange your Bane Strike Bolter for a lightning claw. I think I would every time. I didn't know you could do that. So, because the axe is a specialist weapon, so you can have 5 attacks on the charge at strength 5, breaching 5 up for no points increase, and then they're -1 strength when you swing back at them. So your Thunder Hammers, even though they're brutal too, they're not instant tapping me.
Honestly, I would actually go dual Lightning Claw because I don't think the Power Axe is really that great.
It's breaching 5.
So you go from breaching 5 to breaching 6 and you get an additional
Rending 6
for 5 points. Yeah, rending 6
to reroll to wound. But no, you wouldn't take dual lightning claw.
Why?
Because you pick a weapon you want to swing with.
Huh?
If you have the axe and the lightning claw, you can't swing with both anyway. You pick which one. There's no benefit for 2 claws.
Yeah, there is.
That's 40k.
No, if you take 2 lightning claws, you get an additional attack on top of being dual armed. Did you not know that?
I think I did actually. Now that you're saying that.
Yeah. So that would make them 5 attacks base and give them shred, and all they would lose is breaching 5 up, and they would get rending 6 up. I would take that every day.
That's the thing for the dual lightning claws in this edition too.
Yeah.
Now that you said it, I'm thinking. Oh, I think I've raving read that up plenty of times. Now that you said that.
Yeah.
But also, I play a lot of game systems in a lot of different armies. Lightning Claw. Lightning Claw. Shred. Special. No, it doesn't say that. Oh, wait. There's a liner here. Yeah, +2 attacks. Okay. So, swapping out Breaching 5 for Rending 6 AP3. But Shred. Yeah. Yeah, I would.
Shred.
Double Lightning Claw.
And it's only 5 points.
Ooh. But yeah,
300 points for 5 attacks base. I'll take it.
With Furious Charge and -1 strength on them. It's a good squad. It's a good squad.
I love it.
Enough to bump them up to 8 here? We'll keep going.
This is an A-tier unit.
It's an A-tier unit.
Yeah.
A Reaver, there's 1,000 videos I want to do with you, like ranking the top 5 fighters. There's one for a contender. Anyways, Reaver squad, we have 135 points for 5. 2 wounds, 3 up armor though. Weapon skill 5, Chosen Warriors, counterattack 1, precision shot 6, precision strike 6. They can take weapon options if I remember correctly. Where are you guys?
Lightning claws, power weapons, chargeable save.
It'll get expensive, and their elites, and that one Rite of War makes them troop choices. You can have a very elite melee army. Now, the problem with that Rite of War and Reavers being elite and then deep striking your Terminators, you run the risk of creating a Space Wolf list with a one focus thing that costs you the game.
Sure.
But a Reaver squad, not bad. Not for me, because I don't like melee, but I love that. I love the Just Aaron melee.
I also love the fact that they can be a 20-man squad, which is just silly.
So how do you say Ezekiel or Ezekiel? It's Ezekiel, right?
Yeah.
I think it's you.
Fine taught me how to say Ezekiel when I was young, so I'm going to go with that. And if you know which skit,
I always read it as Ezekiel. So Abaddon, 250-point leader of the Tristern. His strength 8, AP2, shred, unwieldy, power claw, lightning claw thingy. Ezekiel, Abaddon, and unit joins gets a Feel No Pain 4+ special rule during the movement phase and the shooting phase of any turn in which they are deployed as a deep strike assault. Awesome. Awesome. In addition, an army which includes Abaddon as the warlord may take additional reaction during the opposing player's movement phase. As long, I don't care about that one as much for this army, but extra movement phase reaction. Battle Hardened 1. Precision strikes. Precision strikes 4+.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's a total bod squad, but just imagine this coming deep striking next to you with 12 Just Terrans that all have Feel No Pain 4+.
Gross.
Yep.
Like, all they're going to do is run away, but then they're going to immediately react and move and follow me up 3 inches. I guess 4 inches. Yeah, you're going to charge. You're true.
And if you're not pinned.
And if you're not pinned.
He's great.
But leadership 10 stubborn, you're not going to be pinned. Oh, they're fearless. He's fearless. You can't pin him.
Yep. No. I meant like he's going to pin.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Garviel Loken, the hero.
Yep.
Don't count because we're talking about Sons of Horus, not Luna Wolves.
Sure. But hypothetically, let's go down the route of we were making a Luna Wolves army.
Yeah, but is it going to adjust the tier ranking here?
No.
Because he's locked to Loyalists.
Of course.
Praetor stats. Extra attack, though. He's 5 attacks.
Free Paragon Blade. Okay, but let's look at this. When you take a non-Terminator Paragon, or non-Terminator Praetor,
yep,
are they like 175 points once you get done with equipping him anyway?
I think 170, yeah. 180 maybe?
So, I mean, all of this is just extra fluff, essentially, or extra buffs. But, I mean, +1 attack on any turn they successfully charged or are charged by a traitor. It's not bad. It's not amazing. And
I
also
like his
the fact
model,
that
but I don't.
Look out, sir.
He's one of the he's the fluff character for me.
Sure.
He's a main character in the novels, is why we need a model for him. That's it.
Absolutely. Yep.
So
I like the Legion.
Yep.
If we were separating them, Just Terran would be A, and the rest of the Legion would be B's.
I agree with that statement. Just Terran are awesome, not enough to pull the whole Legion to A, but they're going to stay down here. Now they're definitely going to be better in Space Wolves because they do everything Space Wolves can do, but probably better.
Which hilariously is how they should be done in the fluff.
We're fair. Abaddon? No, it's Abaddon.
It's Abaddon.
It's Abaddon. It comes from the. I'm not going to go through the etymology of the word. It's Abaddon. I guess technically the correct way to pronounce it is whoever named him that in the novel, whichever way that person wanted it pronounced is correct.
Yeah, and if you listen to any of the audiobooks, it's Abaddon, even though they're British.
Yeah, it's Abaddon from, yeah. Anyways, definitely better than Thousand Sons.
Unfortunately.
Better than Blood Angels? I don't know.
No, I don't think so. I think the Blood Angel units are better than theirs, and I don't think their right of war and all their rights of war.
I think maybe they do belong below Blood Angels, but I think the Just Terran Terminators are better. I would rather take the Just Terran Terminators than any of the Blood Angel ones.
That's fair.
But that's not enough to pull. I would you rather? So offense is king in this game, in my opinion. +1 to wound. First round is better than -1 strength. That's where I sit.
Yeah, I would agree.
So White Scar staying on top of many legions. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
They're good. They're just not amazing.
So we got we're running. Oh, Tabe, you still here? No, wait, no, not there yet. Never mind. We are on the Bears of the Word.
The Turd Bears.
The Turd Bears. So this was, in my experience, the most overplayed Legion.
You're not wrong.
Just get to go, brother. Oh, can we take 2 seconds to talk about the Sons of Horus miniatures?
Yeah.
The paint scheme looks good on everything.
Yep.
They're Morgulurst, Ezekiel, like the Praetor. Moving on. Word bearers. I like the Legion.
Yeah, I like the Legion too. So the interesting thing was like
Move them
everyone
to F
in
because
my
of
area
Erebus.
loved word bearers, but like no one ever started an army until this edition, and now I have like 4 word bearer players out of like
Yeah.
the 10 I hang out
Well,
with.
I would say like half the people I've ever played in first edition are word bearers.
Yeah.
So where we have them sitting is in B tier at the moment. I think you're not gonna talk them down to C. I think you
Nope.
can talk them up to A, but I think they're gonna sit in B. Solidly. How much experience do you have with them? You want to take it?
Sure. Yeah. So their Legion of Astartes, they can never go below leadership 6. That's pretty rare to even see that kick off.
It's so weird, but
Yeah. I wish they would have kept the cold-blooded lizardmen rule that they had last time.
that would have
It
been
would
better.
have been this edition.
That would have been better.
And then I think what is it? If it would be a draw, then they count it as a +1 victory.
So True
Okay.
Believers is just not a great rule.
It's not, and
So-
it's still better than Thousand Suns.
So I've had a frustrating game where I think I've lost or almost lost because the stubborn, air quote, stubborn 6, they made the 6. I'm like, okay,
Sure.
that's cool. But like, that's so situational. Like, if we did a full stop right here, we're going to drop that to D tier.
Yeah.
Like, that's a disadvantage over everybody else because like the world leaders are just +1 attack on the charge. This is worse than that.
Yeah. Now, honestly, I think what would have been way better and just made this way simpler is if they were like, True Believers means word bearers are stubborn. Period.
Done.
It would have been a way better rule.
I still think it would be not that great.
Yeah. But
I mean,
it'd be way better
Horus is
stubborn.
handing out like leadership +1 stubborn across the table just for bringing a model. Like,
Yeah.
like half the other legions can do something like this,
Yeah.
without using the legion rule. Everybody's got a chaplain, stubborn 10. Word bearers want to spam chaplains handing out that stubborn 10. It doesn't even work with them. This is the first time we've seen, in my opinion, a fail in the narrative on these rules.
Agreed. Wholeheartedly agreed.
But
Yeah.
still not C tier.
Still not C tier. The advanced reaction is so word bearers. It's ridiculous.
At the office, we call it sacrificial Jimmy.
Yeah. So for anyone that doesn't know, it's whenever you declare the target of a shoot,
Go ahead,
you
Dave.
can just kill a guy, and your opponent's shooting phase is over.
It's
like-
so good.
That whole phase. Done.
Wait, are your 20? So your 10-man sniper squad with your Iron Warrior shoot twice many shots warrior trait gonna go and try to snipe out my chaplain? Well, Jimmy, he took all 20 of those hits. I mean, he's super dead, but nuts to you.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite.
So this weekend, I actually played my Solar Ox against word bearers, and
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
that's fair. I mostly just wanted a reason to bring my Sisters of Silence to try out. But anyway, there's only one objective, and the word bearer was sitting on them, and it was like 6 tacticals or whatever. I had 30 shots of Volkite, and I was like, cool, this is a done deal. He killed a tactical and was like, and we're done here. Won the game. I was like, I hate everything about this right now. I'm so over this.
It's an advanced reaction that when I like early on in the edition, I'm like, this is one of the best ones. Because it's defensive, not offensive. It's not one of the best ones. That's how I feel nowadays. But still, it's one that makes me smile. I like it for that reason. This alone I wouldn't allow them to ever drop to C tier just for this, just average running advanced reaction.
Yeah.
Your
So-
Hokage can't survive long enough to shoot.
Yes, I do have a Solar Ox army, and if you want to see it, it's on Mini Wargaming.
No, it's
and
not.
Oddly enough, it fight word bearers, and it got
Oh,
butchered.
because the first time you played that Solar Ox army, it was such a super reject that we didn't even upload it as a reject.
Oh, you mean our game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I was
Well, and the
playing.
game I played before that, I walked into the room and Luca was like, "We're doing 3,000 points," and I was like, "They suck. I don't want to do 3,000 points."
I was playing Mechanicum against Solar Ox, and he went first, and then got tabled on turn 2.
Yeah. We played, what was it, 2,500 points?
Yeah, Mechanicum.
I
Mechanicum.
I lost 1,600 points before my turn 2.
And like the creme de la creme is his flyer came on and one last cannon snap fired, hit it, blew it out of the sky. And I was like, we're done. We can't even upload this.
That flyer crashing did more damage than all of my tanks.
Solar Rocks are so bad in this edition. Let's focus on the world word bearers.
Okay, back to this.
So they have they have the only Rite of War I've ever seen anybody use. It's the Dark Brethren.
So before we get into that, I want to ask you a question, Steve.
Yes.
Do you want to play a mini game inside of your game?
Yes.
Then do I have a Rite of War for you? Dark Brother.
the problem is with this Rite of War. Actually, you better explain it first.
Sure. So you pick a unit that's called the Sacrifice. And essentially every turn you have to do at least a wound or a hull point to it. Or someone randomly suffers Perils of the Warp. Now, if you kill it, you get a point, a Favor of the Dark God point that you can give to any unit, and they get strength, movement, and weapon skill increased by 1, and any unit can get up to 3 of these. Go ahead, Steve.
So it can your Primarch can take the buffs, right?
Yep.
Lorgar can become one of the best fighters in the game because of this.
Yep.
Let me tell you how easy it is to shut this down.
Yep.
You take that unit and you hide them. But what's even worse is when you choose like a little tactical squad that's super easy to kill that you don't want to hide, you just hide 9 of the models, leave 1 sticking out, and they're going to go, well, I need to kill that 1 model so that I can not take D3 wounds, and they're going to shoot at it and kill that 1 model and not take the wounds, and then you're going to hide them. And you stick out 1, and you're going to forever taunt them. Yet wordbearers keep playing it. I think it's actually, if your opponent knows the Rite of War and how to play the game, it's actually a cripplingly bad Rite of War. Because I've had Lorgar and I think it was Gal Warback, or maybe it was something else, literally running, chasing a 10-man, a 9-man, an 8-man tactical squad.
Now, with that being said, if I were a Wordbearer player, would I ever not play Dark Brethren? No.
Of course. No, that's my point.
I need it in my life. I need to play mini games by myself that barely involve you.
This Rite of War keeps you from ever achieving A tier.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair.
Even if my opponent chose my Primarch, which you're probably not going to kill, and if you did, the game's probably over and you won, I would hide him and run him for the entire game just to frustrate the Wordbearer player. Because you may win the game, but I have won that game.
But at the same time, you can be smart about it and be like, I'm picking your Rhino.
Yeah, but the Rhino's the easiest thing to hide. It moves 14 inches.
Sure. But, you might get it off one. But that's the thing.
Salamanders are not one trick.
You get a ton of these Favor of the Dark God points, is the moral of the story.
Okay, so let's talk about things that like buff them up to potential higher tiers. It's their weapons.
Ugh, their weapons.
You don't like them?
I love them.
Oh, okay, good. The Warpfire plasmas are not gets hot, so only strength 6. So what about a Mortat with 2 Warpfire plasma pistols, breaching 4 up, pinning plasma weapons? They swap 1 strength for not gets hot with pinning.
In a system that pinning is amazing.
Like you're taking that test every time. Their plasma weapons are like just amazing. I have a 10-man plasma cannon squad back there for Luca as well, for the Word Bearers. 36-inch range, strength 6, AP 4, heavy 1, 3-inch blast, breaching 4 up, pinning. Prop up on a hill and just plasma cannon all game.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, their Warfare weapons are top tier.
Now, let me ask you this. Would you pay 10 points to give a melee weapon Murderous Strike 6?
No.
Yeah.
No. Is that how much a
I don't.
tainted blade is?
Yeah, pretty much. It's 10 points more.
What can take the tainted claw?
So that's the tainted claws on the Morrigal.
Okay, that thing also wants to drag him up to 8 here, but
That thing's ridiculous, but it's always been ridiculous. But one thing we should touch on is the fact that they can make people psychers with diabolicism for 25 points, which is a really good psychic trait.
Yep.
And then dark channeling makes them into a corrupted, which is kind of like old school demon rules, which is kind of cool too.
Okay.
Bone splitters. What happens when you want to rename a bolter? Oh, super chat.
Becomes Curtain. If I got Logar and one of the character in a unit retinue, do all the models get the buff? That's the thing that's kind of contentious. So we think the answer. Okay, I think the answer is yes, but once they break off, only one keeps it. That would be my interpretation. But
yeah,
that's
because
also
it says to a unit.
Because we say that again.
It says to a unit, so yeah, if it together, then yeah.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to change my opinion. No, only one thing gets it. Because Lorgar is a unit, Praetor is a unit, a Typhon Marine is a unit, or a Tactical Squad is a unit, and they can all join that unit. So Lorgar can join another unit, but they're still two different things. For when you get kill points for killing a unit, you get one for killing the Tactical Squad, one for killing Lorgar. So I think only one unit would get it. Either be Lorgar, the Praetor, or the Squad.
I think it would come down to how independent character is worded. If it says they become part of the unit.
That's a fair point.
Because if it's just they join and, they walk hand in hand, then obviously. But
because if they all get it, they're not all going to get it when they break off. Because I would get it once with Lorgar, and then he'll leave that unit and go to another unit and get it again and try to get it. No, it's not definitely not the intent. I'm pretty confident it's going to be one like either Lorgar or the unit itself.
So even if they are considered a unit when they're all touched together, I think if someone were to split off, yes, you'd have to pick who keeps it. Which in that case,
I don't think it'd be bad if everybody got it, but now that I think about it,
you can make some of their crappy units good units.
So it's an interesting word. Retinue should make it permanent, right? Interesting. Yeah, retinue, I can't argue that. Retinue would definitely all get it, but check out the wording on this. Independent characters can join other units. Their unit. They cannot join blah 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 blah. They can join other independent characters though and form a powerful multi-character unit. So it would have to be addressed, but I think rules as written, everybody gets it. And then because everybody gets it, when you break off, you can't argue that. I think they all keep it, rules as written.
Yeah, that's how I would judge it at an event.
Is the rules as written clarified in either of the two FAQs? I checked the FAQs yesterday and I didn't see any change on like that didn't pop out because I checked all the changes. So yeah, whatever. Everybody gets it. I'm okay with that.
All right, buddy. So should we dive into Diabolicisms?
Yeah, I love me some Diabolicisms.
So 25 points. You make them a psyker, but they also get the corrupted rule that we were talking about.
Any character, any legion, a Centurion can be upgraded to a Diabolicist.
Yep. So the power is when they make a charge, you can cast the spell. And if you do, you get Hammer of Wrath 3, Strength and Toughness +1 for the assault phase. If you fail the test, you still get the Strength 1 and Toughness 1. But you're going to suffer Perils of the Warp, and you don't get Hammer of Wrath 3.
I like it. I would do it all the time.
Yep. Because, so like, this was used in our game, and a Vet Squad, being Strength and Toughness 5 on top of already being Weapon Skill 5 and a bunch of attacks, mulched me. So, And then the gun isn't bad either. It's a strength 7 flamer. It's AP4, so it's meh. But it's rending 6, and it's a flag rate. So
Yeah.
it's not going to win you a game, but it's also a nice little
Sure.
pal. But yeah, put him with whoever's about to charge. Yeah, I like him. I dig him.
All right, we got Lorgar, one of the cheaper Primarchs. 415 points. What's that?
You want to walk us through Mr. Lorgar?
You want to do it?
You do it.
All right. I just innately just like to talk a lot. I don't know. Sorry. He's got mediocre stats. He's 6 across the board. Only 5 attacks. He's not a fighter. But he's moving 8. He's a little faster. He knows how to run away because he's cowardly.
Yes, cheaper actually. I just noticed that.
Yeah. Sorry, the roller trait. If you can draw line sight to Lorgar, you can add a +1 to leadership and charge rolls.
Not bad.
Wait. It may use Lorgar's leadership for morale checks and pinning checks.
That's pretty hot.
So leadership, if you can see him, not bad. Opposing extra reaction in the opposing player's assault phase. Fortress of the Word. Lorgar gains a psychic discipline of thaumaturgy, divination. Great. He's a psyker.
Yeah.
His weapon was handcrafted by Ferris Manus himself, so it is brutal. It becomes strength 6, AP2, mastercrafted, armor bane, brutal 2. So it's a good weapon.
Yeah.
His ranged weapon is a 12-inch range, strength 8, AP2, concussive 2, graviton pulse, haywire, pistol. But whatever, it's a pistol. What do we got here? We have a 2-up armor, 4-up invulnerable save. Increased to 3-up against force and psychic stuff. This is his best ability. Any Legion Command Squad or Cataphracti Command Squad or Legion Tartarus Command Squad taken as a retinue for Lorgar gains Fearless and Feel No Pain 4-up. In addition, once per battle, one friendly unit composed of entirely infantry, cav, whatever, with at least one model with an 18 of Lorgar and not including Lorgar himself, may be selected at the start of the game turn. The chosen unit gains Fearless and Infernal Pain for that game turn. So once per game, you can pick a unit and give them, don't run away, don't go anywhere, I'm watching you. And then there's Lorgar Transfigured. If Lorgar is upgraded with this upgrade, it's 25 points. He replaces Thaumaturgy and Divination with Athenema? I can't say the word. Athenema? I can't say the word.
Yep.
And Diabolism. And you can fill non-compulsory troop slots, the force ordering slots, with Ruin Storm Demons. We haven't seen that book yet, so we haven't really seen this troop power yet. But you got demons in your army. I think as a Primarch, he is good. He buffs the army. He's a good fighter only because of Brutal 2. If he didn't have Brutal 2, this guy would not be interesting at all. But a Primarch with Brutal is just straight brutal.
Yeah.
And then the Feel No Pain buff squad, and then picking one more once per game for once per turn, solid. Is this enough to drag them to A tier? No.
I will say we have to give an honorable mention to just how good his gun really is when you break it down.
Absolutely. It's going to take a wound off of whatever.
Right. It's going to take a wound off whatever. But if his bodyguards, for example, are about to charge a squad and he hits them with concussive 2, the fact that they could be 2 less weapon skill is huge. Or if he needs a vehicle to hit a vehicle, he's got that little sneaky peek K-wire. Never hurts either.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's not... Okay, how about this? His pistol is on the top half of the ranged weapons of Primarchs. That's
down.
the best I can give it.
Yep. Hands down. Too many rules not to be good.
Yeah. But also, just not going to fire it that often.
Yep. True. All right.
Gal Lorback. These used to be oppressively good before, and now they're just really good.
These also had a whole lot of changes.
They needed them, though.
They needed them, yeah. So the biggest change is they got +1 wound, which we saw with a lot of units, so that just makes sense.
Yep.
But they swapped their 5-up invuln for a 5-up Feel No Pain. Me, personally, I think they're kind of robbed because of that.
I'm okay with
that.
But
in return, now all of their weapons are AP3 with Murder Strike 6. They're still a win.
So the way I look at this is, if Lorgar is upgraded with this upgrade, it's 25 points. If he didn't have Brutal 2, this guy would not be interesting at all. But a Primarch with Brutal is just straight brutal. I think narratively, the Feel No Pain makes more sense. I think it's still very good. I think. No, I think they're fun. I think this gives me hope that we're not going to see blanket invulnerable saves across the Demons of Ruinstorm book.
I was actually just going to bring that up.
Yeah.
Do you think this is a precursor?
Yeah.
See, I actually don't think it is. And here's the reason.
Galbarak should not be OP. They should be good.
They should be good. So here's why I don't think this is what we're going to see in Demons, because they're specifically using the word corrupted and not demon. I think demon is still going to be an invuln save or
Fair.
a shrouded save.
Okay. I can see that. Yeah, you're right. Corrupted, not demon anymore.
Yep.
But isn't corrupted, because they, like, here's the narrative argument. They didn't fully understand. Still, at this time, they understand demons.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, never mind. I was having an argument, but the timeline wouldn't make quite sense yet, so never mind.
Yeah.
But Feel No Pain on 3 wounds.
Nothing to stop that.
This is a squad. They're all Chosen Warrior. They're all Rage 2. They're all 3 attacks base.
Keep in mind, it's Feel No Pain that is only ever canceled out by Strength 10.
Yeah.
Not
or instant death. Or instant death.
Yeah, or instant death. Which, since they're corrupted, anything that's force is instant death. But, hilariously, all of the big psychers are on your team. So you're fine.
Yeah, no, movement 8, +1 to charge, right? Like...
Yep.
No, weapon skill 5. This is a solid squad. Haha! There's not a lot of things that can double these things out, but if I remember correctly, Salamanders can do the job quite well. We'll get to that. I think they're next. Yeah, they're next, actually. Okay, so good squad. This squad is almost enough to drag them to 8 here. But I just got so much experience. Oh, they're next to 5, too. They're next to 5.
Yeah. Let's not forget that.
So this is a squad I have so much experience playing against. I've played against 10 Gal Warback 1,000 times.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, so I just I know they used to be terrifying. Now I know how to deal with them. Feed them or kill them.
Yep.
Action Circle. Stubborn Crusader, Bitter Duty, Scorched Earth. 125 point jetpack guy with hand flamers. But they're strength 4.
They are drastically underrated.
They are okay. Everything about this I'll get to it when we get to wrap up, because everything about Word Bearers, I say I want to put them in A tier. Everything is so good. It just on the table doesn't whatever. But these are hand flamers that are AP4. Who cares about that? But Torrent 6 with pinning, like they get so much. They get so many hits.
Yep. And then their weapon is a +1 strength chain axe. Essentially.
Yeah, like AP3 shred. It's a solid squad. The only thing that keeps them from being like amazing is the Bitter Duty special rule, and they should have that rule. Like,
well, and also mind. So there's a couple things that I think a lot of people miss when they're reading these. First off, when they charge, they're strength 6. That's great. Second, and this one I missed all the time, they have melta bombs for free.
Do they really?
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's right there. Yeah.
That's so good. They don't have rad grenades like all other destroyer-esque units, but that's cool, and they're heavy.
But they can buy a Phosphex bomb, which helps a little bit.
They can buy a Phosphex bomb. Yep. I love these. I wish we saw more of them, but all I ever see is 20,000 Galwar back.
Well, I know we just put an order in a forge roll to get more of these for the studio.
Good.
Yeah, they're damn good squad.
Also love the fact that they're painted differently than the rest of the army.
The gray, I love that gray.
Same.
The Margal.
I don't want to talk about them.
Okay, so we have a Dreadnought.
Yeah.
With an extra wound, so 8 wounds.
Yep.
Weapon skill 6.
Yep.
Rampage 2, it will not die 5+. Pathfinder. The Warfire Ken, great. Other special rules, like it's just forget its other special rules. I'll pay those points all day long for weapon skill 6, 8 wounds, Rampage 2, and it will not die. I haven't even read the special rules yet.
Initiative 5.
Why not?
Don't forget that.
Why not? It's faster and better than every other Dreadnought in a game where Dreadnoughts are already king.
Yep.
Okay, what are his special rules? We have a cursed. All models of demon type and or psyker or corrupted must reduce their toughness by 1 while within 6 of the Marigal. Cool. Cool. He nerfs their own army. Just stay away from them.
Exactly. Yep.
Any model hit by this, so Shroud of the Dark Fire. Any hit allocated to a model with this special rule from Plasma Flame, Melter, Volkite has its strength reduced by 1. Wow.
Yep. Huge.
Gains a 5-up invulnerable save and should suffer any unsaved wounds, instant death. No, so it has add back deflector.
Yep.
But when it explodes, it's bigger?
No, still strength. Oh yeah, it's an extra D6.
D6 with 6 automatic or strength 8. Okay. So like you run them forward and hope they die in your opponent's lines.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is that the last thing? No, there's more. Oh, there's so much more. Incredible. Zardu Lyak! Cool name to say. I don't care about its rules anymore.
Nope. I'm drastically unimpressed.
Argol Tall, fantastic model. I wish he could join Action Circle. This guy is the leader of the Gal Warback, the original, I believe. He didn't have fly or wings or something. I think he should just be inside the squad of Gal Warback. Tank a bunch of things because he's a character. He tanks all the bolt gun shots with 2 up armor save. 5 up feel no pain. Sends everything off to the Gal Warback. I think this guy's good. He's expensive though.
I want him to have a custode spear like he does in the fluff so badly.
Hey, you never know.
Yeah.
High Chaplain Erebus. God, I hate this guy.
Everyone hates this guy.
But
I give bonus victory points when you kill him in my events.
Anything we're talking about Erebus? The guy who did it all?
The guy who started this shit show?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, Corfaron, whatever. Nobody cares. All right.
Human in power armor? Yeah.
Yeah. After everything we said, this is what doesn't make sense to me. I'm very confident this is a B tier army. How did we go over all of those things and not call it A tier? I can't make this make sense in my head. This is a B tier army, but everything we talked about was so good. Why is that? Why is this all A tier stuff in a B tier army? Is it just because their Legion rules are nothing that keeps them out of the A tier? That's it, right?
It's that, and while Lorgar is good, he is wildly unimpressive.
I've had Lorgar just kill like multiple units a turn. Like, it's not nothing.
Primarch can't do that though.
Is there any way we talk them up to A tier at all? Low A? No, eh?
Nope.
Okay. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the tier list.
Looking at their units, then their units are an A.
Yeah.
Legion as a whole is a B.
Legion as a whole is a B. You're right. I thoroughly agree. So, where are they in this hierarchy?
You want my initial thoughts?
Yeah.
Below Space Wolf.
No, I can't accept that. You think hold on, I'm gonna read this. Chris Toomey, member for 15 months of Pizza Porter. Appreciate you, my dude. I just finished part 1 and took the Heresy quiz and got Imperial Fist, so I went with it. Guess I looked out.
Oh no, not another one.
Not another one. Oh, Chris, you accidentally got the Imperial Fist away. Me too.
We had such high hopes for you, Chris.
You want to put them below Space Wolves?
I do. I'm ready to hear your rebuttal.
It's just I just maybe you're right. I just struggle with them not being A, but they're so clearly not A. Mm-hmm. I feel like I can't put them. Okay, so my playstyle is different from a lot of people. So if I'm playing, I can't put them above White Scars. I'm gonna do better with White Scars in this army. If I'm playing Blood Angels, I think I might do better with Word Bears than Blood Angels. Maybe not, but I don't do melee too well. But there's gonna be a lot of melee in the Word Bearers. Sons of Horus, I'm personally gonna do better with Sons of Horus than Word Bearers. But like, if I had a lot of practice, I could, but that's not a good argument. So forget that. Thousand Suns, I think Word Bears are better than Thousand Suns, and Thousand Suns are clearly better than Space Wolves.
All right, so I'm gonna readjust my answer.
Okay.
Units, reaction, pinning plasma above Thousand Suns.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we got them above Thousand Suns. Can
Actually,
we?
they might be above Sons of Horus, to be
That's
completely
not.
honest.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, yeah. Because for Sons of Horus to really do use their Legion ability, I have to be not playing the way I want to play them. But Lorgar and the Horus and the Justarin are definitely better than this whole army. But like, that's not going to drag them above. But then once I get Word Bearers past Sons of Horus, I can't put them. I cannot for the life of me put them below Blood Angels.
Yeah, and I'm right there with you. So crazy idea. Just hear me out.
Yeah.
What if B looked like White Scars, Word Bearers, Sons of Horus, Blood Angels?
I paid to call you guys dumb on Sally's Heavy. Sorry, I got called dumb, so I got distracted. Say it again.
All right, so what if B looked like White Scars, Word Bearers, Sons of Horus, Blood Angels?
Okay. I think I like that, but here's why. I think Sons of Horus does melee better because they're offensive. Blood Angels does melee better because they're offensive. Sons of Horus does melee, but they're more defensive. But the shooting... No, I can't argue it. You're right. We got to pull Sons of Horus above Blood Angels.
See, the issue with the Blood Angel units is they're all glass cannons, all three of them.
No.
Oh no, I'm sorry. The Paladins are not.
No, the Paladins are. I think it's the other way. It's the Fly Guys that aren't.
You don't think they're glass cannons?
I think they have the mobility to stay hidden until they're going to charge. Oh, that's a glass cannon? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they have to hop. Yeah, but they have no defense. Like they're just power armor or maybe artificer.
No, they're artificer armor with 2 wounds.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, I like the spread of B a lot better now.
Does that upset? Hey, Chad, does that upset you guys at all? Does anybody strongly disagree with that? That we just pulled Word Bearers with the worst Legion rules in the game, just climbed one by one above everybody in B tier except White Scars?
We made a valiant argument.
I feel like there's when I chop this up and like put this all on the other channel, people are gonna not watch it and comment like, "Look at this dumb tier list. These guys are idiots," and not watching all the I think the vastly superior and intellectual arguments we're making.
Sorry, Pancho.
Sorry, Pancho. Oh no. All right. So yeah, we're there. I had to take a 30-second break. And then we're gonna come back and do. Hey. Why can't I switch? Oh, because I'm on the wrong Legion. I can't switch the screen when I'm on this one. We're gonna come back and do
Salamanders.
Yo, you know what? I don't want to do it today. We'll do it some other day. Screw Tave. No, I'm kidding.
Let me just throw out a crazy idea. Just skip the worst Legion, go to Raven Guard.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll might as well skip Raven Guard as well and go right to Alpha Legion.
So Alpha Legion.
All right. I'll be back in 30 seconds. I got to get somebody to do an errand for me. Promise I won't spam assault cannons. Oh, because I will have them in case someone asks for it. Now, the assault cannons are fine. You stay out of their range and shoot them from outside 24. So my groceries are getting delivered right now. Thought we'd be done by now, but this is too much fun. Salamanders. Aren't you muted?
No. Maybe.
Let me close this.
Mind your business.
I did close it. It's still out there.
Thanks, Arkia.
All right. How much do you know about salamanders?
Little bit.
Fair enough. All right. We got the Blood of Fire for Legion trait. When rolling to wound against a model with a special roll from attack that includes a flame, melta, or plasma or volkite,
Okay.
you reduce that wound roll by 1. Doesn't affect the strength, just the wound roll. So that is, for dreadnoughts, that is actually quite good.
Sure. Yeah, that's good.
It makes salamander dreadnoughts very hard to kill. Like, las cannons still do work, but melta guns just won't. And plasma can't really chip too much off.
So the whole Legion got Vulcan's ability. Got it.
Yeah, well, yeah. Otherwise, it's not that great. Because it does affect the instant death threshold. You go from 2 to 3 on most things, and flamers don't get a lot of work done anyway because of the way the reactions work. So,
Right.
their advanced reaction, Duty is Sacrifice, is done in your opponent's assault phase when you get charge declared. All models with the infantry unit type get +1 to their weapon skill, strength, and attacks for the duration of that assault phase. However, once maybe I was wrong about something. I think I might have cheated in the past. Does Bedmass apply to Heresy?
Does what?
Bedmass?
What is that?
Thunderhammers with +1 strength. They strength 9 or strength 10 in Heresy.
9.
For sure?
Yeah. All pluses are added after doubles.
Okay. That's in the rules.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because otherwise...
I think I remember a game where I did this. It made my Thunderhammer strength 10 and doubled out Galvorback.
Oh, you dirty cheater. Yeah, you can't do that.
+1 weapon skill strength attacks, which is amazing on its own. It's not like the world's. It's a defensive reaction, so it's not the best of them, but it can win you a game for sure. Taking weapon skill 5 Terminators, weapon skill 6 against other elites or whatnot. You're not going to hit as well. You're hitting better. +1 strength, +1 attacks. But then you get a roll die for every model, and like on a 1 or a 6. Oh no, free roll of a 6, you suffer an automatic wound with no sage or damage mitigation. Or you kind of like burn yourself out.
Yeah. I feel like that would be good in a pinch. It's not something you use all the time. And
if the charge is unsuccessful, the game fails, whatever. I think, it's good in a pitch. It's Dark Angels are S tier, and this is far better than their reaction. Light years are better than their reaction.
True.
Dave, what's the one trick pony you keep talking about? What's your one trick?
Fire Drakes.
Oh, here it is. This was this. There's a Warlord trait. The Warlord trait, in all models in a unit he has joined gain a bonus of +1 strength to the characteristics when locked into combat with enemy that includes one or more models with the fear type. So they were strength 9. I used the reaction, made them strength 10. That's how I doubled out. That's how it was. So I had a Warlord trait that gave me +1 strength for being with touching fear.
Okay. Yep.
That's common in a couple of things. So one trick pony flames. Yeah, I don't think I would ever really bother using flames, actually. On I don't care about flamers too much, even though I'll talk about flamers real quick. We'll jump over to that. So they have Dragon's Breath flamers.
Yep.
They are effectively just +1 strength to a flamer. So like a Dragon's Breath flamer strength 5. but you also have the Dragon's Breath special rule added on. I think when using Wall of Death, it's D6 hits instead of D3. So all their flamers are basically +1 strength and then better Wall of Death. Yep. I don't care about that. I don't think flamers really work in Heresy 2.0. I think you can do it.
Yeah. I mean, the thing I see a lot of, especially new Salamanders players go, is they're like, oh my god, I have better flamers than everybody. I'm going to take them everywhere. And then they immediately lose interest in the army because...
flames don't work.
Flames don't work that way. Now, what I do like is I do like Predators covered in flamers because they can return fire if you're within 8 inches and it's potentially 18 hits for really cheap. But once again, solid.
Wait, why 18 inches?
8 inches.
Oh, 8, okay.
No.
That's actually interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting, but it's still a vehicle. Dragon Breath should ignore heavy. No, I don't think it should ignore heavy. We have Dragon Scale Storm Shields. Was it 50 points a model?
+1
unless +1 invul. Unless you're Cataphracty, it's 10 points for them. So you get Storm Shields. Already, like, they can't be in B tier because they have Storm Shields, as far as I'm concerned. That one piece of equipment can carry a Legion.
Depending on how many things they can give it to, yes.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Mantle of the Eldar Drake. I think it's Praetor can take it. 35 points. You get Battle Hardened 1. Cool, I like it. I would use it every time if I can, but it's not going to make me play them.
It used to be Eternal Warrior.
They have a special Psyker. It could be a little Flame Psyker. Don't care. Their Rites of War. Are they even worth talking about?
You should read the Librarian.
Why?
He has probably the best spell in the game.
Which one? The Fury or the Horror?
I think it's the bottom one.
The Horror. So it's Strength 7, Assault 1, Pinning, Deflagrate, Shell Shock 3, and Psychic Focus.
Okay, not that one then.
Can you, what's that?
Not that one, the other one.
Okay. At the start of your own turn, you can choose to make a Psychic check. If it's successful, all enemy models in 18 treat all open terrain as difficult terrain. That's actually pretty good. And treat all difficult terrain as dangerous.
Yeah.
However, the second that's actually good.
That's such a big bubble, and it's such a large.
Wait a second. That could actually make flamers useful.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting. That's a cool combo.
You got to put combos together and not just run Fire Drakes and a Spartan with a Praetor.
But that's so good.
Yeah, it is. But
it's so good.
If I have 6 Salamanders show up at an event of 30 players or whatever, I can promise you there's 6 Spartans, 6 squads of Fire Drakes, and 6 Praetors with them.
Yeah. If I was there, it'd be 7.
I hate it.
I'm now bringing negative. Don't you see how bad? No, Dave, I'm sorry, dude. This is an A tier. I'm not done with you yet, Dave.
All right, continue.
I don't know. Where's the war? I'm gonna skim them real quick. Salamanders gain fear. Yeah, whatever. Race for war. Whatever. Vulcan. We'll talk about the Primarch. Only 465 points. Strength and toughness 7. Only movement 7. Weapon skill 7. 6 attacks. He's slow. Initiative 5. It will not die 4+. His side, the Legion. What does it do? Salamanders gain stubborn. An additional reaction in the shooting phase. So stubborn across the table, an additional reaction in the shooting phase. Not the best, not the worst.
Yep.
He's a Primarch with a 3-up invul. Aces. I mean, Vulcan maybe roll failed armor saves for wounds inflicted by flame or Volkite. Dawnbringer, strength 10, AP 1 at initiative. It is instant death. I would have loved brutal. Brutal might have made this too good.
I'm surprised it's not brutal.
Armor Bane and instant death. Straight 10 AP 1. It's going to wreck everything.
That Armor Bane and AP 1. Great anti.
The issue is, the only issue with this really for me is brutal is so good that I really miss it on Primarchs. But like Johnson does absolutely fantastic in combat, and he's got no brutal. So yeah, this is a fantastic Primarch.
Yep.
What tier do the Word Bearers go? We ended up putting the Word Bearers in B tier, but the top of it. Right now, we have put Salamanders in A tier, and we're going to see, they're on the low end right now, but we have to see where we're going to slide them up when we finish talking about this. His weapon is a 18-inch range AP2 pistol. Well, whatever. Primarch shooting. So,
fun fact about that pistol: if you play him by the fluff, he'll never shoot that pistol.
How come?
He hates it. It was made by either Ferris or Perturabo, but it uses Phosphex, and he can't stand it.
Oh,
he just
okay.
wears it not to insult his brother.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is a solid Primarch.
Does he have Feel No Pain or any way to reroll his It Will Not Die?
No, but he is a Will Not Die 4+.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Still solid.
Still solid.
Still take it. And a beautiful model. One of my favorite commissions.
The only thing I don't want to the only thing I don't want to fight with him is Dreadnoughts. Like if no, instant death. It's not brutal though. Dang. Whatever, moving on. Pyro Class Squad. 175 points for a 2-up armor, 2 wound squad. They have the Pyroclast Flame Projector. It's strength 6 template with the Dragon's Breath rule. So it's basically a heavy flamer with Dragon's Breath. So D6 wall of flame that can also shoot at 12-inch strength 8 AP1, assault 1 armor bane. So solid.
I love it.
They have a basic close combat weapon and 2 attacks base, and it will not die 5 up. I don't really like this squad, other than the models are awesome, because they want to be really close, and then they don't really have a way of fending off melee units when they get too close. They're gonna Overwatch okay. They're gonna their melta guns are really. It's a super close range shooting squad, but I guess the whole army is that.
So I'll agree with you. They are a close quarters unit, but what I will say is they're way better than they used to be. But I think they need a bodyguard, essentially.
Yeah.
They need like a Despoiler squad, or maybe like a Tartarus Lightning Claw squad, because they'll open the tank, but then they can't deal with what's inside the tank.
No, I agree with exactly that. But then points are starting to get expensive on the squad. So Tay says, please talk about the dumb heavy rule. So if you have the heavy subtype, you can't. So you re-roll your saves against templates. I think respectfully, I think you don't get it. Nobody cares about the flamers. The flamers are bad. Not because of heavy. Flamers don't work in this edition. And if your opponent is using heavy, they can't run, so you just move around them. Like I don't think heavy's not a problem for this game. Heavy, yeah, you reroll your saves against blast, but you're gonna get killed by everything else. It doesn't see, you're doing the space wolf thing. You're thinking that Salamander's thing is flamers, and that's what all you're gonna do and what you should do. One, that's actually narratively wrong. Salamander's thing is close range, fighting, and never giving up, and just letting themselves die and win in the fight. Their thing isn't flamers. They also have flamers. You can argue that their army is more Volkite than flamers. There's plenty more Volkite stuff in the novels than flamers. Spam flamers, or spam Volkite. Move on from the flamers. You have better flamers. It's cool. It's better flamers. You're probably not going to use them that often. You have other things. Stop thinking about the flamers. They don't work.
Yeah, if you want to pick something to focus on for them, durability.
That's their thing. That's their thing. So, like, this squad, that's a lot of melta for a 2-wound, 2-up armor save squad. If this Pyroclast squad could have a power weapon, this squad would be broken.
Sure, I agree. Or any kind of invuln.
Yeah, well, they do have an invuln against flame, plasma, and melta weapons.
Which, not bad.
Sure.
Especially if you're an Artificer armor and that's your biggest fear, or some of those.
You don't need a perk with Volkite. You've well, like if you're comparing Salamanders to Imperial Fists, well, every Legion's gonna come up short on that comparison. It's a bad comparison. Stop looking at what others get and look at what you got. The grass will always be greener, I promise you that. Last connection? We'll wait for you.
Hang.
Mantle of Ash. Oh, that's the invulnerable save. Yeah, so, I mean, the squad, I wish they had a power weapon.
How many points are it?
175 for 5, 30 points more for every individual one. So they're up there, but they're not that bad.
Man, or for a 10-man? Could you imagine what they would do to somebody in Zone Mortalis, though?
Oh, they would be bananas in Zone Mortalis.
But that Melta used to be 6 inches, and they used to only be 1 wound and 1 attack. So I'll gladly take the changes that they made, because the model's too beautiful not to want to play it.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
like it's going to do work against dreadnoughts, and then they're going to die to the dreadnoughts. It's going to do work against vehicles, but vehicles aren't really a thing. 12-inch melt on Overwatch is scary, absolutely. Hey, but you back yet? Because I have more to say about heavy.
I think them coming out of a termite is the way to play them.
I agree. I 100% agree on that. And then they try to hold and tie things up by being stubborn because Vulcan's on the table. Stubborn 9. Yeah. They're gonna hold a while.
If you put something in there, like maybe like a power armored Legion champion or something that could defend them if something did charge them, it'd be great.
Florence, we got Dave, I appreciate you. We got Dark Angel sitting in S tier and third in the row right now.
Welcome back, Tabe.
So Tabe, I don't know how many games you've played. I'm not trying to argue from authority here. I've played so many games, I just know better. That's not what I'm trying to say. But I've played so many games where I'm at the point where I think the bonuses for heavy don't nearly outweigh the negatives. I actually want to stop using cataphractic terminators because yes, I get to reroll my saves against flamers and blasts, but I can't run, and that's such a massive downgrade. I think heavy is a net negative rule, not a positive rule. Every time I look at a unit and see heavy, I get upset. It's not a positive for the game in my experience. But you're right, it does work against flamers.
I want to take a quick second and answer a question.
Yeah, do it.
Archeon asked, heard you talked about Solorox in Heresy. How do the other non-legions fare in the game? So just a quick rundown of just my opinion. I think Custodes are great. I think they did a great job writing them. They're a lot of fun to play against now. Sisters are a great support army. They're going to be kind of tough to play by themselves. Solorox, I want to love them, but I think they need a whole rewrite.
Yeah.
Mechanicum, I think, don't believe everything you read on the internet. I think they're way better than
that's fair. Not
and
way
Demon,
better.
I'm super excited.
So, Tape, I'm going to point out spoilers, but they're old. Go look at any one of my Salamanders bat reps. They've won all of them. Every last one of them. I'm almost positive of that. Okay. The squad that keeps this army in tier A. You don't think so, eh?
Oh, I do.
Okay. So we couldn't argue that Justarians could pull Sons of Horus to A, but now I'm going to argue pulling Salamanders out of A with this squad. So the Fire Drakes. Weapon skill 5, Terminators. Leadership 9 across the board. They're heavy. Stubborn. Will not die 5 up. Favorite of Vulcan, blah, blah, blah. What are the rules here? Equipment is power weapon and combi bolter. May take a thunder hammer for 10 points. Why not make them cheaper? And then it may take Drake scale storm shields for 5 points.
Yep.
All day long. Weapon skill 5, 10-man squads of thunder hammer storm shields. The only other army that can do that. No, wait, they can't even do weapon skill 5. But Imperial Fist can do that. No, Tape, I appreciate you, buddy. You've been funding this chat.
Sure.
And I love pushback. I love arguments. I love them. So 10 weapon skill 5 Thunderhammer Storm Shield Terminators. Can you, come on. Bring 10. Bring a Spartan. Bring Vulcan. Go to one of French's events.
No, don't do that.
Wait, there's more.
But do you know how to actually completely break that squad now?
Well, give them reroll ones to hit. because they got
No,
that built
but
in.
Yep. But have you read Primus Medicae in this edition yet?
Yeah, the kit doesn't work on. What's the problem here?
So it gives them feel no pain and allows them to re-roll their it will not die.
Oh, okay, sure. So if you leave one guy wounded, yeah, fine. So there's going to be a Primus Medicae who can't have a Thunder Hammer and Storm Shield.
You can take a Thunder Hammer.
Not Storm Shield.
Not a Storm Shield.
I bet you can find the rules as written way he could.
What? Take a Storm Shield?
Yeah, because I think it says you may not take a Lightning Claw or blah 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 blah, but it doesn't say you may not take a Drake Steel Storm Shield.
That's fair.
No, I wouldn't do it. Yeah, no, just a fantastic melee unit. Yeah, just I got nothing to say. Fantastic melee unit. So
I can't disagree with you, Blighted.
Equipment. Equipment is good against everything but heavy. Equipment is good. You don't want to play flamers anyway. Legion rules are mediocre. They're not fantastic, but
They're not amazing.
They get stubborn out the wazoo. Like we all know what the wazoo is, and stubborn's coming out of it. It is an army that just wants to grind you to paste. It's like the frickin' Necrons of Heresy. Fantastic Primarch, fantastic Thunderhammer Stormshield Terminators. Support them with firepower and dreadnoughts, and the Legion rules actually do benefit dreadnoughts quite well. Because the Melta and the plasma thing. Well, honestly, that Legion rule will keep your dreadnoughts alive. So you want to play with fearless and stubborn units, get up close and just rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. But I don't want to use a map Primarch? Nah. One of the best Primarchs, actually.
I think toe-to-toe. Because he's toughness 7, he's 2 up, 3 up, and he can defend himself. Sure, he's not as fast as everybody, but he's never been as fast, and he's always done just fine.
Toughness 7, 3 have been vuln. Strength 10, instant death, armor bane. He's got too much going for him.
In the previous edition, Vulcan was the only Primarch that I saw consistently down Horus. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was the same this way.
If he had brutal, for sure. But
yeah,
without that brutal.
Now,
but again, I'm gonna keep pointing out brutal's the problem. Brutal needs to be adjusted. Okay, so with all of that, where do you put the squad?
Where do we got now? A?
We have them on A, and in A, we're sitting at, let's pull it up again. I keep remember to pull this up. We got Ultramarines sitting at top of A, with Night Lords right behind them, Iron Warriors and Iron Hands. We haven't done Alpha Legion yet.
Well, is Tabe still in the chat? Yep. Okay. So
Tabe wants to put him down in F. There's not even an F. Tabe would put him in D.
They got to be a C, right? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Can we actually just make them the next Legion that gets exterminated and just pull them off the list?
Well, I mean, they've done a pretty good job of doing that themselves.
True. Although
I'm gonna create a tier called No Tabe.
No
Tabe. All right, Tabe. With all of that, realistically, where do you think they belong? And then chat already chat everybody weigh in. So we'll do the crawling thing. We had them in A. Do you feel comfortable with that A?
No.
You don't feel comfortable with that A?
No.
Okay.
I don't think unit is going to make the entire army.
I think that a unit and that advanced reaction, like the turn you put in, if I hit your Death Star, that reaction, I win. If you hit me back, oh no, because after you have to charge me, so you can't charge me with your Death Star. So there's that. Right. But I do believe White Scars are going to walk all over this army.
So I'll put it to you this way. And it's kind of what we talked about with World Eaters and what we talked about with Space Wolves. If people were to play all of their accoutrements, you put the Psyker, then you run some Flamers, then you have some Terminators, and you use all of the abilities that the Legion has to it, I think they're an A tier. But I think as long as you just run Fire Drakes and don't use anything else that the Legion offers, they're going to be a B tier.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. So now we got to do the B tier crawl.
Yeah.
I think White Scars on average is going to walk all over this army every time.
Agreed. I think Word Bearers will also do the same.
You think Word Bearers will also do the same?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Wow.
My resting place for them is after Blood Angels.
You want them way over here?
Yep.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't like it, but I think you're right.
Yeah, and I don't like it either because, like, Salamanders is one of those that, like, aesthetically, their models are beautiful. And fluff-wise, I want them to be up there. Even as a Night Lord player, I want them to be A, but they're just not.
No, I'm with you. No, like, Tabe, you're good. Playing that part helps us think about these things too, right? I really... Sure. So, I was thinking about my one trick of, like, I'm jumping up here and I'm using an advanced reaction. I screwed up your whole plan. But you're right. It doesn't make the whole Legion... doesn't pull Legion out of B.
Right. Trick pony.
Now I'm starting to wonder if they belong below Space Wolves.
I'm out and listening.
Because, well, the Wolves may not have the Fire Drakes, and they got Russ. But the Fire Drakes are down Russ. Nah, the Salamanders gotta be above the Wolves. And then they can't be below. They're definitely above. Right? They're above Thousand Suns.
Yeah, I think so.
I think we got them. Okay.
I think they're at a perfect spot
All right,
now.
Tabe, I'm going to say that you win, sort of, even though you didn't get what you want. But we pulled them down quite a ways. We pulled them not only into B tier, but like down low on B tier. So I think, even though you are such a stickler for the heavy subtype, I don't think heavy is an issue. And if it was, it wouldn't be an issue. Yeah, I know. I disagree with the heavy thing, but I agreed with your overall opinion to a degree. There's no F tier.
I love that last comment. I wish I could call in so much. That would be great. We're going to take callers now? Who from chat is calling?
We should have done that, actually. We could have set people up to come and join the stream. Okay,
right.
Who is next?
Harsh thoughts. Raven Guard.
All right. There's no way you're gonna. I'm gonna toss these guys way up. I'm positive. I'm so 1,000% positive. We're jumping them up way up.
I'm not.
You know how, eh? I'm not even trying to make jokes. I'm dead off on this one.
Raven Guard was my first Legion, man.
I had a Raven Guard army forever.
I know. I'm aware. I felt its wrath.
It was nuts in first edition. Okay, so they have 3 special rules for their Legion. It's called Shadow and Fury. And then you get a special rule depending on what type of model you are. Either a Talon, a Falcon, or a Hawk. You want to read them? Because they're all bad.
Nope. I don't have the Loyalist book, so that's all you, champ.
Okay. No, I meant, do you want to go over them? I guess I should, so there's context.
Yeah.
All right, so I just have to read this whole paragraph because it's a lot. Models with the Legion of Astartes Raven Guard. Hold on, Tabe. I was troll for Shelly's sake. Oh no, Tabe, you're good. I love you, brother.
It's all love, Tabe.
But I like picking on people who fight back. Models with the Legion of Astartes Raven Guard special rule have the infantry unit type, but do not also have the heavy subtype, or a Legion Warhawk jump pack, Corvid pattern jump pack, or Tartarus, or whatever, not Terminator, gain Talons. The Talons special rule. Models with Legion of Astartes special rule that have Dreadnought, or have both infantry and heavy.
Okay.
Blah, 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 the heavier things gain Falcon, is it? Where is it? Gain Falcons. And then models with Legion cavalry and vehicles gain Hawks. So light stuff is Talons, heavy stuff is Falcons, vehicles are Hawks. Okay?
Yep.
So Talons, if a unit comprises entirely of models with a Talon special rule, is targeted by a shooting attack, all models in the unit gain a shrouded 6 up. If the attacking unit is more than 8 inches away from the model.
Okay.
In addition, the models with this special rule also gain the infiltrate special rule. So the reason why I think that's useless, because every time I make a Raven Guard list, nothing can take Talons, because I spend my points that on things that would normally take Talons, but have built-in rules that are better than that, so it didn't matter.
You don't take like tacticals?
No, don't bother with them.
But we play very different Raven Guards, sir.
In Heresy, I play them very differently now, yeah. And 2.0, I mean. So for Hawks, so like Assault Marines, Terminators, you may reroll failed wound rolls of 1 in any assault phase which may a successful charge, as long as it's not even if it is disordered. So the reason why that doesn't matter, because everything I take rerolls the wound.
Has lightning claws? Yeah.
No,
that's fair.
Raven's Talons are better than lightning claws. They're basically the same thing, but rending 5 up.
Yeah.
Hey. Hawks. Any model with a special rule gains Shrouded 6-up special rule on a turn in which they run, move flat out, or move as a zooming flyer until the next turn. Or if that model would already gain the Shrouded special rule, it gains Shrouded 5-up special rule if it already has, blah, blah, blah. PDF units, sadly. Raven Guard Deliverers only get... Yeah, we Florence, we ignore the PDF stuff because they are not all equal or balanced, so we just wait. Every kind of like ignores all of them instead of picking and choosing which ones are good, which ones are fair, which ones aren't. So
maybe someday we'll go through those.
Yeah, we actually should. I mean, we have we can do this all day, every day. There's tons of stuff to talk about. So there's Shadow and Fury. You have a special type of bird you are, which I'm reading it, like, I like it. But in practice, like, it never really comes up for the list I want to make. Weird.
Right. It's one of those things that looks great on paper.
Yeah. Raven Guard Advanced Reaction, Fade to Black. It was one of my favorite when I first read it. I still really love it, but it's not... Well, it can be very aggressive. It's done in your opponent's shooting phase when you get shot at.
Okay.
I'm going to show you the fast way of doing it. The unit can immediately make a move number of inches equal to the highest unmodified initiative characteristic of any model in the unit. So typically 4 or 5 inch move. In any direction, and gains Shrouded 4-up. If you lose line of sight, you lose your shots. So, I found it quite good, but it's not. Once again, I'll use the cop out of I would rank in the top half of reactions, but at the lower end of that. Yeah. It's a solid reaction. And as long as you keep it in mind, you gotta make sure, like, I want to stand near this wall before, like, take over or whatever.
Yeah.
Decapitation Strike is still here. Almost that Deep Strike. Using Decapitation Strike, you a shot of 5 up on the turn they arrive. And extra victory points for killing characters. There's a world of trade that'll give you Fleet 2 for purposes of charging, blah, blah, blah. Stuff that combo into nice charging. This is an assault army now, I think. This is a strong assault army.
Yeah, I would agree.
So Raven's Talons they're just lightning claws that give you rending 5 up. And you get 2 attacks instead of 1 for having 2 of them written into it as well. Just in case people are like, they're not lightning claws. So AP3, shred, rending 5 up. They can take improvisers. They gain night vision. But the fail, the kind of initiative 1 for blind tests. I find blind is like it's not in the game anymore. It's just nowhere. Gorgon Terminators.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
1 sec. The YouTube just went down.
Oh. I'm still here.
Yep. Never mind. Came back.
Okay.
That's weird. Anywho.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah. Looks like it wasn't just me. Okay, that makes me feel better.
Well, I mean, how long has this been going for?
Just since you were talking about Raven Talons.
Oh, interesting. I'm going to wait for my stream to catch up because now I'm kind of weirdly down.
All right, boy. You sure you don't want your Raven Talons to be mastercrafted again?
Oh, God. I don't miss that. Oh, that's one thing I want to talk about during... Oh, no, we talked about it already. The coffin-y guns are all mastercrafted. No, they gets hot. Not mastercraft, it gets hot. You can figure out who rolled that gets hot. Okay, so I'm looking like chat's still going, but my stream is down. Can you visually see me?
Yep.
You guys can hear me? We're all good on chat?
Yep. So while we're
the guys at Barefoot Miniatures who are totally focused on Horus Heresy think Raven Guard is S tier. So do I.
Huh.
Can see and hear you perfect. Okay, I'm gonna keep going.
Refresh yours, Steve.
I'm streaming. I don't know if I should.
Oh.
Oh wait,
right.
you know what? Let's see what happens when I do it.
We're here.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Still there.
All right. I had to refresh as well. That was weird.
There was a comment I wanted to address.
They completely wrong. Hey.
So, Argan, just to elaborate a little bit, you asked if I allow PDF events or PDF units at my events, and I do, but it's not for the reason you may be thinking. So the reason why I allow it is A, not to fight with people, and B, because a lot of people have made units that are no longer in the books that they love. And I would rather have you bring units that you spent time customizing and making and stuff like that, and have that be in your army.
So
just saying,
I'm the exact opposite type. I like to fight with people, and if anybody give me a pushback on removing stuff from the PDF, I would go into whatever legion they were playing and like, you can't use that either. You can't use that either. Because that's to them.
Yeah, it's different when it's 30 people who hate you.
Buddy, there are thousands of people that hate me.
Yeah, but they're not in your face. They're on the internet.
They email me regularly. I thrive off the hate. And then I cry.
Face to face. I don't want to hear it. We all can't hide in Canada.
But I'll go. You know what? Next event, let me know. I'll go there. I'll tell you guys what the rules are.
First weekend in December, Philadelphia. I'll see you.
It's gonna be cold. I'll leave the house when it's cold.
Oh no!
Why so far away?
But cheesesteaks.
We don't hate Steve. We hate how he plays and decides on the rules because I play well and rule accurately.
Demon, that's why I'm here. I'm level-headed and connected.
It's a good kind of hate. Anyways, just focus on the Raven Guard. So,
yeah,
Raven's Talons improvisers.
Yeah. Yep. Do they still have that
line cloaks? Let's just get more equipment going here. For 20 points, you get shot at 6 up. But it improves existing shrouded.
Okay. Yeah.
Corvidae jump packs. It's like a whole bunch of pages. It's 1, 2, 3. It's 5 paragraphs. If I remember correctly, they are 14-inch move jump packs that give you a 4-up invulnerable save against dangerous terrain texts. And I think it gives you better Hammer of Wrath. Talk about Infiltrate, please. Infiltrate's good.
Okay.
Deep Strikes. During a reaction made any phase, the player may not. Never mind. Nope. Bulky 3 Hammer of Wrath. Yeah. So I think it's 5 paragraphs to tell you you have a 4 bin vulnerable against dangerous terrain tests.
Okay.
Talk about why is the Infiltrate not good, Tabe? Type it out for me. If I miss something, by all means. I typically don't infiltrate when I play my Raven Guard in 2nd edition.
So I learned a long time ago that Infiltrate has one of 2 players for Infiltrate. You're either really good at infiltrating or you're really bad and you're going to lose the game. Yeah. And I'm really bad at infiltrating.
It's like deploying in fantasy. I've been doing this full time forever. I still haven't figured it out or mastered it yet. I master the movement phase. I can figure the movement phase, no problem. With deployment, whatever. I just watched the latest mini wargaming Horus Heresy battle, Night Lords versus Salamanders. I'd like to lower the Salamanders to C tier entirely Lucas' fault. There's so much stuff about. They get to use Infiltrate once.
Luca at Mini Wargaming. Tell him.
What do you mean they get to use Infiltrate once?
Oh, so it's an ability that you use once during the game and then it does nothing.
What do you mean?
Like you do it in the Infiltrate phase, but after, like when you're actually playing the game, it doesn't do anything.
What's wrong with that?
That's a comment he made.
Okay, because.
Meanwhile, the Iron Warriors get their perf every time. So yeah, you get like this thing that you can do before, which definitely helps. But
Infiltrate. Well, okay. I haven't really figured out Infiltrate too much in Heresy 2nd edition yet, but Infiltrate in 1st edition, I know this is a bad comparison. Like, it was so dominantly over. Like I won every game because of infiltrate. Just I still do it Raven Guard in this one because they buffed other stuff so much better. I bet you I can. No, you can definitely really make use of infiltrate. Because remember, like your opponent deploys, you pick lanes and things that like you can turn off their whole first couple of turns with infiltrate. And in this game, when the game's over by turn 3, now granted, I'm more about giving general pushback on that because I haven't played with a lot of infiltrate. I don't think Horus Heresy Second Edition really wants to make use of a lot of infiltrate. Because even when I use my my snipers from like my Dark Angels or whatever, they have infiltrate. I almost always put them back in my deployment zone. And then when I use the snipers from Raven Guard, I've almost always deployed them in my deployment zone just afterwards. So yeah, it's not as I don't think it's as good as it was in the first edition, but I can't articulate as to why. But more about how the game is currently played.
Sure. I think, and Tate, feel free to correct me if this isn't the case, but I think what he's saying is like they have a Legion Astartes ability, but once the game starts and it's turn 1, that Legion Astartes ability doesn't do anything for that unit anymore.
Well, okay, so I'm gonna give you some context about this right here. We brought word bearers up with definitely a worse Legion trait than this.
Oh, hands down.
Yeah. Now, the White Scars Legion trait, +1 to move and everything.
Huge.
On the list I know it's good, right? On the list I'm gonna be playing that I think is gonna dominate everything and pull this list way up here, isn't ever going to charge. It's never gonna make use of that really. Like they're not, and when you have other tools, like Dark Angels have the best Legion rules. Are one of the best. These all do actually. No, all the S tier have S tier has the best Legion tools.
Great.
The Sons of Horus don't need their Legion rules to do very, very well. Neither do Space Wolves. Like Blood Angels, yeah, they're melee army. Ultramarines really make good use of theirs. I think Infiltrate's not a bad one, but yeah, I hear you saying.
Yeah. Either way, it's still not a bad thing. It's just not overly useful once the game has begun. I
think the main argument is we watched Word Bearers shoot through everything with. We want to see more Emperor Children. I was going to record one on Friday, but a thing happened with Emperor Children. Okay, Corax. So we have a jump Primarch already amazing.
Yep.
He has his own built-in shrouded. He's a 2-up, 4-up, and a 4-up shrouded built in. He's initiative 7, weapon skill 7, 7 attacks base. He's got Panoply of the Ravenlord from weapons. It is melee, AB2, shred, blind. First time I've seen it in a while. Fighting style and 2-handed. You pick a fighting style. It's not as good as before, but you can either have Murder Strike 4, Rage 4, or Sudden Strike 3. So you want to be initiative 10. You want to have a bunch of extra attacks. I'm arguing too much, but it comes from a good place. No, Tape, I know. I think you're helping the conversation. So
yeah,
you keep going, buddy. You keep going. We have Wrath and Justice, a pair of pistols. Strength 6, AP4, Rending 3+, Deflagrate, Mastercrafted. The Sire of the Raven Guard. His army gains Scout and Crusader. I don't care, because that's not the way I want to play them anymore. Even though Scout and Infiltrate go really well together. Kinda. Not really. Maybe. Used to do better in 7.
They go together really well.
I don't care about those rules that much anymore for the way I want to play Raven Guard. He has a 14-inch move because of the Corviknight pinions. I think he has an invuln against Dangerous Terrain. Oh no, he ignores Dangerous Terrain.
Okay.
Anything else you need to read about him? Oh, I can reroll Shrouded Test of 1. Okay, the Shadow Lord. Oh, I'm going to read it proper. The Shadow Lord. If Korax chooses to use the hit and run special ability, because that's hit and run, awesome.
Okay.
The controlling player rolls an additional dice when determining the distance moved. In addition, the controlling player may reroll failed Shadow rolls of 1 made for Korax in all malls he has joined after using the hit and run special rule to remove Korax from ongoing combat. So cool. A little more defensive when he gets away, but like you're probably not going to do that too much. Like you're going to hit and run on their turn most of the time, but you can do. It gives you a reason to do it on your turn. So 440 points for a 14-inch move Primarch. that can mess up entire units.
Yeah.
I mean, only Murder Strike 4 up, but shred.
I think he's a lot like Curse. He's going to be great at killing anything other than a Primarch.
Well, doesn't Rage give you... Oh, only when you're outnumbered, right?
No, Rage is when you charge, you get that many extra attacks.
Oh, okay. So you can have 11 attacks on the charge?
Yeah.
That's not nothing against a Primarch.
Absolutely. It's not.
Even and then he's got blind too, right? Like
blind doesn't affect Primarchs.
Oh, I guess it wouldn't. It used to.
Yeah, anything that changes your stats doesn't affect Primarch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So blind's next to useless on this guy. But either 11 attacks. Oh no, that's all he's really going to use. Well, he's always going to swing first, even against Fulgrim, because he's going to sudden strike 3 for initiative 10.
Oh yeah, if he goes sudden strike, yeah.
Well, it's the only thing worth using on a Primarch after charging.
After charging, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think sudden strike is only on the charge, but I could be wrong about that because reach is all the time. I think sudden strike.
Oh, that's right. No, you're right. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I think you're right. He has the ability to avoid other Primarchs though, and pick apart the enemy army like really well. I think he's a fantastic Primarch. It actually works in the playstyle I want to play with Raven Guard finally. All right, let's talk about two things. All their named characters are gone. We have the Mortarion and the Dark Furies. 2 S-tier units. Mortarion. Ballistic skill 5, 150 points for 5. Scout, Fatal Strike, Relentless, obviously. They have Shroud Bombs, so range is reduced by 8, I think, when shooting at them.
6.
6? They come with Chain Strokes, because why not?
About time.
Once per game, they can turn their weapons into rending 4 up, but it very specifically says you can't replace a different rending. The rules as written, you're gonna buy the what are they called? What's the gun called? The Nemesis Bolter, which comes with rending 5 up. Which rules as written, they can't make use of their Fatal Strike thing that hasn't been FAQ to be fixed.
That's hilarious.
I know. They have a rule that gives their guns rending 4 up once per game, but they can't use it when they're using a gun with rending 5 up. Whatever.
And that model only comes with sniper rifles.
And 2 wounds, 2 attacks, plus a skill 5. You're gonna buy them Mortarion. Oh, I've done that combo. I'll talk about that one in a second. That's a fantastic combo. So you can sit back with your Nemesis Bolters. You got maybe some shouting bonuses from your cloaks. I think your skirmish. So you have damn good cover saves. You gotta worry about night vision, but I mean they're gonna pick out things that have hand out night vision, other than Night Lords, and hit on 2s with night vision. No cover saves, no whatever. No, like they're just gonna kill things for not a lot of points. And there's another combo you can do, which I've actually done, is I gave them all Combi Volkite. And they're relentless, right? So they run around firing 4 shots a turn once per game, rending 4 up on those 4 shots. It deletes a unit. But no, I like 2 squads. 1 snipers up on the hill somewhere, and 1 in a rhino, or even coming out of a drill, or it's coming off the table somewhere. I'm over here now, and crap, that squad's dead. And you didn't even burn out your Volkite because it's minor for some reason. And you can still fire 4 shots per turn otherwise.
Well, and the beautiful thing too is Deflagrate gets special rules that the original shot had. So the Deflagrate is also rending.
Would it really? I didn't play it that way. Would it really?
Yeah, because so like on my Terror Squad, my Deflagrate have preferred enemy infantry. So I reroll once.
Julian asks, do I think combi grenades have a place? Not in 2nd edition. They reduce the range. If they didn't reduce the range, you can make an argument for it. Yep. But only 18 range, I don't like them anymore. No, they're 4 shots. Teapot. It's 2 for the Volkite, 2 for the bolt gun. Because they fire both barrels.
Yeah.
So, that to me is an S-tier shooting squad right there. Oh, especially with their equipment.
I don't think they put their BS5 naturally, so.
Yeah.
Super good.
Dark Furies. I hate this squad because they're like I want to play them more, but nobody wants to play against them.
They're so insane.
They're so good. So we have weapon skill 4, 2 wounds, 2 attacks, 3 up armor, but choosers of the slain. I was gonna say like sergeants, but they're not. I guess they're weapon skill 5 with 3 attacks and a 2 up armor save. And for some reason, this hasn't been fixed yet. Dark Fury squad. How's it work?
They can take 2 more.
You take a 10-man squad can have 3 choosers of the slain.
Yep, I think so.
Basically, 3 sergeants or 10-man squad.
Which is weird because they still have the character rule, right?
Yeah, which I don't. Yeah. Whatever. They have deep strike, obviously. Precision strike 6 up. I love that so much. Sudden strike 1, so initiative 5 on the charge. So they have these special jetpacks, so that you have a 4 invuln against dangerous terrain. Mm-hmm. And 2 Raven's Talons apiece.
Yep.
5 or 6 attacks per model on the charge.
Yep.
Rending 5 up, and you're gonna know, I got 1 or 2 chaplains with jump packs with these guys. That squad mucks everything.
Yeah.
You can't use rending on blast weapons. That can't be true.
I don't think that's true.
There are blast weapons in the game that have there are a ton of more than half the blast weapons in the game have rending built into it.
That's actually true. Yeah.
What are you talking about, Trey? Oh, for more Dathan? Wait. You can't use...
Oh, because remember you used to be able to take rending flamers and now it says you can't do that?
No, that was first edition.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I think it's templates. Yeah, you might have to read Fatal Strike.
Oh, but I mean, there's no blast weapons in here. Oh, I know what you're saying. Because they reopened up the thing where you can buy combi flamers for everybody. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I wouldn't do that anyway. It probably says. It cannot be used with template or blast weapons. Yeah, that's why you don't take combi flamers. You take combi volkite.
Yep.
Yeah, so 2 S tier units.
Hands down. Yep.
Okay, so the list I like, it's 2 Dark Furies, maxed out, 2 Chaplains, 2 Mordathan, 1 Sniper, 1 Volkite, a couple of Assault Marines that don't care about the rules of reroll 1s because they're gonna have. I don't care. They're the deep strike first, and maybe Corax. That's 2,500. That's 2,500 points. It is so aggressively good. It kills anything it shoots or fights, without even using the Raven Guard infiltrate or special rules. Really, I mean, there's a Rite of War. It helps a lot. The Decapitation Strike. You don't even have to bring Corax and take a character that gives like Fleet 2 for charge purposes, I think, or something like that, helping out the charge. But you send in these Assault Marines first, to land first, and then everything kind of scatters around them, and you just charge everything. You have to worry about augury scanners and stuff, but that's what your Mordathan are for. In fact, I would probably change the Mordathan into probably 3 squads of 5, and maybe even add. Increase the points. I'd add multiple pockets of infiltrators. No, what are they called? More sniper rifles.
Oh. Okay.
And start picking off the things like augury scanners or whatever. So I only have to worry about 1 infiltrate. Now we're increasing point costs, or whatever. But it is a frustrating thing to play against. Like basically, so all the armies I've played, there's only one that I'm like every at this way I play my Heresy games. It's like, what do you want to play against? Not Raven Guard. Like, fine, I get it. That's all they say, not Raven Guard.
Well, what is that list that you just summed up do against Dreads?
The Raven's Talons. Dead before the Dread Swing.
Okay.
Remember, every 5 to wound is rending, and they reroll everything.
That's fair. Okay.
And their sudden strike. Oh, and the snipers. The snipers can kill one before the... well, I guess the snipers can neuter one, because they're running 5 up. Oh, the Volkite squad can kill them. Running 4 up.
Oh.
It kills Dreadnoughts like crazy. What are you talking about?
I was just asking a question.
No, I know, but I didn't know the answer right away. I was talking to myself. See? Answer it faster next time.
I didn't... I wasn't saying you couldn't. I was just like,
It's like literally everything.
yeah. Thank you, Jabe. All right, are you ready to put them on the board?
Yeah, let's put them on the board.
So
Gabe wants to put them in D tier.
fair.
So I think there's nobody can make an argument for dropping them down to C. Have I argued them up to A? I want to put them up here. But
where do you want to put them?
I want to put them in A.
You want to put them in A.
Okay, you know what? Let's start on B. Better Space Wolves. Hands down.
I put them above White Scars in B.
So you keep them in B, but at the very top end?
Yep.
We haven't got to these guys yet, so I'm going to drop them down to D for now. You're telling me I can't just muck up Iron Hands with Raven Guard?
Okay.
So, if you can't shoot me because everything's in combat, why not better than Iron Warriors?
You got to get to combat.
It's true.
They have a lot of pinning.
It's true.
I'm going to say on par with Night Lords, but I don't think better than Night Lords. Because Night Lords being able to shut down half the game would keep them, like, even as an assault army, that they are. But
yeah, I think they can. Wait, Scar's Alpha Legion versus Raven Guard. Scar doesn't have Alpha Legion. Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's the conversation.
Yeah.
Let's talk about them against Ultramarines. Whoops, I don't know what I just did. It'll be easier to pull them down. Are they better than Ultramarines? I actually think they are. And not even a little bit so. Here's what I won't do. I can't argue they're better than Emperor's Children. I cannot put them up. I can't put them over here.
Agreed. I don't think they're S.
So do you
think
they belong in A?
I could see them in A.
I think people much. I don't know if this is a good argument, but tell me how this sounds. Around here, people are like, I'll play your Iron Warriors, not the Raven Guard. And my Iron Warriors, there's a massive collection. I can do any kind of list. I can cheese it up if I want, or maybe I can bring my list down because I have a massive collection, and I only have that crazy good list for the Raven Guard.
Demon Ace, to answer your question, because getting BS5 is easier than outnumbering, in a nutshell.
They're slightly better than Night Lords. Raven Guard have for Night Vision 2. Yeah. See, I worry about Raven Guard versus Night Lords.
Yeah.
Raven Guard, I think Night Lords take them. But that's one matchup. Here's the thing. I think Raven Guard struggles against Night Lords, but takes out Ultramarines. But that's not enough to put the. So, I guess we're talking. Yeah. I guess we're talking overall somewhere like this, right? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, there's a delay, so give me a sec.
Oh, fair enough. You can't see that we're live.
I would say after Night Lords.
After Night Lords, I can live with that.
Yeah,
I think they're better than Ultramarines, but not better than Night Lords. But I think Ultramarines are better than Night Lords. It's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay,
that looks good to me.
Well, we got the last one.
Yeah, the last one, and I think us putting them in B is actually a mistake.
No, they're not in B. They're in A. Oh, they're in A. No, they were in A. They've been in A the entire time. I just now dragged them down to D as a joke to pull them out of the line, but they've been sitting in A the entire time.
Okay,
I think you can make an argument for S tier, but I don't think they might. Yeah, no, you can definitely make an argument for S tier. They're not going to get to B tier. They're just so good.
Yeah. So I'll run through them since I've got them open.
Yep.
So lies and obfuscation. Essentially, they're always considered to be 2 inches farther for shooting, reactions, and charging.
That's so
good.
That
is huge.
That's so good.
That reduces your half range for your melta guns to 8 to 10.
Like, we could do a full stop right there, and that makes me want to put them in S tier. I'm not even kidding.
Right, because that's so good, and we haven't even gotten into my favorite part of them yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
no,
that's
you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something right here.
I'm ready.
You can't see this yet, but I'm gonna take these. We put them in A tier. I'm gonna take the Alpha Legion. I'm gonna drag them up to S tier, at the bottom of it, and I think that's where when we're done talking, that's what you're gonna want to do.
That's your prediction?
That's my prediction. I'm not saying that's where they belong. I'm saying that's where I think we're gonna end up putting them.
Okay, that's fair. So now the reward to treachery's been rewritten.
Yeah.
Because of the FAQ, and I don't like the change that they made to the FAQ. So essentially, before it was you could take 1 unit. If you take their right award, you can take 3 units from somebody else.
This is a positive change, though.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay.
No, now those 3 units that you take have to be from the same legion, and they have to be the same unit.
Oh, it has to be the same unit. I thought they had to be the same legion.
No. So, like, if you take Fire Drakes, for example, you have to take 3 squads of Fire Drakes.
Or 3 squads of Dark Furies.
Or 3 squads of Dark Furies. Right. But either way, that's now so many points tied up in stuff that isn't even Alpha Legion.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, I don't
But they've
need
always done that.
Somebody else.
I can't tell you how many times I played against Alpha Legion with full Mentaris.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Because why wouldn't you? They have hands down one of the best reactions in the game.
Absolutely agree.
Smoke and mirrors. So whenever they get shot at, they just redeploy 12 inches away and then scatter D6
you
inches.
pick one model, move it 12 inches, and then scatter the one model. Like,
yep,
it's so good. And if you lose line of sight, you lose your shots.
Yep. Oopsie, I'm not over here. And
now,
then on top of
we've talked about this. Like, offense is better than defense, but this defensive one is so good that it's as good as the offensive ones.
And this reaction even stacks with their Legion Astartes ability. Because let's say they move and you were shooting a really close gun, that extra 2 inches may make you completely out of range.
Yep.
And it's so good.
Well, so before we go any further, I want to talk about this. I want to really talk about how good that is, because a lot of people will play a few games or even just read the book without playing, go like, yes, that 2 extra inches is pretty good. After playing the game a billion times, no, I'm going to put them even higher in S tier. Okay, look at that 2 inches makes all the difference in the world. As a Scottish man, no I'm kidding.
Do you want to put them 2 inches higher on the board? Is that what you're saying?
I do. Here's the thing. The game is played in reactions. I'm going to fire when you can't return fire. Half the time, you got good guns that are 24-inch range on a Dreadnought with 24-inch range guns. Now you can get your Kyrie's Assault Cannon in range on a Dreadnought, and that Dreadnought with his, or his whatever, can't return fire.
Mm-hmm.
The Leviathan Storm Cannon, on the Leviathan double Storm Cannons, you can fire at him with your medium range weapons, and he can't return fire. That is, like, that's only one example, but when you can do reactions when they can't do them back, or sorry, when you can shoot at somebody and they can't return fire, it's so good. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in on that, but that's I think it's just way better than I thought it was originally.
It's so right, because it's never not useful.
Yeah.
Do you know how many failed charges I've had? Alpha Legion?
Yeah, same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So before we continue, my favorite thing about Alpha Legion in this edition is how much they are, or how good of a job they did writing them. There's not a single unit in here, except for one warlord trait, that is either traitor or loyalist.
Interesting.
So if you have an ability that, you have hatred traitor, it doesn't work against Alpha Legion at all.
Interesting. I didn't notice that.
Fluffy and cool.
That's cool.
So they have 2 rights of war. They have Coils of the Hydra, and then they have the Headhunter Leviathan. So Coils of the Hydra is the one that we briefly touched on. Essentially, you steal other units from other legions. They start on the field, but they're fearless, and all the Alpha Legion are put into reserves. And then, so essentially sacrificial lambs.
Yeah.
Right. So it's very cool. It's super fluffy. The one that is doing so much work in this edition is the Headhunter Leviathan, in my opinion. And we'll get into why Headhunters are great, but now they can be taken as troops and fast attacks, which is huge. Because it means if you really wanted to, you could have 9 squads.
Are they compulsory by chance?
What's that?
Are they compulsory by chance? Where does it say that? Yep, true choices.
Yep, they are compulsory. Yep. But so you get 2 victory points for Slay the Warlord. And then during the first game turn, all units comprised of infantry gain shrouded if you're 12 inches away from all models or enemy models. That's huge.
On top of the other 2 already.
Exactly. It does have a big downside, which is that you have to have more fast than you have heavy, but just creative list building.
No way. I can live with that.
Yep. So equipment, the power dagger was already cool in first edition, but it's so good now because it's strength 3, AP 3, but it's sudden strike, which means you're hitting at initiative 5, and it's breaching.
Yeah.
So you
5.
probably need 5 anyway, but now it's AP 2 at initiative 5. It's so good. We see Bane Strike ammunition again, which is great. We'll see a lot more of that once we get into Headhunters. And then Venom Spheres, I think they got better. You still don't see them a lot, but I like the fact that they're Assault 6.
Instead of a pull. Yeah.
It's cool. The Saboteur is okay. I don't think he's as good as he was.
Sure.
But honestly, he was a little broken before. Just being able to, level your Spartan.
So we have a question here from Demon Ace. How did the -2 affect assault phase reactions? Well, you can't. It doesn't, right? What assault phase reaction worries about measurement?
Overwatch for flamers?
For flamers, yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah.
Other than like -2 their charge alone, but I'm okay with the Saboteur not being an auto include anymore.
Yeah, agreed. So ready for Alpharius?
Yeah, let's do them.
Okay. So 465 points, weapon and ballistic skill 7. The rest is pretty meh. So he's nice middle costed. He's got 3 Venom Spheres. He has Adamantite Will 3 and Crusader. Not bad things to have on a Praetor or on a Primarch. The thing that has probably broken more games and caused more fights at any event that I've ever run. He can pick, what is it? 3 units? Yeah, so 3 units, and he can make them deep strike, essentially.
Which can be really, really good.
Yeah. So I won't tell people how they're abusing that in hopes of not continuing that streak. But use your creativity. But yeah, so he can allow units that normally don't have those options to get them, which is so Alpha Legion-y it works. Yeah, so, and then he's got Everywhere and Nowhere at the start before the battle. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is what gives them Deep Strike. Let me see what Sire the Alpha Legion does. At the start of the battle, after all models from all armies have been deployed, including units deployed using the Infiltrator, or after scout moves, Alpharius' controlling player may select up to 3 units. And okay, so he gets to redeploy.
That is frustratingly brokenly good. And I believe there's a generic world of trait for them as well that can like replicate that. Redeploy 3 units.
Yeah. And then his warlord trait is
it's so
just
good.
like Armaments. So even he has the reaction token as well. Super good.
I think he's one of the best Primarchs, but we're getting there.
Yep. So at the start of any of his turn, as long as he is not in a transport, including when he is in a transport, the controlling player may give all models with Alpha Legion one of the following: Fleet 2, Preferred Enemy Everything, or Sudden Strike 1. Having an entire army that could be on the prefaces of charging, getting sudden strike 1 is terrifying. Now, in my opinion, Alpha Legions aren't a super assaulty army.
It can be,
but just, like, here's all of this assault stuff that's all about to be initiative 5 if the charge happens.
Yeah, and he can pick the same one twice in a row, right?
Yeah.
So it's literally Gilliman, but worse.
Yeah. Now, the downside to his is they're once per battle.
Gilliman, but better. Like, this one, I love Gilliman's. This one's better than Gilliman's in every way. Yes, Spoons, we can't stop, won't stop on the last one, though.
Now, the one thing this one has that Gilliman's doesn't is these are once per battle.
Oh, each one once per battle. Okay.
Yeah, they're save wise, he's a 2-up, 4-up. Fleshbane and Poison have no benefit to rolling to wound against him. So not like Morty, where they only wound him on a 6. For Alfarius, they're actually treated as strength 1, which is hilarious. He has the weirdest weapon ever still.
He is quite literally the worst one in the game for fighting other Primarchs.
Yep. Strength user, AP1, Armor Bane all the time. Instant death.
Two-handed.
Like, yeah.
He wounds other Primarchs on 4s and 5s in some instances.
Boy, howdy, will he mess up a tank. But I don't need him to mess up tanks.
This man is a leader of men's. He's not a fighter of Primarchs.
Exactly. And then he's got a gun. His gun's pretty good.
Sure.
Spending 4+, AP3. No complaints. But
he's a fantastic sire. Insidious mastermind. Everywhere and nowhere. Just don't get caught by another Primarch.
Yep. I'm also glad. So his hiding ability that he did have was really cool, but it also made a lot of things difficult. Like, well, what happens if he's in this squad? Or, what happens if you're playing someone that isn't truthful? So I'm glad he doesn't have that. But he's a very good Primarch. I would gladly pay 465 points.
What do you mean Alfari shouldn't be this bad? He's not bad. He just has the least interesting weapon.
Yeah,
like his stats aren't that different from the rest of them. Like, even freaking Lorgar got like a straight 8 brutal 2 hammer by Fulgrim. I mean, Ferris Menace.
Ferris Menace.
Like, it's just he's bringing a stupid spear. I still like him though a lot.
That's what happens when you steal a spear from a Necron world. So, where?
Is that what it's from?
No comment. They may or may not have found a tomb world.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly right. I like it.
He's super good. I think he's very good. So, one of my favorite Alpha Legion units is the Lunaran Terminators.
Yep, pretty models too. Some of the, again, one of those ones that are like just so pretty.
Yeah. 250 points, so they're 25 points more than a regular Cataphracti Terminator squad.
I'm okay with that.
One thing that we missed in my group for a solid 2 months is that they are heavy and line, so they are always line. And I love that.
Interesting. I noticed that.
Yep.
Not that it matters. Like, scoring just doesn't matter.
Right. It doesn't really matter. It's just cool. Volkite Charger, Power Axe, and then Venosphere on the boss. It will not die, 5-up and stubborn.
Nice.
Those are good. I don't really give a crap about the Power Axe. It's cool because it's beautiful in the model.
Yep.
That's not really what you want your Terminators to have anyway.
Agreed. But they charge a lot to upgrade it.
Right, that's the other thing. It's 15 points for a Power Fist, which is so rough.
It's 5 points more for the Power Fist or Train Fist upgrade than everybody else pays for the upgrade.
Exactly.
They're like, no, you bring that Power Axe. So, like, whatever.
Yeah.
At those point costs, I'll keep the Power Axe.
Exactly. And then they have Hydrian Exemplar, which is cool. So essentially they pick a unit, and this is also one of their warlord traits. You pick a unit, and you're +1 to hit against that chosen variant.
but every model unit has to have it, so when a character joins, they don't get it. That's something I got wrong on my channel a couple times.
Yeah. So, and I know me and my local Alpha Legion player are in sync with this. Take away this, give me weapon skill 5, and this is so much more useful of a unit.
Agreed.
This is...
Oh, I just realized they're only weapon skill 4.
Right. And
they're still pretty.
Bodyguard unit, and they're only weapon skill 4.
They're still pretty.
Yeah. They're cool. They're beautiful. I would take them because rule of cool, but I don't want to send them up against other dreadnoughts, and I don't think they're going to kill other infantry especially well.
You can conversion beam cannon on them.
You can.
Wait, I wouldn't.
So my personal thoughts are the headhunters, aka the star of the show.
Mm-hmm. Do you look cheap? They're only 1 wound.
They're only 1 wound, but they're essentially seekers, so they're weapon skill 5. Or sorry, ballistic skill 5. They are skirmishers, which is great. But they come with so much stuff. So they come with a power dagger. They come with a Bane Strike combi bolter.
Mm-hmm.
They have venom spheres, grenades, whole 9 yards. They always have precision shot 4+, which is super gross. They always have preferred enemy independent character, which, as we know from the previous edition and this one, it confers to any unit containing an independent character. And then infiltrate and scout. So they're going to infiltrate, and then before the game goes, they're going to bump up a little bit more. But one thing that I find hilarious and terrifying about this squad is this squad can sneak in a multi-melta. And they're relentless. And it's like, not only can we shoot you, but we brought this anti-tank gun, and we're 6 inches away from your face.
No. You did not bring an anti-tank gun. You brought because they're relentless, you brought a twin-linked precision shot 4 up. If I don't roll a 4, I roll again. Character killer.
Exactly. So we did a team event at Nova, and it was my Night Lords and my buddy's Headhunter Leviathan. And in every game, his Headhunter started about 6 inches away from people, and there were 2 or 3 squads, and every character disappeared before the other player got to go. And then we got the fun joy of informing them that it was night fighting. They weren't thrilled.
Can you reroll successful hits? Trey, I believe that you can, but before I did in the game, I have to look it up, double check that you can. Because I know you can reroll successful wounds.
But this squad, just as a whole, does so much work. And then if you didn't love them already, they're just like Seekers, and they can take combi weapons.
So, Hogbacks, I use Veterans regularly with Nemesis Bolters because they're relentless, and those are heavy, so they can move and fire. But other than Nemesis Bolters, there's not a whole lot of benefit to Relentless on Veterans, other than they fire their rapid-fire weapons and still charge. But that's...
Or heavy bolters.
+1 hit also applies to shooting, but the precision will only work on a natural 4. It's in the core rules.
Yeah.
Damn, it's a good squad.
It's such a good squad, and especially for 5 points apiece, you can give them combi meltas to make their character hunting even better.
Now, if there's only a way to bring like 3 of them and deep strike them.
Huh.
Oh, wait.
They don't need to deep strike, though. You know what the deep strike is that I was talking about, right?
What's that?
You know what the deep strike tactic is with Alfarius, right?
No.
Oh, it's deep striking 2 Spartans and a Leviathan.
Okay. 1, I don't think I would allow the Spartans to deep strike. That's lame. 2,
it says unit.
No, that's lame. 2, Leviathans are way scarier deep struck. Deep striking 3 Leviathans? I guess you can't because they're heavy. Oh, so it's a Talon. Are Leviathans a Talon?
Yep.
For sure?
Yep.
That's dirty.
Yeah, so if you wanted to, you could deep strike 9 Leviathans.
No, because you only have one heavy sport in the Rite of War. They're going to use most of the time, right?
Oh, you just need more fast than you have heavy.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, check if Leviathans are Talon. I have a feeling they took away Talon from Leviathans, because that seems like... No, I gotta double check. They can't be a Talon.
They are a Talon.
No.
I run them in my Night Lords.
Where are you, Leviathans? I think you're the first one. Now they're Talon. Okay, so honestly, Deep Striking Leviathans. How do you not put these as an S tier? Because Leviathans are two things: you have an army that can kill them right away, or you ignore them. Now, what if they deep strike on you and you can't ignore them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Canada kill team. Exodus. I love the model.
Oh, the model's so good.
Is he no longer Eternal Warrior?
He was an Eternal Warrior.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
But read the unit type for me and tell me what's missing.
Character light.
So what's missing?
Skirmish.
Unique.
You can't. You're not bringing. That's a misprint.
No,
that's
it's
a
not.
misprint. That's a misprint. They're not the assassin, the one who is many. What? Is it not a misprint?
I'm bringing 3, baby.
No, you can't. You can't be taken as a compulsory HQ. You can bring 2.
Sure. Okay. So I'm bringing a Praetor and his 2 Exodus buddies.
Is there a reason to bring 2 though? I'm gonna say no.
No, but is it cool?
I mean, honestly, skimming him, there's not even a reason to bring 1.
But let's not go past the coolest thing.
Is this
ever.
why he was Eternal Warrior?
I don't think he was Eternal Warrior.
No, he was in first edition. Because a bunch of people thought Exodus was Omegon because he was the only non-Primarch in the game that had Eternal Warrior.
Other than Sigismund.
Omegon.
Yeah. But his sniper rifle is called the Instrument. Let's not just glaze past that.
Well, I mean, it can't even kill anything.
Can't even kill anything. Strength 7, AP 2?
Strength 7, AP 1 on the sniper shot.
Yeah.
Oh, it's brutal too. So you might be able to kill a low-level Centurion.
Yeah. I mean, it's still good, in my opinion. Would I take him over a Vigilator every day?
Okay, you know what? I think we're gonna wrap this up. We're gonna skip Dynat.
What?
That looks cool. Cool model.
How are you gonna skip Dynat?
Do we have to talk about Dynat?
We can make it quick.
Yeah, do it.
All right. So
Strength 9 Thunderhammer called the Prophet.
Okay, so he gives Infiltrate, Scout, or Counterattack to 3 units as his Warlord trait.
As a Warlord trait.
And then let's see, where is it? So he can actually split his attacks between the sword and the Thunderhammer. And then so if an enemy that does not have the vehicle type suffers 1 or more hit from the Prince, the sword, you may make an attack with the Prophet in addition to any other attacks at initiative step 1. So he can do all of his attacks with the sword, and if he scores at least 1 hit, he can do a Thunderhammer hit.
That's kind of cool. Cool.
It's nifty. It's
can
not
you
going to
infiltrate? Can you infiltrate anything?
Yeah.
Infiltrating Leviathans. It all comes back to Leviathan.
Oh, no, he can only infiltrate infantry.
Oh, okay.
But he's also a dude with a Thunderhammer who had a Strength 9 Thunderhammer, nonetheless.
Because why not?
Who has Precision Strike 4.
All right, cool character.
Yeah.
Dynat's not talking up or talking down the Legion for me. Before we even get into it, have I convinced you that they belong in S tier? Now, no, hold on. Have you convinced yourself they belong in S tier?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I would say that is dragging them down out of the entire Legion is Lemern Terminators.
Yeah, I agree. I think their core rules, their Legion rules, their advanced reaction, S tier alone. Things that can take shrouded bombs, like the Headhunters, are all shroud bombs.
Yep.
Insane. You need 4 inches to shoot them with a melter gun.
Yeah.
They don't. A Primarch they can't put other Primarchs fine, but they have ways of putting dreadnoughts in the way. No, I think this is an S tier army.
Yeah,
I feel like
I would agree.
yeah. So if they're an S tier army, where they sit in the hierarchy up here, I guess from the bottom, are they better than Emperor's Children?
Probably.
I think I was gonna say I think definitely. Are they better than Dark Angels?
I think that's where they stop.
I think so. I agree. I think Dark Angels have too much firepower and melee to deal with all their shenanigans. Now their firepower is not going to work very well on them, but their melee will get to them. Even Johnson himself ignores their -2 rule.
Yeah, and I mean, my theory with Alpha Legion is they have a lot of tricks, right? And a lot of tricks. But Imperial Fists, Dark Angels, and Death Guard, they have like something that's working all the time, the entire game. No tricks, no nothing. It's just brute, always happening.
Okay, that's a good talk. How are they fighting Death Guard? I think Death Guard are going to out-attrition them.
Yeah.
And then Imperial Fists are going to just kill them.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so they're not going to push past there. So so let's go over this. We've done it. We've ranked them all. We changed up a lot. I wish I took a screenshot of our original thing and see what we changed. That would have been smart, but not smart man. So in S tier, we have the Imperial Fist, Death Guard, Dark Angels, Alpha Legion, and Emperor's Children. All differing playstyles, but scarily good combos and rules, right? Like,
yep.
Anybody chat by all means weigh in on how you think about these. A tier, Tabe, great job. Y'all dumb on Sally's assessment though. Y'all can bite me, Tabe.
Still.
You know what? One second. It's gonna bump up Salamander's one.
Demon, you are not wrong, but there's a lot of armies that are S tiers if they're fighting Solar.
Oh no. World Users are S tier and Solar.
Yeah, that's what he said. But I think everybody is.
So in A tier we have Ultramarines with their crazy good shooting and combo abilities. Night Lords with the shenanigans and literal terror attacks. Raven Guard who become a sniper / melee powerhouse. Like a real killy game. Iron Warriors, which are just solid laying down the firepower. Iron Hands, which are the same army essentially, but a little more defensive. B tier, sitting at the very top. White Scars. I'm going to convince everybody they're going to go even higher. Sit at the very top of B tier with their untested bikes. Word Bearers, who we thought were much lower, that climbed up because everything in their book is A tier. Just their Legion rules are just terrible.
Yep.
Salamanders were supposed to be there. I'll pull them back when they were. Sons of Horus, which is a solid Legion all around. Blood Angels, a solid Legion all around that does better in melee than other melee armies. But I guess they lack something. We don't know what it is. Why they keep them down in B, but they lack something. Maybe it's they're spending too many points on melee, not enough points on shooting. It's a similar problem that the Space Wolves have. Salamanders seem really good because they have a fantastic Primarch and Fire Drake Terminators. Otherwise, yeah, you're right. Flamers just don't work in 2nd edition. Thousand Suns are just. Oh, we didn't really talk about Pyromancy with Thousand Suns. It's a whole different ball game. But like, if Thousand Suns spam Pyromancy, you're still going to win against them. It's just going to be more annoying.
Yeah, it's not going to be a fun game.
Space Wolves are interesting because they hands down have the best Primarch in the game for fighting Primarchs or anything really. Like Rust is amazingly good, but in our experience, Wolf players tend to over-focus on melee points and not enough on playing the game, and tend to sit bottom B. Not to say that a good player can't take out all the S tier armies with Space Wolves, but we're just not seeing it. Rust is amazing though, and then the very bottom, World Eaters. It's probably the players, to be fair. It's probably the World Eater players, to be fair, who don't want to adapt to 2nd edition, but I also respect them for not. Just too focused on similar problems with Space Wolves. Too focused on melee, and while Angron is good, Rust is just better, keeping them out of C tier.
So I'd like to make one final change.
Yeah.
I want Space Wolves to be C tier. I don't think they have any great units.
Okay, they don't. But does crap. No, I gotta fight you, not because I think you're wrong, because I don't want you to be right.
Okay.
What if you're right?
I know I'm right, because comparing them to World Eaters,
It's the same army.
World Eaters have a better unit than they do. World Eaters have a better reaction than they do.
So, no. Space Wolves have one of the best reactions in the game.
But so I think the World Eater one is good too.
I think.
What's the Space
I think my Space Wolf reaction is one of the best in the game. It's got to keep him on a seat here. And Russ, this is a bad argument. Russ carries the army hard. Without Russ, yeah, they're kind of trash. Oh god, that's a bad argument. That's a bad argument. Damn.
Yeah, let's say it's a 2,000 point game with no Primarchs. World Eaters are going to crush them every day of the week. Because as a whole, they're better than at melee than Space Wolves.
Yeah.
Damn. Drag them down.
I gotta put them on this side of the World Eaters, right?
There's a delay, so maybe. Yes. I would say they're still better than World Eaters because of Russ.
Damn, I cannot believe Space Wolves dropped that low.
Yeah.
But I also
that's the issue when you're a one-trick pony. Like, that's all they do. And their not to completely shit on their entire player base, but their player base, focuses on that and just refuses to do anything else. You bring me a shooting World Eater list or a shooting Space Wolf list that just has great melee, and it'll probably be a B, maybe an A. But we never see it.
So, Luca added a couple of dreadnoughts with a Leviathan with a double storm cannon, and a Contemptor with double auto cannon, and then he started really winning.
Yeah,
you need shooting in second edition,
right? And
Luca's he's a very skilled player.
Yeah,
and he was struck with it. Yeah, there's dreadnoughts make all armies A tier. That's not you're not wrong. No, but Space Wolves have no. He doesn't want to have heavy support squads. And vehicles are just terrible. So dreadnoughts are the best way. Dreadnoughts are the best way to add firepower while staying somewhat in the theme of Space Wolves. Yeah. So my White Scar list I'm gonna build would be a lot better with dreadnoughts in it, hands down. Won't do it though because narrative reasons.
But yeah, and for whatever reason, Space Marine players hate Rapier batteries, and I think they're amazing and underused.
Rapier batteries? Which ones are those?
They're the ones where it's just the.
Oh yeah. So I have the mortars for my Iron Warriors. I have the heavy bolters for my Iron Warriors, and I have my Dark Angels have the heavy last cannon thing, whatever it's called.
Yeah, laser destroyer.
I find they just die too fast nowadays.
Yeah, I mean the fact that they're not toughness 7 anymore is a big negative.
Yeah, toughness 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tartarus
Terminator a cheap way to get points.
Tartarus Terminators with a Combi Volcate running gun, maybe 3 shots hitting on 6s and still charge.
Yeah, and see that's a great thing, but we never see that.
Also, that one I don't know. I just feel like
that's not good enough.
That's not good enough.
But yeah, I mean that would be great.
Well, also these Space Wolf players are converting their armies from first edition, which I feel like another thing that we could do is we could make a whole thing about which collections easily adapted to second edition. Dark Angels didn't matter because first edition was an all-over mess for them. Nightlords did very well. Ultramarines translated very well. I think White Scars translated very well. I think Iron Warriors translated very well. I think Raven Guard translated very well. I think Sons of Horus probably didn't translate very well. I think Space Wolves did not transfer over well at all. Same as Thousand Suns.
If you were a Thousand Sun player who brought 4 squads of Sekhmet, your list does not do well now.
Well, we did it an hour longer than yesterday. We've been doing this for almost 5 hours. I can't believe it.
That's fine. We still got viewers. That's the important part. People still want to hear it.
Well, I mean, hell, I can do this all day, every. I kind of do for a living.
I know, right?
I can do this all day,
I
every day.
don't pretend to.
I got a bunch of painting to do. I think my camera can see. No, camera can't see. Oh.
Yeah, I gotta finish Sisters of Silence.
Well, thank you, everybody. Do appreciate you. We're gonna now go off stream and have a discussion on how we can bring you guys more of this.
Oh yeah.
Have a good one, guys. See you in the next one. Oh, I'll chop this up into small sections on the other channel. If you want to just check out certain parts of it, because I know nobody sat here for the. Well, Tabe, you sat here the entire 5 hours. Till the next one, guys. Have a good one.
See ya.